Well, Durud Patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 95 of Iran Revolution Live with your wonderful and amazing host, Armin Navabi.
And your wonderful and amazing host, Goldie Kamari.
Thank you so much. Armin, how are you doing? Happy April Fools, by the way.
Oh, well, thank you.
You
do
were
we say happy?
involved in our April Fool's prank with
Yes.
Susie.
Can we share? Let's share that. Oh my,
Yes,
Goldie, you're a
absolutely.
genius.
You
That
know,
was
it wasn't me. So it was our amazing viewers, and it was Project Vendetta. So Project Vendetta does did the AI videos. He did the chunky yogurt video. He did the other video that we share in our intro. So when I kind of shared sort of the idea that I had, because I'm not good with AI, he took that and he took it to the next level, and it was just so good, so good. So
thank
so
you.
Project Vendetta made the AI video, and then I basically took that and then I added like the 2C logo, and I just added like a random ticker banner underneath it, and also like the subtitles as well, the captions. So yeah, no, it was fantastic. So I've uploaded it on X, but I haven't uploaded the video on YouTube because I want him to upload it on his channel so that we can, support his channel in that way. But we'll play that for sure right away. Armin, we have a very busy day today. So the quick April Fool's video, we'll share that. Then we're going to go straight into the speech from King Reza Pahlavi, His Royal Highness. He spoke today. Let me just share this really quickly. So he spoke today at Liberty U convocation, and he posted, "This holy week, as Iranians fight for their liberty, Christians celebrate Easter and Jews celebrate Passover. I will speak at Liberty U convocation today. Iran is at the forefront of the fight for religious freedom, and its liberation will change the world." So I have that lined up and ready to go momentarily. Also wanted to wish all of our Jewish friends and allies, Chag, Chag Pesach Sameach. I think that's how it's pronounced. Chag Pesach Sameach. So happy Passover to everyone who is celebrating Passover. We're not quite at Easter yet, but happy Easter to everyone as well. And that's coming up. Okay, guys, let's go to this prank video that is just, guys, it is so real. It's so it's just so realistic. Okay, guys, are you ready for this?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, here we go. Oh, wait.
باسم اینترنت پرسرعت و وایفای پایدار، این یک اعلامیه بسیار مهم، بسیار جدی و کمی هم مضحک است. لطفاً توجه فرمایید. این جانب سخنگوی کاملاً غیر رسمی اداره کل میم و شوخی پس از بررسی دقیق گزارش‌ها، منشن‌ها و پیام‌های صوتی بیش از حد طولانی، بیانیه زیر را صادر می‌نمایم. طبق اطلاعات واصله، واحد قدس طنز، نسخه‌ای کاملا طنزآمیز از نیروهای شناخته شده با همکاری آرمین سخنگوی گلدی در حال مدیریت بحران خنده در فضای مجازی می باشند. لازم به ذکر است آرمین به عنوان عامل دو جانبه در داخل برنامه گلدی فعالیت می نماید، به طور همزمان گزارش ارسال می کند و شوخی ها را نیز تایید می نماید. بسیار حرفه‌ای. در خصوص خانم گلدی گماری به دلیل تولید بیش از حد محتوای خنده‌دار و ایجاد اختلال در تمرکز عمومی فتوای زیر صادر می‌گردد. اول، 3 روز مرخصی اجباری از توییتر /X. دوم، تماشای متوالی برنامه‌های دهه 90 میلادی صدا و سیما تا بازگشت تمرکز. سوم، تأمین اینترنت رایگان برای جبران خنده‌های بی‌رویه ملت. چهارم، هر گونه شوخی جدید تنها با مجوز رسمی اداره کل میم و شوخی مجاز می باشد. در صورت تخلف فرد خاطی موظف است در تمامی گروه‌های خانوادگی پیام سلام خوبی ارسال نماید بدون دریافت پاسخ. این حکم قطعی لازم الاجرا و کاملا طنزآمیز می باشد. ما هستیم تو سی تی وی و من الله توفیق. خدا نگهدار و خداوند مدل موی مرا حفظ کن.
Goldie, let me bomb it straight. Let me bomb it straight.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Okay,
But-
I'm on it.
But is it? But Armin, is it the Strait of Hormuz? Is it the Gaze of Hormuz? Have you seen the video?
I don't know.
I don't think we showed that yesterday. The Gaze of Hormuz.
Okay.
No, did we share that? But guys, I love how like so this was the Armin. So the community came up with this, right? I think it was Project Vendetta. I think Navajo maybe had a part in anyways, it was people in my Discord server. So they all came up with like the what to say and stuff like that. So guys, the Discord server is where it is happening, where it is where all the fun is. So yeah, like you guys are fantastic. Like this is so realistic. Okay, Black Cat says one of the greatest civilizations in all of history. Please let it return. Thank you. Yeah, best AI mouth movements. Armin, it's just so realistic.
I'm so surprised because usually AI gets the mouth movements so bad. This, I don't know, like, good job. This was on point. And the Arabic and the Persian. I mean, other than you being guilty instead of Goldie, I mean, was that on purpose? Because
I think it was like a mistranslation because the Persian language, there's no vowels. So unless you add in the vowels, it's hard to
but
tell.
It's better because it's like to Gelgir Kerdi.
Yeah. So when I heard that, I was like, we're not changing that because now I'm Gildi Gomari.
Yeah. I think it was on purpose because it's actually better. Like it's actually funny.
Oh, it is so funny. But there you go. But yeah, it's actually scary how good AI has become.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's scary. So there you go. So there's that. And
good job, guys. Like all the people who came up with the idea, like Project Vendetta, like what is it? Project Vendetta. Okay, I keep saying Project Veritas. Project Vendetta. Great job, you guys. You did really good. Like it's really impressive. Thank you for this.
Oh wow. So Navajo saying we did this in 2 hours. Oh my gosh. You guys are phenomenal. Like you guys are geniuses.
2 hours. That's yeah.
No. We have vowels, but the vowels are basically just like lines above or below letters, and then we don't really write out the vowels.
The like short vowels, the long vowels we do write them.
Yeah. The long vowels we do. Like we have A, we have like O, things like that. But it's the short ones, yeah. Okay. So let me just go really quickly to this because just we were on the topic of the gaze for Hormuz and the Strait of Hormuz. But there you go. That was a prank on Tusi. But like I cannot believe that this is like a real thing, Armin.
Isn't it a little bit homophobic that we're so focused on the Straits of Hormuz and not the Gaze of Hormuz?
Yes, I agree. Yes, for sure.
Why do you think they're willing to leave the Gaze of Hormuz behind?
I think it's just historically, like, gays have always been very discriminated against, which is wrong on so many levels.
Even in war.
Yeah, even in war. It just takes more reform in government, obviously, and then also educating society.
Just feel like if we're going to go in there, we can't leave the gay people behind. I don't think we should go in there at all, but if we're going to the Gaze of Hormuz, we could turn it into Fire Island.
For sure.
Isn't it a little bit...
This can't be real. This cannot be this cannot be real.
Apparently it is. The guy's trolling her and she's just
bruh.
Yeah.
No. Oh my god. Oh no. Okay. Amazing.
Yeah.
Wow, there's no
So
way. I can't
it's
do it.
it's wild.
I
It's
refuse
wild
to.
how uneducated people are. Okay, so let's go to His Royal Highness's message now, his speech. So this was just broadcast, just streamed earlier today. And one of the reasons we're starting a little bit early is because we want to make sure that we have time to watch. So yeah, we'll just play it, and then actually, Armin, why don't I send you the link, and then you can play it, and then if there's at any point, if you want to stop and add commentary or something, you can do that as well. Where's share? Copy. All right, let me just send that to you here. Oh, and then the other thing as well is later today, Elika is going to be joining us for
No way.
for a watch party of when we went on Piers Morgan today. And honestly, it was actually kind of stupid. Like, I'm just sitting there. I barely got to speak. It was just Ana Kasparian yelling at everyone. And then this other guy just like putting out like crazy like conspiracy theories again. Like, so for example, like it was just so stupid. Like, one of the things like this guy was saying, his name is like, wait, what was his name? Wait, what was his name? It was some guy named Aaron Mate, a journalist with the Gray Zone, and he's just basically like an anti-Israel conspiracy theorist or whatever. And like he was saying like the craziest stuff that even like Piers Morgan had to like interrupt him. Like, at one point, the guy said that, well, we don't actually know if the missile that was sent to Diego Garcia was from Iran. It could have been from Israel. It could have been like an Israeli false flag. And even Pierce was like, yeah. I was just like, I'm just there like completely expressionless. But yeah, Elika will be here. We'll do a debrief because again, it was just a lot of nonsense, a lot of just like, disgusting jihadi propaganda. But yeah.
What's his name? This idiot? What was his name?
Aaron Mate or something.
Wait.
Aaron Mate. I don't even know. Okay. So what was I doing here? Oh yeah, okay. So I sent that to you, so you're gonna share that.
Okay. Should I play?
Yeah, but go to the beginning though.
It is.
Is this the
It
beginning?
starts here.
Oh, it starts here?
What?
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, perfect. All right.
Isa Pahlavi.
Whoa! What a crowd! Somebody shouting King Reza Pahlavi.
Thank you, everyone. President Costin and Chancellor Falwell, esteemed faculty and students of Liberty University, good morning and thank you for having me at convocation. Today, on the beginning of Passover and on the cusp of Easter, I stand before you not only as an Iranian, but as a witness on behalf of millions of my compatriots whose voices have been silenced, whose names you may never hear, but whose courage is reshaping the future of my country. I come to you as the voice of a nation that has been silenced, a nation whose people cannot stand here themselves, a nation that for 33 days has been cut off from the world, without internet, without connection, without a voice. Let me begin there. For 33 days, Iranians have lived in digital darkness. No messages, no social media, No way to show the world what is being done to them. No way to tell their families they are alive. Think about that. Not 33 minutes, not even 33 hours, 33 days. How many of you could go 33 minutes without your phone, without checking a message, a notification, a headline? Now imagine 33 days, not as a choice, but as a prison. A nation of over 90 million people silenced because there is too much truth to hide. That silence is not accidental. It is the sound of a regime trying to kill a revolution in the dark. We speak often in this world about injustice. You are charged by your professors and your pastors to fight against it. But what is happening in Iran demands a stronger word: evil. Because what else do you call a system that murders its own children? What else do you call a regime that wages war both on enemies abroad and on its own people? In recent years, tens of thousands of Iranians have been killed in wave after wave of repression. Just this year, less than 2 months ago, on January 8th and 9th, more than 30,000 protesters were killed. 30,000. Let me tell you some of their names. Sina, 17-year-old, who went out with his family to demand freedom and was shot in the streets, never to return home. Rubina, a young student who dreamed of studying fashion in Milan, whose family searched through rows of bodies just to find her. Borna, who said, "If I don't go, nothing will change." He chose to go, and he was killed for it. Kimia, 17-year-old, shot in the chest by the very forces meant to protect her. Two brothers, Rasul and Reza, who stood side by side in protest and were both shot dead in the street together. And Bahar, 3 years old. 3 years old, killed not in war, not on the battlefield, but by tear gas in her own country. These are not statistics. These are lives. But the evil did not stop there. Young women beaten to death in the streets. Students dragged down from classrooms and executed. Doctors assaulted in hospitals for treating the wounded. Women and men sexually assaulted in detention centers. Nurses and medics raped for helping gunshot victims. Teenagers tortured into false confessions. Families forced to pay for the bullets that killed their sons and daughters. This is not politics. This is not governance. This is not even repression. This is evil, organized, sustained, and unapologetic. But against the satanic force stands something extraordinary and pure. A generation, young people, students, your peers. Across Iran, universities have become battlegrounds for freedom. Students chant, "Down with the clerics." They chant, "Death to the dictator." They chant, "This is the year of blood. This is the end of tyranny." And they chant these words knowing they may not survive the day. Dormitories raided at night. classrooms turned into traps, campuses flooded with security forces, students beaten, arrested, disappeared, killed. And yet they return again and again and again, because they understand something that no tyrant can erase. Freedom is worth everything. Freedom is worth dying for. You are students at Liberty University. You live in freedom. You worship freely. You speak freely. You protest freely. And that is a blessing. But let me tell you what a campus protest looks like in Iran. There are no safe zones. There are no administrators to negotiate with. There are no second chances. There are batons, there are bullets, there are prison vans waiting outside your classroom. In America, students debate ideas. In Iran, students bleed for them. In America, you raise your voice. In Iran, they risk their lives to whisper.
Goldie, that line was very powerful. I want to hear it again. In the US, students debate ideas. In Iran, they bleed for them.
Students debate ideas. In Iran, students bleed for them. In America, you raise your voice. In Iran, they risk their lives to whisper and then bravely to shout. And yet, their message is clear. They do not want reform. They do not want compromise. They want liberty. The young people of Iran are not different from you. They laugh like you. They dream like you. They fall in love. They plan their futures. They hope. But their lives has been overtaken by something you should never have to experience. A regime that fears them because it knows they will bring it down. While you sit in classrooms, they sit in prison cells. While you plan your careers, they plan how to survive another day. While you scroll your phones, they live in enforced silence. 33 days without internet, without connection, without the world hearing their cries. And yet, they do not stop. So I ask you, what will you do with your liberty when others your age are dying for theirs? For those of you grounded in faith, there is another truth. In Iran today, Christianity is not fading. It is rising quietly, powerfully, underground. In homes, in whispers, in hidden gatherings, Iranians are finding faith at great cost. Pastors are imprisoned. Bibles are confiscated. Believers are hunted. Converts are threatened with execution. Families are torn apart. But still, they gather. Still, they pray. Still, they believe. Because faith that survives persecution is unbreakable. Because the light shines brightest in the darkest places. You study stories of persecution in history. Christians have often faced this. In Iran, they are happening every day. There was a time when Iran stood for something very different. Over 2,500 years ago, Cyrus the Great, a Persian king, freed the Jewish people from captivity. He restored their rights. He respected their faith. He is remembered in Scripture not as a tyrant, but as a liberator. This is Iran's true legacy, a nation of tolerance, a nation of dignity, a nation that once stood on the side of freedom. The regime that rules Iran today has betrayed that legacy. It does not represent the Iranian people. It fears them, and it will fall because of them. The Iranian people are doing their part. They are risking everything. They are leading this fight, but they cannot and should not stand alone. America must be clear. There is no negotiating with evil. There is no reforming a system built on brutality. There is only one path forward: the end of this regime. To the people and leaders of this nation, do not waver, do not retreat, do not legitimize those who murder their own people. Stay the course, finish the job. Stand firmly with the people of Iran, not their oppressors. Because when America stands with moral clarity, it gives strength to those fighting in the shadows. But to you, the students, I say this: you must feel something today, not indifference, not distance, but righteous anger at what is being done, and at the same time, righteous love for those who are suffering. Hatred for evil, love for the oppressed. This is not contradictory. This is the foundation of moral courage and the strong faith you each have. Let your anger move you. Let your faith guide you. Let your voice be heard. Speak for those who cannot. Stand with those who are alone. Refuse to look away. I have not lost hope because I have seen the courage of my people. I have seen young women stand unarmed before guns. I have seen students refuse to kneel. I have seen a nation rise again and again. The end of this regime is not a dream. It is approaching. And when that day comes, Iran will not be a threat to the world. It will be a partner, a friend, a nation reborn in freedom. Let me leave you with this. Right now in Iran, there are young people your age who cannot speak, who cannot connect, who cannot even tell the world they are alive. For 33 days, they have been silenced. So today, be their voice, carry their message, stand in their place, and pray for them. And when history asks what you did in this moment, let it be said that you did not remain silent, that you stood, that you spoke, that you helped bring freedom to a nation that has waited too long. Thank you. God bless you. And may God bless a free Iran.
Oh, Goldie, he cried at the end. One more time.
That you stood, that you spoke, that you helped bring freedom to a nation that has waited too long.
Oh.
Thank you. God bless you. And may God bless a free Iran.
You can hear people chanting King Reza Pahlavi in the crowd.
Yeah.
Thank you, Crown Prince. We're so excited that you've come to us today. Thank you for everything that you're doing, and we will join you in praying for the freedom about which you spoke today. And so please, one more round of applause for Reza Pahlavi. Okay, tonight we are excited.
All right. That was that.
That was fantastic. Absolutely.
That was historic.
Yeah. It was really good. He said everything that needed saying. Armin, have you seen Sean Hannity's exclusive interview with Marco Rubio from last night?
I've seen only clips of it. Do you have the full version?
I do.
Let's play the full version.
I do.
Oh,
because as we know by now, President Trump speaks through Senator Lindsey Graham, through Marco Rubio, through Sean Hannity, through Mark Levin. So this was a very, very interesting exclusive. So I figured we would watch this because I've only seen. So we did share a little bit of it last night, but I only caught like the second half of it because by the time someone told me that it's live on Fox, I had already missed the first part. But it's very, very good. So let's go ahead and watch this.
Joining us is the Secretary of State himself, Marco Rubio, is with us. Mr. Secretary, thank you for taking the time. I know you're busy and you got a lot on your plate. Can we start with the question for those Americans that may not understand why now? I want to go through this in great specificity and detail about the necessity of this. Now, when the Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff came on this program and explained that the Iranians would not negotiate the issue of giving up their nuclear weapons program, bragged about 460 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium that could be turned into weapons grade 90% in 7 to 12 days. At that point in time, it seemed inevitable to me. They were going to, in spite of Midnight Hammer, they were going to cling to that, quote, inalienable right, as they called it. Was that the tipping point?
Well, it was one of the tipping points. I mean, part of the tipping point is the fact that Iran's been doing this for 47 years. We know what this regime is all about. I always say Iran, let me be clear, I'm not talking about the people of Iran. The people of Iran don't even like this government or this regime. This is a regime that is led by radical Shia clerics, by people who believe that it is their calling. I know this sounds fantastical, but it's absolutely true. This is a
I love how every time we mention Iran, Marco Rubio, more than anyone else I've ever seen, is like, let me be clear. Let me be clear. I'm not talking about the people here. They're fantastic. They're just the best people every time. Oh my God.
And that's really important because unfortunately because of what's going on and because of everyone saying Iran and conflating the Islamic regime with Iranians, there is this growing anti-Iranian sentiment because people who aren't familiar with the area, they don't know the difference. And so they think that all of us are a bunch of like, like jihadi terrorist savages. So I'm very grateful to Marco Rubio for making that distinction.
He always does that.
regime led by people who believe. That sound led by radical Shia.
I also love how he's now calling out like the radical Shia death cult, the way that we have been for the last like 3 months. Especially you, Armin. You're like, this is like a Shia death cult. So, right?
Maybe he's watching us.
Yeah, maybe he's watching us. Amu Rubio, if you're watching, we love you. Thank you for calling them a radical Shia death cult, because that's what they are. And Armin has been trying to explain that to people for a very long time. So Armin, this is like your shining moment here.
Oh, well, thank you.
But you know what's something I have noticed, Armin, like Marco Rubio, Mark Levin, even Sean Hannity, Senator Lindsey Graham, even President Trump, like they're starting to use this terminology, right? Like they're calling them like savage Shia death cult. They're calling them 7th century barbarians. They're calling them savages, things like that. Like these are all the this is everything that we have been saying for the last 3 months. So I'm actually really happy that we're starting to see this now. on like Fox News, right? I'm like, yes, finally the messaging is getting across.
Yeah, that's nice. Nice to see.
Regime is all about. I always say Iran, let me be clear, I'm not talking about the people of Iran. The people of Iran don't even like this government or this regime. This is a regime that is led by radical Shia clerics, by people who believe that it is their calling. I know this sounds fantastical, but it's absolutely true. This is a regime led by people who believe that it is their calling and their purpose in life to usher in the end of the world. These people want nuclear weapons. Why do we?
Right? They want the Mahdi. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
These people are the
Yeah,
ones who want to like bring the apocalypse and bring the Mahdi or whatever.
Yeah, end times narrative.
Which is true. It's literally a death cult.
Yep.
But it's absolutely true. This is a regime led by people who believe that it is their calling and their purpose in life to usher in the end of the world. These people want nuclear weapons. Why do we know that? Because they are assembling all the things you need for nuclear weapons. They're assembling long-range rockets that can eventually reach the United States, can already range Europe. We saw them demonstrate 2 of them last week, despite denying that they had them. They enriched uranium to 60%. As you pointed out a moment ago, from 60 to 90%, which is what you need for a bomb, takes 12 to 14 days. They bragged about still having that. They demand the right to enrich, which is how you get from 60 to 90%. They're the leading sponsor of terrorism, not in the region, in the world. They can never be allowed to have a nuclear weapon, which is what President Trump made very clear from the very first day of his presidency. In fact, from the very first day of his candidacy. When he came down that escalator in 2015, he talked about this. He's actually been talking about the threat of Iran before he was even a political candidate. And as president, he was not going to allow Iran to pose a threat to Americans now or future generations of Americans. So we had to act. And with very clear purpose. We are going to destroy their Air Force. We have largely done that. We were going to destroy their Navy, which we have largely achieved that. We were going to destroy a significant percentage of their missile launchers. We are well on our way to achieving that. And we were going to wipe out their defense industrial base, meaning the factories that make the drones and the missiles. We are on our way to doing that. Those were our 4 objectives, because those are the 4 things they were going to hide behind to then develop a nuclear weapon and threaten the world if they tried to do anything about it. That was not going to happen under President Trump. We are well on our way. We are on or ahead of schedule on each of those 4 objectives, and we can see the finish line. It's not today, it's not tomorrow, but it is coming. We are going to get to the point where our military will have achieved all of its objectives in this mission, and they're doing so with extraordinary efficiency, something that I think will go down in history as one of the best run tactical military operations in modern times.
We'll get back to that timeline in a second, because both you and the president have said weeks. It's not going to be months. One thing I think we've learned, and if you can expand on this, because if you have nuclear capability, you also need the delivery system. Prior to Epic Fury, you felt and you were arguing that, and the world has always underestimated Iran's abilities, whether their nuclear capability or ballistic missile capability. And you felt it was too dangerous a threat not to address in this operation, ballistic missiles and the nuclear threat at the same time. So now we've discovered that they have the ability and the range that is much further than we had thought going into this. Apparently, they now have the capability and the range that their missiles could reach Paris, London. Is that true?
That's correct. In fact, but they denied it. Remember, anytime you hear Iran, you had an image a moment ago of this guy, Arachi, their foreign minister. This guy is a liar. This guy was on television like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, denying that Iran had any missiles that could go beyond a certain limitation. And then they fired 2 of them. Now, we don't think they have many of them, but they are soon to have many of them. We've destroyed and are destroying the factories to make those things. Those things, the ones they launched the other day, could reach well into Europe. And actually, they had fired it on Diego Garcia. One of them failed. One of them was shot down, but they fired him at Diego Garcia, which is really far away. So they were moving towards eventually having a missile that could reach the continental United States. That's what they were aiming to do. They were aiming to become the next North Korea, except not a North Korea run by, a regime that, is troublesome and hard to understand, but an Iran run by radical Shia clerics with intercontinental missiles that could reach the mainland of the United States eventually. That's what they were going towards. That's what they would have ultimately achieved had President Trump not taken these steps that he's taken.
Mr. Secretary, do you believe the North Koreans, there have been numerous reports that they have been assisting Iran with both their ballistic missile program and their nuclear program?
Well, I can't comment on that other than to say that there's nothing any government is doing or any country in the world is doing now to help Iran that is in any way impeding our mission. Do they have countries that have helped them in the past? Yes, they have. I mean, and by the way, Iran also helps other countries by providing drones and rockets and things of that nature that they've developed themselves. But understand this, Iran, this is a country that has trouble coming up with drinking water. This is a country whose economy is in shambles. It's going to be even worse off after this operation. This is a country whose people have been protesting in the streets because not just the lack of freedom, but the lack of economic opportunity, because they've taken all of their money, all the money they have, the little money they have because of sanctions, and they've invested all of it in sponsoring terrorism, in building long-range missiles, increasing the range of their missiles every year, and building thousands of them, and building these one-way attack drones that they're using against their neighbors. This is what they put their money towards, and this is what they were going to continue to do. They refused to negotiate on missiles.
One thing that a lot of people don't realize is that the number of missiles the Islamic Republic was making every year was much higher than the number of interceptors United States was making every year. It's a lot easier to make missiles than it is to make interceptors. And that imbalance at some point would have gotten to the point where even if the Islamic Republic, even if they didn't have a nuclear weapon, that deterrence capability would mean that they could basically spread terrorism so much and expand their influence around the region to the point that by itself would mean that they just have to the whole world would have to just tolerate whatever the Islamic Republic does, even if they didn't have a nuclear weapon once it reaches a number.
Yeah, and that's the other thing that we have to keep in mind. Like what you said is absolutely correct. You know, look at what the Islamic regime is doing right now with like the minimal amount of, ballistic missiles or whatever that they have left. Imagine what they would be like if they acquired a nuclear bomb. Guys, if the Islamic regime was able to acquire a nuclear bomb, the price of oil would go up to like $500 a barrel and no one would be able to do anything about it. Right?
Yeah.
So it's wild to me how a lot of people miss that, right? They miss that and they're just looking at the short term, but they don't realize that, okay, if the Islamic regime was able to acquire a nuclear bomb, then they would hold the entire world hostage indefinitely. I mean, except for the United States, because the United States doesn't rely on the Strait of Hormuz as much, but right? So it's crazy that people don't see this. So President Trump is literally doing the world a favor, not just Iranians, not just Americans. He's doing the entire world a favor. And a lot of people don't see that.
Yeah, they would just, if they had a nuclear bomb, they would just close the Strait of Hormuz and, start collecting, tolls for every ship, and they would just own the entire area, and there's nothing anybody could do about it. And that money would go straight to expanding their terrorist arms around the region and eventually the entire world.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They refuse to even negotiate on terrorism, and they refuse to negotiate on enrichment. They demand the right to enrich. So for all these people out there talking about how this could have been avoided, they were given every opportunity in multiple talks, and all they did is either reject or delay. And that's not going to happen under President Trump. He's not going to allow Iran to become a nuclear power on his watch and threaten America now or in the future.
Mr. Secretary, I guess the ideal situation would be a negotiated settlement. The president gave and had said publicly over and over again before Midnight Hammer and before Operation Epic Fury, and he's saying to the people that the fourth, fifth tier, whatever level of leadership remains, he's saying to them now he would prefer a negotiated settlement. Now, apparently they have some power because they promised the president that they would allow 20 specific tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. And my understanding is those tankers made it through. So they must have some degree of power. The difference here is, will the fourth, fifth tier level of leadership, will they be smarter than tier 1, 2, and 3? And will they make the deal, or will they be facing, death themselves in the near future?
Well, first of all, we can't ignore that for 47 years, they've avoided and rejected any effort to negotiate. That doesn't mean we're going to stop trying. President Trump always would rather have negotiations than war. And he will always, we gave him 60 days early last year. We gave him additional time to negotiate after Midnight Hammer again earlier this year. But each and every time, those things have proved fruitless. But we're going to keep trying. There are messages being exchanged. There are talks going on. There is the potential for direct meeting at some point. We're always going to be open for that. But we're not going to be, what President Trump is not going to allow is he's not going to allow fake negotiations to be used as a delay tactic, to buy more time, to buy themselves space. That's what he's not going to allow. You know, the Biden administration spent 4 years trying to resurrect the Obama nuclear deal with Iran. They spent 4 years trying to talk to the Iranians, and they strung them along for 4 years. And I think they thought they could string this administration along for 4 years, but they're not going to string along President Trump. He's not going to fall for their games. He hasn't fallen for their games. So we'll always be prepared to talk, but we're not going to allow that or the failure of talks to impede our ability to defend this country and to protect this country from a real threat. It's a threat to the world. It's not just a threat to America. The difference is President Trump is the only leader in the world with both the capability and, frankly, the guts to do something about it.
Mr. Secretary, let's go back to the 60% enriched uranium. Clearly, that can never end up in the wrong hands. That would be an existential threat to the world, to the United States specifically here. So either they're going to give that up willingly, or can we entomb it? I've been reading a lot of articles about that possibility. Or is it something, if they don't agree to give it up willingly, that we will just have to take possession of on our own?
Well, I'm not going to discuss tactics or options that are available to the president. I will say that there's a very simple, there's no use for 60% enriched uranium. I know we're getting a little technical here, but there's no use for it. You don't use it to create electricity. You don't use it to create anything for medical purposes. The only reason to have 60% enriched uranium is to be able to enrich it to 90% and put it in a bomb. That's the only reason to have it. Iran has no reason to have it. They should give it up. They've been given multiple opportunities to give it up. They've had multiple countries, including countries they consider friendly to them, approach them and say, turn it over to us. They continue to refuse to do so. So why do they continue to refuse to turn over 60% enriched uranium? There's only one reason, and that is because they want to hold it and keep it to one day use it to build a bomb. That's the only way. And they were going to hide behind all of these missiles, all of these drones, their Navy and their Air Force. They were going to keep building those up to the point where then they would say to the world, you can't do anything about it because we'll launch these missiles against you and destroy you. Look, this is the weakest Iran has ever been. This is the weakest Iran certainly has been in 25 years. Right now, look at the damage they've been able to inflict on their neighbors at their weakest point. Imagine 2 years from now when they had the opportunity to double the number of missiles they had, to double the number of drones they had. Imagine that. That was not going to happen. The president was not going to allow that to happen. That's why he took action. And again, I want to remind, because I hear these news reports and it's very frustrating that we don't know what the objectives are. The objectives are very clear. I want to repeat them again, and we're going to achieve all 4 of them. We're going to destroy their Air Force. We already have done it. We're going to destroy their Navy. We've largely done that. We're going to destroy their factories that make these missiles and these drones. And we are going to severely degrade their missile launchers so that they can't fire these multiple salvos against their neighbors and threaten us, threaten our troops in the region, and threaten our allies in the region. And we are well on our way to achieving all 4 of those objectives. Those objectives will be achieved. They'll be achieved here very soon.
Let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz. 20% of the world's oil supply passes through there on a daily basis. You have steadfastly
Goldie, can we listen to the 4 objectives one more time? The 4 objectives that he mentioned. Yeah.
Hold it and keep it to one day use it to build a bomb. That's the only way. And they were going to hide behind all of these missiles, all of these drones, their Navy and their Air Force. They were going to keep building those up to the point where then they would say to the world, you can't do anything about it because we'll launch these missiles against you and destroy you. Look, this is the weakest Iran has ever been. This is the weakest Iran certainly has been in 25 years. Right now, look at the damage they've been able to inflict on their neighbors at their weakest point. Imagine 2 years from now when they had the opportunity to double the number of missiles they had, to double the number of drones they had. Imagine that. That was not going to happen. The president was not going to allow that to happen. That's why he took action. And again, I want to remind, because I hear these news reports and it's very frustrating that we don't know what the objectives are. The objectives are very clear. I want to repeat them again, and we're going to achieve all 4 of them. We're going to destroy their Air Force. We already have done it. We're going to destroy their Navy. We've largely done that. We're going to destroy their factories that make these missiles and these drones. And we are going to severely degrade their missile launchers so that they can't fire these multiple salvos against their neighbors and threaten us, threaten our troops in the region, and threaten our allies in the region. And we are well on our way to achieving all four of those objectives. Those objectives will be achieved.
Goldie, so
They'll be achieved
interesting.
here very soon.
It's interesting because he didn't include the already existing enriched uranium inside Iran. He didn't put them on that list.
What do you mean?
So unless I missed it, he didn't mention the 60% enriched uranium that is already in Iran. Like, as removing that from inside Iran, he didn't include that in his list.
But wouldn't that just be directly like included within like no nuclear enrichment, like no ability to make nuclear bombs?
I mean, none of the stuff that he said necessarily includes that. Maybe I missed it.
The president was not going to allow that to happen. That's why he took action.
Okay.
And again, I want to remind, because I hear these news reports and it's very frustrating that we don't know what the objectives are. The objectives are very clear. I want to repeat them again, and we're going to achieve all four of them. We're going to destroy their Air Force. We already have done it. We're going to destroy their Navy. We've largely done that. We're going to destroy their factories that make these missiles and these drones. And we are going to severely degrade their missile launchers so that they can't fire these multiple salvos against their neighbors and threaten us, threaten our troops in the region, and threaten our allies in the region.
You know, it could have just been like he just, a misspeak, right? Because I've done interviews before, and I've talked about objectives, and then I've said one thing instead of something else, because sometimes these things, it's going so quickly that sometimes you just forget. I honestly think that that's what it is, because I've literally been in the same situation where the poor guy, he doesn't have a lot of sleep, right? He's working overtime. So I'm pretty sure that it was probably just because in the beginning, when he talks about the first two objectives, they're very, very similar. So the first two objectives are pretty much the same thing. So one of them was probably meant to be nuclear, because President Trump is still talking about all that stuff. Or the other thing is he could be speaking about military objectives only, which is different, right?
So devil's advocate again. Somebody might suggest that they're removing that because they want to exit the military operations without doing that. They assessed whether they could do that using some ground operations. They saw that it's too complicated and dangerous for the lives of the American soldiers. So now they have scrapped that. So the reason why they're not including that in the four objectives is because they decided not to go for it. And they're saying these were the objectives. We already done most of it and we're out. So I'm just saying this is the devil's advocate.
That could be the devil's advocate, but he spoke about nuclear for the whole first part of this, so it's pretty, it's pretty much implied, right? No nuclear weapons whatsoever. So I think he might just be referring to military objectives here, probably. But I don't see this as them changing the objectives in any way, shape, or form. Nuclear is pretty much implied. Right? That's pretty much implied. And President Trump has made it very clear. So he's probably just speaking about the military objectives, right? What the military was supposed to do, type of thing.
Guys, I see some people get angry saying, come on, Armin. Guys, I'm just putting these other ways of looking at things just for us to consider. Don't get upset with me, okay?
Yeah, guys, it's called having a conversation. It's called having a political discussion. That's the whole point of having, Armin and I here to bounce ideas back and forth. That's the whole point of that. So yeah, no, I appreciate that, Armin. That is a good point. But I would counter with saying that, it's pretty much implied, and he's speaking about, different military objectives here.
Yeah. Okay.
And we are well on our way to achieving all four of those objectives. Those objectives will be achieved. They'll be achieved here very soon.
Let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz. 20% of the world's oil supply passes through there on a daily basis. You have steadfastly said they will not be allowed to have tolling system where they get to charge countries to pass through millions of dollars, number one. And number two, this is about the free flow of oil at market prices. This is critical to the world's economy, obviously, not so much the American economy. And that brings up the issue of NATO, which I'll get to in a second. How important and how do you determine whether or not that it will be okay for U.S. Forces to withdraw, knowing and having confidence that the Strait will be open for the free flow of oil?
Well, the Straits of Hormuz, those are international waters, right? So anything Iran does to impede commercial traffic is illegal. For all these countries that love to talk about international law, it is a violation of international maritime law to impede the free flow of travel in international waters. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, it's illegal to bomb and hit and attack commercial shipping and sink them. I mean, that's what the Nazis did during World War II in the Atlantic. And that's what they're doing now to ships that from countries they don't like, that are flagged by countries they don't like. These are terroristic acts that they're undertaking. And so the United States gets very little energy through the Straits of Hormuz. Our allies ship out a lot of oil through there, meaning our Gulf allies, and certainly countries in Asia and Europe depend on it. We depend very little on the Straits. So this, if in fact Iran decides to set up a toll, if in fact Iran decides that they're going to illegally control the Straits of Hormuz or decide they're going to try to do that, look, I imagine that'll be the president's call, whether he wants to help. But this is a problem for the world. It's countries around the world should be stepping up and dealing with that and saying that's intolerable. And that's what we've encouraged them to do.
Let me ask you about NATO. You said that our NATO allies have been disappointing. Specifically, I know you're talking about Spain, Great Britain, France, even Italy now, and that after all of this is done, we will re-examine this relationship. And especially when it comes to, we pay 2/3 of the freight when it comes to NATO defense. And if it's just, quote, about us defending Europe, you said, at this point, how do we call that? And we can't have our landing rights in European nations, our allies, at a time when we need them. What good is that alliance? And is the NATO alliance at risk?
Sean, I've been one of the strongest defenders of NATO during my time as a United States Senator because I found great value in it. And it wasn't just about defending Europe. I said it also allowed us to have military bases in Europe that allowed us to project power into different parts of the world when our national security was threatened. If now we have reached a point where the NATO alliance means that we can't use those bases, that in fact, that we can no longer use those bases to defend America's interests, then NATO is a one-way street. The NATO is simply about us having troops in Europe to defend Europe. But when we need their help, not their help, we're not asking them to conduct airstrikes. When we need them to allow us to use their military bases, their answer is no. Then why are we in NATO? You have to ask that question. Why do we have billions and billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars, over the years, trillions of dollars, and all these American forces stationed in the region? If we can only use, in our time of need, we're not going to be allowed to use those bases. So I think there's no doubt, unfortunately, after this conflict is concluded, we are going to have to re-examine that relationship. We're going to have to re-examine the value of NATO and that alliance for our country. Ultimately, that's a decision for the president to make, and he'll have to make it. We're going to finish the job here. As I said, we're very, very close to achieving our objectives on all of these things that I've outlined. But I do think, unfortunately, we are going to have to re-examine whether or not this alliance that has served this country well for a while is still serving that purpose, or is it now become a one-way street where America is simply in a position to defend Europe, but when we need the help of our allies, they're going to deny us basing rights and they're going to deny us overflight? I think these are very legitimate questions that we need to be asking, and this are going to have to be very carefully examined after this conflict is over.
We pay 2/3 of that budget. We spend nearly $1 trillion a year. I'd be negligent while I have you if I didn't ask for an update on Venezuela. You met earlier today with the Venezuelan opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado. Right now, Delcy Rodriguez seems to have been working well with the U.S. And if you can give us an update on Cuba, which seems its fall seems somewhat imminent.
Well, on Venezuela, you remember we had a three-pronged plan. The first was stabilization. We didn't want the country having a mass migration. We didn't want civil war. We didn't want upheaval in the streets. That's largely been achieved. In fact, we have not seen any of that. The second is a phase of recovery. And that's where we're in the recovery phase right now, where you're seeing not just economic recovery going on in Venezuela, but you're also seeing an economic recovery in a way that's good for the United States. I mean, they are shipping all of that oil to our refineries. and that money's the profits from that is being deposited into bank accounts controlled by the United States Treasury, and the money is going to the benefit of the Venezuelan people, not being stolen. Part of that recovery is you've seen hundreds of political prisoners freed. You've seen this very infamous jail that they were putting all the political prisoners has been closed. It's only been 3 months. What's been achieved in Venezuela in just 3 months is nothing short of extraordinary. Ultimately, there will have to be a transition phase. There will have to be free and fair elections in Venezuela, and that point has to come. And that has to, it's not forever, but we have to be patient, but we also can't be complacent. And so I feel very good about the progress we've made in Venezuela in 3 months, and all the doomsdayers that were saying after Maduro was taken prisoner, as he should have been, and brought to justice, that all these things were going to go terribly wrong. Well, I think they need to admit that they were wrong. So far, so good over the last 3 months in Venezuela. The case of Cuba is actually tragic. Cuba has an economic model that wouldn't work anywhere in the world. They don't have an economic model. They don't have an economy in Cuba. There literally is no economy. And sadly, the people in charge of the apparatus of government there are both incompetent and unable to solve these problems. So I think Cuba's in need of two things, economic reforms and political reform. You cannot fix their economy if you don't change their system of government. And but they're in a lot of trouble. There's no doubt about it. And, we'll have more news on that fairly soon. We're working on that as well.
And you stand by weeks, not months, away from this conflict coming to an end, sir?
Yes. Yeah, I think we're very close to achieving our objectives. I don't want to put a timeline on it, but we can see the finish line. The finish line meaning we will have achieved all of the objectives that the president outlined, and those are important because if we achieve those objectives, we will make it nearly impossible for Iran to have a nuclear weapon anytime in the near future, and the world will be a safer place, and our country will be safer, which is the number one job the president has, to keep Americans safe. President Trump will always keep Americans safe, and that's what he's doing now. And thank God he's doing it, because multiple American presidents had the opportunity to do something about it and either did nothing or made it worse.
All right, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, thank you for being with us.
Hey, Sean.
I'm very hopeful. I'm very hopeful. I feel like there's a lot of good things coming.
The last part where he said that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon for the foreseeable future, he didn't say ever. He said for a long time. Sometimes the language seems like the plan is to just delay it for 20 years. Again, I know I'm just being devil's advocate, rather than a permanent solution, like a 20-year solution or a multi-decade solution.
So I think he's saying that to keep the regime on their toes, right? It's all about confusing the regime and making them think that they might have a chance of survival.
Yep. Just like the last 2 times they did that.
It's also interesting. Did you see President Trump's Truth Social post about the new president?
No, show us.
Oh my gosh. They're کاملا اینا رو گیج کردن. They're doing something and it's just totally confused the Islamic regime. Look at this. Armin, what does this mean? What do you think this means? He says Iran's new regime president, much less radicalized and far more intelligent than his predecessors, has just asked the United States of America for a ceasefire. We will consider when Hormuz Strait is open, free, and clear. Until then, we are blasting Iran into oblivion, or as they say, back to the Stone Ages. President.
So yeah, Pezeshkian, we read Pezeshkian's statement yesterday. We talked about, huh?
Do you want to bring it up again? His statement?
Well, I don't know if I should find it, but it's funny because Pezeshkian has no influence right now. He's like a nobody. He's completely irrelevant. But I guess President Trump is using his statement, as a way to humiliate the Islamic Republic and demonstrate that they're weak and that they're begging. And Goldie,
Armin, this is the question I have for you. Yeah. President Trump is saying Iran's new regime president. Who is he referring to?
Well, I think he's referring to Pezeshkian, but that is the president of the new regime instead of the old regime.
Okay.
I think it's just referring because it does match with this, It says Iran's President Pezeshkian says the country is ready to end the war, but only if there are guarantees against future attacks. So the reason why I think he's talking about Pezeshkian, because his statement, President Trump's statement, matches this event. He also said the U.S. does not believe in diplomacy and warned that the Strait of Hormuz has been closed to aggressors. He doesn't really hold power. He's an IRGC puppet. Well, he's not an IRGC puppet. He's like a nobody. The IRGC, like, it's worse than a puppet. He's like useless to them. And now that he said that, and now that President Trump is positively responding to it, I think his life is in danger. Goldie, if the news comes out that Pezeshkian died under bombardment, I'm going to be actually skeptical that he died under bombardment. I'm going to think that maybe the IRGC killed him, and I'm like, oopsie, he died under bombardment. There's a chance that they just kill him and then just announce that he died under bombardment.
You know what's really, really funny, Armin? For years, we have been trying to tell the world that these elections are completely irrelevant and unimportant because ultimately this is an Islamic dictatorship. The Ayatollahs and the IRGC are in charge. You know, the president or, you know, whoever, like, these people are useless. These people have no power, no say, no control in anything. They're just basically, you know, useful idiots for the Islamic regime. And guys, basically, think of it as just like, you know, a cushy bureaucratic position, right? It's people who have been part of the Islamic regime, you know, and this is basically sort of like they just do this for fun type of thing. Of course, now Pezeshkian's being screwed over, but we've always said these guys have literally no power or no control over anything, and now everyone else is seeing that, right? Like we told you these people are irrelevant. They have, like, the IRGC is not gonna listen to like these people, right? So, and you know, going back to President Trump's statement, Armin, what's really interesting is that yes, he talks about ceasefire, but you know what President Trump says is we will consider a ceasefire when Hormuz Strait is open, free, and clear. So basically, he's saying the new regime president, whoever that is, has asked us for a ceasefire. We will consider it. This President Trump isn't saying, and this is the thing, like, media are spinning this, and you know, people who are kind of like glazing over this are not getting the true meaning here. President Trump is not agreeing to a ceasefire. President Trump is saying that when the Hormuz Strait is open, free, and clear, then and only then will he start thinking about whether or not he wants a ceasefire, right? So he's saying, I'm not even going to think about whether or not I'm going to agree to a ceasefire. I'll only start thinking about maybe a ceasefire after the Strait of Hormuz is open and free and clear. And then he's like, and until then, we're just going to keep on bombing them back to, you know, the Stone Ages. So, but for some reason, again, people are taking this as, oh no, like President Trump is agreeing to a ceasefire. I'm like, he's not.
I mean, he says he's not right there.
He says, like, how is it the sentence where he says we're going to keep on blasting them into oblivion, showing that he's like in any way, shape, or form agreeing to a ceasefire, right?
The only thing he's doing here is putting Pezeshkian's life in danger because I know, because I follow them, a lot of pro-regime people are like pulling their hair out right now looking at this. They're like, and they're saying, shut the F up, Pezeshkian. Why are you making us look weak? We don't want to end this war. We're winning against the Americans and Israelis, and we want to continue. And you're making us look weak by going out and say, like, we're looking for the end of this war. And they're like, Goldie, they hate him. Like the pro-regime people, they hate this man with a passion. And they think that Pezeshkian is a Zionist spy. And so many times they're wondering, why have we not executed him already?
That's so funny. That's really funny. Yeah, I think it's hilarious because these people are all part of the regime. They're all, you know, they all have blood on their hands. They're all terrorists. They're all criminals. So I'm
Yeah.
actually really enjoying the fact that they're going after one another and like they're literally imploding from within.
Yeah. And they would say, you know what they would say? They said, like, we told you, he's a Zion. We've been saying for years he's a Zionist spy, and this is proof because only a Zionist spy would come and suggest that we will surrender in the middle of a war that we're winning. That's why we would say that this is proof.
So funny. Funny. You have to show us some of this. All right, so let's go to your videos because I'm looking forward to seeing the news and everything that you have. Guys, and then apparently at like 6:30 around, well, I think at like 6:24 p.m. Eastern time, there's going to be like a rocket launched to the moon. So we might have to tune in for that because that's just kind of cool.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Where
It's the Artemis. The United States is launching the United States is launching a rocket to the moon, which hasn't happened in a very long time. And we have been so we've been so like, you know, involved with Iran Revolution Live that like we've totally missed that news. But that's happening. Yeah, okay. Of course, Rosie wants to watch the rocket launch. So we will watch the rocket launch, guys. Because it totally irrelevant to Iran Revolution Live, but it is kind of cool. It is kind of historical, so we will watch it.
I was thinking we should Goldie, what do you think if sometimes we also just spend time answering people's questions in the chat? Is that
I think that's a fantastic idea. So if you want to just answer people's questions in the chat right now, you're more than welcome to, because I know people probably have a lot of questions.
Oh, okay. Let me just do very few updates, and then we could go do that. Okay. So several explosions hit the area around Tehran's Mehrabad airport on the evening of March 30th, while a car loudspeaker in the street played Nohe, which is like a religious song, a form of religious lament rooted in Shia mourning rituals and often repurposed by the Islamic Republic for political mobilization. So let's just look this footage and then we'll go to the So this is the car. I hear from my friends, like they put these cars everywhere. Like there's so many places where they're just parking these cars with loudspeakers and they're putting religious songs just to make the atmosphere look like the Islamic Republic is in control. So that's the car there. And look, and then while that car is playing that, you have an explosion at the airport. Oh, there's another one there. Those are the planes. Just so casually. And the car just keeps playing the song. More explosion. It's interesting how this just become like just a casual thing now in Iran. Like people walking, driving, and explosions in the background. Songs are playing, and then just like it's just becoming a normal thing that keeps going on. Oh, the car stopped playing? Oh, the girl is like, what happened? Like, why did you stop playing? The girl is like, Chisho. Look at this. He's not reciting anymore. Oh, got scared? Oh my god, that was so cute. The girl's like, keep playing your music, your religious music. Oh, there. How, like, you see how calm the girl is? Like, she's like not like, oh, wow, shocked. Like it's just a normal thing. The girl recording this was more surprised by the car stop playing the music than any of the explosion. Oh my god. She's like,
And then, you know what's crazy is that today, like when I was doing the Piers Morgan thing, Ana Kasparian was like yelling at me, like, you know, like an uncontrollable crazy woman. She's like, I care about the civilians in Iran that are dying by Israeli bombs. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, you're a crazy woman right now. Like, you can't get through these people, right? So I basically had to sit there suffering through Ana Kasparian yelling at me because apparently Iranian civilians are dying. Meanwhile, we've shown like footage after footage after footage of just Iranians being super chill. Like, she's just insane. When can you watch? So the episode is coming out on Piers Morgan at 3 p.m. Eastern, so in about 40 minutes. However, Armin has to go for his group discussion. So we're going to hold off on doing a live watch party until Armin gets back. And we're going to have a special guest. Elika Lebon is also going to join us at 5 p.m. for the live watch party so that Elika can also give her thoughts on everything as well. So yeah, so we're going to watch it at 5 p.m. all together with Armin and of course our special guest Elika. So she'll be here too.
Thank you, Goldie. That's
Yeah.
thank you for waiting for me. You guys are
Of
so
course, because I know there's going to be a lot of places where you're going to be yelling as well, and so you know everyone appreciates that.
Okay. Thank you.
But I
Okay,
mean, I
thank
think
you.
like at one point, I'm pretty sure she was yelling at me, and I think I was just like I'm not even going to bother responding to you. Like, you're crazy.
Okay.
I was like, I would think I was like, you're crazy. I have nothing to say to you.
Goldie, if I like, I know this is not the right strategy, but I would be yelling back. Should I be yelling back? Like, if she's yelling at me, I would be yelling back at her.
Yeah, I mean, if that's your strategy, go for it, right? If that's your
Oh my
strategy.
god.
So
I don't know if that's a good idea. People are like, oh no, we have our crazy person too now. Okay. Anyways. Okay, let's see. So Arakshi just came out and said this.
Oh, is this new?
I hope yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Explain
It's so.
this.
Wait, can I just say though, it was so funny yesterday. He was like hiding among civilians wearing a hoodie.
Yeah. Human shield, yeah. Look at me, so brave outside among all these civilians that I know that the Israelis would never attack. So brave. Yeah. Wait, how long is this? Okay, let's watch this.
Explained this many times. We truly do not attack our friends in the Persian Gulf region.
Oh, wow. Wow.
What?
Okay. Sure, buddy. Sure. Okay. You don't. Goldie, we all have been imagining all of the rockets that go and drones that go all over the region, and every single country except Afghanistan and Pakistan, I think. But almost every other country in the region has received a missile or a drone. And like, we don't attack them. Okay. Those are just like, yeah, we've just been dreaming that for sure. Sure.
We attack American facilities, American forces, and American targets that unfortunately are located in these countries.
You know, Goldie, even if we ignore the fact that they've been hitting commercial areas and residential areas, right? Because they say like, well, if we hit a hotel because there were American soldiers living, staying at that hotel. Well, if we hit residential area, that was a U.S. soldier like living right there at that place. Your missiles are not that accurate. Your missiles are not that accurate for you to be able like, oh, room number 126 at this hotel, hit that one because there's an American staying there. You when you're hitting residential and commercial areas, we know you're not going to be able to target them, and you're just unleashing it on civilian areas. We know that. Who are you fooling? Oh, Al Jazeera, of course.
There may be collateral damage, but our targets are only American objectives in these countries. There is a reality that no one can deny. The United States is using the territory, airspace, and waters of these countries to attack Iran. There is substantial evidence and documentation for this.
You know what? Even if we accept this, which is BS, because you have been killing more civilians than American soldiers, it's not true the other way around. The Americans are actually targeting militants and military bases in Iran and trying to save civilian casualties. But based on your own criteria, then that means that you shouldn't be able to come and complain that civilians are dying in Iran. Based on your own criteria, if it's fair for you, then it's also fair for the Americans. And they have less civilian to combatant casualty ratio than you do.
Even the Americans themselves have said it. They have admitted where the guided missiles fired at Iran were launched from. Are they fired from 2000?
They launched from their military bases. None of the missiles by the American are launched from residential areas, unlike your missiles that are right in the middle of a Bakali and someone else's home.
1,000 kilometers away? No, they are launched from within the region. When their aircraft take off from their ships, where do they refuel? They have no other way. They refuel.
Oh yeah, they refuel in the hotel in Burj Al Khalifa. You know, the F-35s come like in the helicopter pad of Burj Al Khalifa, and they just refuel there. That's why you hit Burj Al Khalifa, or was it Burj Al which Burj did they hit? But that very famous hotel in Dubai. That's where the F-35s refuel, apparently.
In the region, through American aerial tankers stationed at their bases there.
Well, then then hit the bases. Why are you hitting hotels and residential areas?
The American F-15s were in Kuwait, and according to them, they were mistakenly shot down. Well, anyone can ask, what were they doing in Kuwait? It was clear that
everybody already knows that they have bases in Kuwait. He's talking as if like, let me tell you, Americans have bases in these Arab countries around the Persian Gulf. Wow, mind blown. We didn't know that. You expose them. What were they doing in Kuwait? Guys, did you guys know Americans have military bases in these countries? Wow. By the way, don't mention Kuwait, because Kuwaitis actually took down 2 American planes, fighter jets, by mistake, and you haven't taken down a single one, which is actually more embarrassing for you, because Kuwaitis did that accidentally, and you haven't managed to be able to do one, even though intentionally.
they were using Kuwait's airspace to attack Iran. The fact that the United States is using the airspace, territory, and waters of these countries against Iran is a reality. We only target American objectives located in these countries, places that provide services to these forces and where they gather.
Yeah, so everybody is lying. Everybody is lying, okay? It's only this guy that is telling the truth. Guys, obviously, we shouldn't believe the imperialist Americans and Zionist Jewish Israelis. Nobody would believe them. But other than them, the Kuwaitis are lying, the Emiratis are lying, the Saudis are lying, even Qataris are lying, the Omanis are lying, you know, the Turkish people are lying, Iraqis are lying, everybody is lying. Everybody, when they come in like, oh, these people are attacking our civilian centers and commercial and civilian centers, like everybody is making stuff up. Only this guy is telling that, nope, we're not. Okay, he's telling the truth. The whole world is lying and he's telling the truth. Sure, buddy. Okay.
American newspapers themselves have admitted that American soldiers hide in hotels and office buildings in Persian Gulf countries.
Yeah, guys, the Islamic Republic missiles are so precise and so accurate, okay? So if American soldiers are staying in a hotel, these people have figured out the technology to get the missiles that they're sending to Dubai to go into the lobby, ask the personnel, ask the staff, where is room, I don't know, 42, and they guide the way. The missile goes to the elevator, goes to level 4, finds room number 42, and then knock, and the American soldier, who's there, like, are you American? They say yes, and then boom. That's how precise and accurate these missiles are, okay? So, like, because there are American soldiers in some of these hotels, that's the reason it hit the hotel, as if they have missiles that actually could go target where these Americans are staying.
In reality, they are using the people of the Persian Gulf as human shields. Why do they not see this reality? We did not start this war. The United States started this war, and the Zionist regime...
The United States started this war. Amman بود وزارت رو رفت اشغال کرد. These are... Who was it? Like, guys, 47 years ago, who was it Who was it that went and captured the U.S. embassy in Tehran and took hostage all the Americans there, American staff that were not even soldiers? Who was it? You started this 47 years ago. Who was it that promised? Without even the Israelis weren't even attacked. You didn't even matter to the Israelis when the 1979 Islamic Republic revolution happened, and you just came out like, we're gonna wipe out Israel. And the Israelis were so not at war with you. They even helped you in your war with Saddam, even though you were promising them to wipe them out. The Israelis helped you in your war with Saddam. And then even after that, you're like, yeah, we're still going to wipe you out. We're still going to completely wipe out Israel. And you also promised to completely destroy the United States at some point. For 47 years. Guys, I don't know if you studied international law, but based on my limited understanding, when you say that you're going to destroy Israel and the United States, that's a declaration of war. That is the declaration of war against another country.
Yeah, it's true.
Started it.
Yep. Okay. Confirmed by a politician. There you go.
Former international trade lawyer.
There you go.
I know a thing or two about international law.
Yeah, well, thank you. Well, mine was limited, so then thank you for confirming that.
Zionist regime started it, using their bases in these areas. Our friends in the Persian Gulf region should complain about the United States and the Zionist regime and condemn them instead of complaining about us. Why have they never condemned the aggression against Iran? Instead,
well, thank you for confirming that. Thank you for confirming that none of them are blaming Israel, and they're all of them are blaming you. This is a huge admission by you. It might be, I mean, this is me thinking out of the box here. The fact that everybody is blaming you and not it, the fact that Arab Muslim countries are not blaming Israel and blaming you is probably because it's your fault. Have you stopped to wonder why everybody, all the countries, not forget the Americans and Israelis, all other countries are blaming me as well? It might be because it's my fault. Maybe, just maybe.
they condemn
But no, it's not me, it's them.
us for defending ourselves. That is really not fair. We want our friends in the region.
Well, yeah, we are just only, they're condemning us for defending ourselves, defending our the pan-Shia, pan-Islamic Shia imperialist agenda, taking over Iraq and Lebanon and Yemen, and then promising and Syria, and then promising that one day we're going to invade Saudi Arabia, openly saying that we're going Saudi Arabia is next, and then Israel. By the way, that's true. A lot of people think that their next target was Israel. No, the Islamic Republic openly in front of Ali Khamenei. They have songs about the fact that one day they're going to invade Saudi Arabia and change their flag to Haydar Karrar. They brag about that. They have songs about that. Ali Khamenei would listen to them sing those songs. So yeah, you were what were you defending? Were you defending Iran, or were you defending your Shia imperialist agenda, invading every country in the region and then Saudi Arabia? And eventually, who was it that during the Iran-Iraq war kept on singing that the way to Jerusalem goes through Karbala, through Iraq? You need to capture Iraq first and then go for Jerusalem. You guys have promised that one day you're going to capture the Mecca, Medina, all of Iraq, and then eventually Jerusalem. You named your intelligence, the Quds army, the part of the IRGC that is responsible for our operations outside of the borders of Iran. You named it after Jerusalem. You named it Quds because that's the final destination of that army. You're signaling to the whole world that your entire goal is to eventually invade Israel and take it over. I'm like, oh, we're just defending ourselves. Sure.
To live with dignity and pride. We respect Arab sovereignty. We do not.
Well, we respect Arab. Amman بود میگفت ما عراق رو فتح کردیم. These people will come to us on state TV, tell us that we control all of Iraq and all of Syria and all of Lebanon now. It's ours now. They said that our borders have expanded to these countries. They will brag about it to us on state TV. Oh, we respect the sovereignty of these countries. Wait, Goldie, just yesterday, was it just yesterday that Lebanon told their ambassador of the Islamic Republic in Lebanon to get the F out of here? And then they were like, nope, we're staying. This is the first time it has happened in history. First time. This is imperialism. This is actual imperialism. Lebanon, the official government of Lebanon said, you are not welcome here. Go back to Iran. And they're like, no, we're staying, and there's nothing you could do about it. Never in history has an ambassador stayed in the country after the official government has said you need to go. This is a statement that we control. We have more say in what happens in Lebanon than the official government of Lebanon. That is imperialism. That is you not respecting the sovereignty of Arab countries, as you just said here right now.
Can I also say something, guys? I want to translate something. So Armin keeps on saying this one phrase in Persian. He's like, amam goft, amam goft. So it's like a sarcastic way of, so it's like when someone says something, like you're calling out a person for saying something and they're like, oh no, I never said that. The response is like, amam goft, which is like, oh no, yeah, you're right. It was my aunt that said that, right? So that's why Armin, like when he's like disagreeing with IRGC, he's like, oh yeah, you're right. It was my aunt that said that. So that's just, it's very funny.
No offense to aunties. It's just a saying.
It's just a very common phrase. Like, oh, it wasn't you. It must have been my aunt who said that, right? Like, it's just like, it's basically sarcasm. It's calling out someone's like BS. It's pronounced amam goft. There you go. Let me just put that in there.
Yeah.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Yeah, okay. Let me see if there's only a few more seconds left of this nonsense.
We respect Arab sovereignty.
We respect, oh my God. This is the biggest joke that he has said in this entire video. We respect Arab sovereignty.
We do not insult them the way their American friends sometimes do. The United States has made very insulting remarks about the leaders of the Persian Gulf countries, but we speak to them.
Then why are they so eager to go to America and tell them to please finish the job inside Iran? Why is it that the Saudis and the Emiratis are telling the Americans, please do not leave here until the Islamic Republic is done?
With respect.
Yeah, we speak to them with so much respect while we're bombing them. At least we're polite. Trump is talking to you with such an insulting, language. We're so polite, right before and after we bomb you, we treat you with respect. Unbelievable. Anyways, going from one Islamic leader to another Islamic leader, Starmer said something. Let's see what Starmer said. So Starmer apparently has come out and said that so this sounded like a good news. They're talking about securing the Strait of Hormuz. That sounded like a good news, but then it says after the war ends. Wow, I didn't know you needed that after the war ends. At first I thought like, oh wow, this is actually good news. They're gonna come and help secure the Strait of Hormuz. But then he clarified, yeah, once the war ends. Okay. What? Okay. How is that helpful? How is that helpful? I don't understand. Let's listen to him.
The conflict in the Middle East has now entered a second month. And while we're working at pace for de-escalation and peace, it is now...
Wait, this audio is very low. Let me see if I could find a better one. Or is it fine? Was it fine? Or
it was low. It was low.
It was low. Okay, here. Let me find it. Maybe this one is better. Hopefully this one is better.
Okay.
No, this is just the Q&A part. Okay, I need to stop my screen and then share it again share the entire browser. Oh, let me put this over here so people can see my private messages. There we go. That's better.
share screen, entire screen share audio. This one.
Okay, let's use audio boost. Where is it? Oh, here. To 400%. And then F11. There we go. Nope.
The conflict in the Middle East has now entered a second month.
Is that better, guys? Let me know if that's better.
And while we're working at pace for de-escalation and peace, it is now clear that the impact of this war will affect the future of our country.
Wow, guys, I didn't know a conflict in the around the Persian Gulf impacts the UK. I'm learning so much. First of all, he gave us the how long this has taken. Like, thank you for that information. I could have just looked that up. He's also telling us that war in one region of the world affects some other parts of the world. I am learning so much. This is so educational.
This war.
Like, did you not know this before? Like, before when President Trump said, "Hey, do you want to collaborate? Do you want to help here out here?" and you said no, were you under the impression that this will not affect you? Was that your original impression? You're not very good at politics, are you?
Will affect the future of our country.
Wow.
So today I want to reassure the British people that no matter how fierce this storm, we are well placed to weather it.
What? Who's this helping?
We have a long-term plan to emerge from it a stronger and more secure nation.
Yeah, gas prices are increasing and you have no plan for it. And you're not even helping fix it.
First, let me say once again.
Guys, you know what's going to happen? If these military operations, drag on, I mean, even if they don't, because the damage has been significant to the energy security of Europe. One of the results of all of this is that Europe is going to even fall behind even more because of their energy dependence on Russia and the Middle East. They are it's basically the future belongs to United States and China, and in all the countries that get closer to one of these two. Well, not even China. Well, not really China. China and United States, good allies of United States plus China. China is going to fall behind a little bit compared to United States, but Europe is not going to be able to catch up with all of this.
First, let me say once again, this is not our war. We will not be drawn into the conflict.
Okay, well, what a pathetic ally are you? You are how? Look at this. This is a contradiction. First, he says that we're going to weather the storm and we're going to come out more secure. Then he came out and said that we are a pathetic, useless, unreliable ally to the superpower of the planet. When he says that this is not our war and we're not going to be drawn into the conflict, you just by saying that you have made the United Kingdom less secure. And both in military sense and in energy security sense, you are signaling that NATO means nothing. Your alliance with the United States means nothing. You're unreliable. And given that the United States was testing you to see whether you're going to be there for it or not when they need you, then the United States is now forever going to be using the statement as a way to show that they could save a lot of taxpayer money by not spending on all the military cooperation that they have with you. You know what? This is why United States needs to quadruple the military cooperation, not aid, but the military cooperation it has with Israel. Okay, Israel doesn't need aid, but you need to quadruple the budget that you have when it comes to all the military cooperation that you have with Israel, because they are a proper ally. And you need to, what's the point of having military bases U.S. military bases in these countries when they get to decide when you use them, and when you really need them, you don't get to use them? Like, what the hell is the point of all of that? So just People are like, oh, this military operation is costing us a lot of money. It could actually save you a lot of money once you demonstrate that these allies are not proper allies. And then, you just shut them down and stop spending money on them. This is treason. Like, guys, if you're from the UK, this is treasonous. This is a betrayal of your security, your energy security, and your military security. United States is a superpower of our planet, and it's testing you to see if you're a proper ally. And you're like, yeah, we're not going to be dragged into this. You know how much you're going to suffer from this by demonstrating how unreliable you are?
We will not be drawn into the conflict. That is not.
Well, you're already drawn in the. Look at the energy prices at home right now. Look at the cost of food. Look at the cost of fertilizers. Look at the cost of gas. Look at the cost of heating. Look at the cost of everything. So you're in it or not. And if you don't want to do anything about it, then your citizens have to just accept that you're just going to take it.
That is not in our national interest.
It is in your national interest to secure the Strait of Hormuz. In fact, it is not. It's more in your national interest than United States, because they already have their oil and gas.
And the most effective way we can support the cost of living in Britain is to push for de-escalation.
Oh my God! I was gonna pause to guess what he said. To push for de-escalation. How are you gonna push for de-escalation? You're gonna send like a fifth letter to President Trump? Push for de-escalation with what? If you're not gonna get militarily involved, is a strongly worded letter gonna do that? Like, we're gonna push for de-escalation. What the hell does that mean? The only way that you could de-escalate is use military force. Oh. Asking people to de-escalate is not going to de-escalate things.
We can support the cost of living in Britain is to push for de-escalation in the Middle East.
Yeah, just go ask the Islamic Republic to stop it. Stop it. Guys, this is Starmer's plan for reducing prices in the UK. If they're going to go to Islamic, just stop. Cut it out. Stop. Open the Strait of Hormuz, please. What if I say please? Pretty please. Pretty please. Open the Strait of Hormuz, please. Does that work? Is that your plan?
And a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which is such a vital route for energy. To that end, we're exploring each and every diplomatic avenue that is available to us. The Foreign Secretary and the Chancellor have met their counterparts in the G7. The Defense Secretary has been in the Middle East speaking to our partners.
Yeah, just speaking, guys. They're gonna open the Strait of Hormuz without military action, but just going around and like, guys, let's open the Strait of Hormuz. Yes, yes. I think if we just keep talking about it, it will just open magically.
And the UK has now brought together 35 nations around our statement of intent.
Wow, guys, they have a statement of intent. They mean business. With 35 nations, they have a statement of intent. Oh my God, this is really scary stuff. That is impressive.
To push as one for maritime security across the Gulf.
Yeah, guys, if we don't do military operations, but if all 35 of us if we all put statements of intent, then that's going to do something. Like, if I put a statement of intent, that might not do anything. But if all 35 of us do at the same time, I'm sure the paperweight by itself is going to open the Strait of Hormuz.
And today I can announce that later this week, the Foreign Secretary will host a meeting that brings...
Oh no, guys, it's a meeting. Wow. They also are going to have another meeting.
Those nations together for the first time, where we will assess all viable diplomatic...
Oh, and they're going to assess. They have a statement of intent. They have a meeting. They're going to assess things. They're going to do everything except have some military force. Everything. All the meetings that you want. All the statements that you want, but no military contribution.
And political measures that we can take to restore freedom of navigation, guarantee the safety of trapped ships and seafarers,
Good
and
luck with
resume
that.
the movement of vital commodities. Following that meeting, we will...
Guys, somebody tell the Islamic Republic that they have a statement of intent and they had meetings. I'm sure they're gonna oh my God, we didn't know that. They didn't know. I'd actually go tell Ghalibov that these people had meetings. They're gonna shake from fear. They're gonna be terrified. They're gonna like, well, why didn't you tell us earlier? We would have opened it before you had your meeting.
Also convene our military planners to look at how we can marshal our capabilities.
So this is the part that it's got interesting, but look at this.
In that meeting, we will also convene our military planners to look at how we can marshal our capabilities and make the strait accessible and safe after the fighting has stopped.
After this is the part like, oh wow, something actually meaningful. They're gonna do something. We're gonna use their military to open the Strait of Hormuz once it's already open. Wow, so impressive, amazing. Thank you.
Because I do have to level with people on this.
Oh,
this will not be easy.
This is pathetic. Yeah, I'm sure it will not be. I'm sure it will not be, given that you're not contributing anything. Oh my God, that was pathetic, guys. I'm so sorry that this is what you have to deal with. Like,
that's okay, Armin. We were very entertained.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we were very, very entertained.
Oh my God.
I was getting you back for mocking me. Remember when I was away and you were like, if Goldie's here? Yeah, I was getting you back.
Mocking. I like that though. That's not mocking.
Oh, I know. But I was getting you back. So when you were doing your rant, you were so focused on your rant, you didn't even see what I was doing. So.
Oh really? What was she doing? I should go look back.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I could show you if you just want to see, because it was only like a few seconds ago, but you were so in your rant that you didn't even notice.
No. It's getting my nerve.
Here, let me go back a few moments here.
Guys, which one was worse, IRGC or Starmer? I can't pick. Which one is more infuriating?
So this is what I was doing while you were ranting.
The UK has now brought together 35 nations.
10. They mean this is real. If we don't do military operation, all 35 of us do at the same time. I'm sure, like the paperweight by itself is going to open the Strait of Hormuz.
And today I can announce meetings.
We will have a meeting. They're going to ask every distribution. Guys, that these are fine. It's got interesting, but look at this.
In that meeting, we will also convene our military planners to look at how we can marshal our capabilities and make the strait accessible and safe after the fighting has stopped.
After this is the part like, oh wow, something actually meaningful. They're gonna do something. We're gonna use their military to open the Strait of Hormuz once it's already open. Wow, so impressive, amazing. Thank you. Oh, that's so good.
Because
oh God, that was so good. Wow.
So, yeah, I was having a little bit of fun. Listen, we love your rants, but you know what, guys? Like, Armin's rants are well justified, right? Well justified, because guys, this is 47 years of frustration that's coming out, right? So completely justified with everything that he's saying, and I actually agree. I agree with everything Armin is saying, 100%, right? It's just this insane, like, I don't understand, like, Armin, we're not only fighting the Islamic regime to free ourselves from a Muslim Nazi occupation, we're literally fighting everyone else except for like the United States and Israel. We're fighting
Israel
media, we're fighting like the Democrats, we're fighting the jihadis, we're fighting the communists, we're fighting like the woke right podcasters, we're fighting the Israel haters, right? Because again, like on the Piers Morgan show, and it's going to go live in a few minutes, but we're not going to watch it. But literally the entire time, it was basically just, Ana Kasparian yelling about how this whole thing is just, this happens because Israel wants regime change. And then she was actually trying to, like trigger me and Elika, and she was like, regime change is not going to happen. Regime change is never going to happen. And I didn't even take the bait. I was like, I'm not even going to dignify that with a response because her opinion is irrelevant. So that's why when she interrupted me, I was just like, I don't care what you have to say. You're irrelevant. You're just a crazy person. So yeah, but she kept on saying over and over, regime change is not going to happen. The regime's going to stay. And I'm just like, wow, like you are a hateful bitch.
So
Sorry.
basically denying the vast majority of Iranian people, what they have bled for and been killed.
Yeah.
Basically just telling them that their fight has been useless all this time. Just basically spitting into their blood.
Yeah, and she's basically just supporting the Islamic regime. So,
right.
But like, I'm not gonna I wasn't gonna go and like argue with her because again, like I'm not there to argue with her or even acknowledge her existence. I'm there because Piers invited me to go on, so I go on and I say my piece. I actually didn't speak a lot this time around. So, because it didn't really. Anyways, it wasn't a good like. It was very low quality, right? Like, let's put it that way. This episode was incredibly low quality and low information to the point where even Piers Morgan had to call out like the people. Like he had to call out Ana and the other guy for like their propaganda. So anyways, I think Piers put me with them because he was trying to trigger me and I just didn't take the bait. So I'm like, I'm not going to deal with this. But I was there because I was invited and I don't want to disrespect Piers because ultimately what's the topic today for your discussion group?
We don't actually have a preset topic. Everybody comes and asks questions, and when the people just steer the conversation to the direction that they want based on the questions that they're asking. So it's organic.
Okay, well, I mean, if you don't have a conversation, if you don't have like a specific topic today, I know that I actually owe you.
Are you gonna come to the
Would
group?
you like me to? Because I know I
yes.
owe you. Okay.
Of course. Anytime you want to come, like you don't even have to ask me. I love it when you come there. I mean, everybody else.
Why don't we? So why don't we do that? Let me grab the link, and then what I'll do. But you gotta tell people in your group discussion that they have to mind their language, right? Because I'm going to be live streaming this.
Okay.
So
sounds good.
All right, I'll pull up the link and I will join. Guys, so today we're going to do the discussion group. So if anyone wants to join the actual discussion group, you have to go to the link and join the discussion group that way because the comments, like if you guys are commenting, today is premium day. Do it in one. Well, you know what? We'll do premium day because this is actually going to support Armin's channel and this will encourage people to get premium, right? So there you go. Yeah, today's premium day, even better. That means that there's incentive for people to support Armin and his discussion group.
So thank you,
Armin. Tell people in the discussion group that they're going to have to be on their best behavior. No fush. Yeah. And no weird questions.
Well, people on premium day are a lot more civil than.
Perfect. Okay. And even though it's premium, it's okay that I live stream it here, right?
Of course.
Okay. Perfect. Yes. All right. So I will. Wait, I think I already logged in. Where's my. I thought I logged in. Yeah, okay. Oh wait, can I join? Oh, maybe because I'm not premium, I can't join. Is that a thing?
Oh, wait, wait. I can make you VIP without you becoming premium. Just give me a second. Sorry.
Okay, so my account is info@gigamari.com.
If I just search for Goldie, it should show up. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Why didn't I make you VIP already? I'm so sorry.
That's okay. No. Okay. You don't apologize for that. That's fine.
Okay, now you can join.
Okay, so let me see if I refresh. Liberty, politics, discussion, community. Wait, where do I go? Oh, I see the live.
Yes.
Okay, so you guys, okay, you go ahead and I will join in about like 5-10 minutes.
Okay, sounds good.
I do
I'll
have
tell
to
people.
I have to run a quick errand. So what I'll do is okay. Join.
Do you want to pin the link to the top of your chat?
Wait,
Oh wait, I need to say Goldie instead of Armin. Hold on, let me fix this. Goldie. There we go.
Because of religion, which is very interesting, because in Judaism, one of the first things that they teach you is that your health
All right,
comes before the Torah.
guys. Sorry, I have to interrupt. I just wanted to let you know that we're gonna.
That Goldie will come here. Yeah.
Goldie will come here, but also we're streaming this live. So in case you don't
Okay.
want to say anything, that is not going to be streamed. And
Yeah.
Goldie is already here, but she will open her mic and camera once in 5 or 10 minutes.
yeah,
because she has to do
I
something.
have to run a quick errand, but I'll be back in about like 10-15 minutes, and I'll be able to join you guys in about 10-15 minutes. And in the meantime, I'm just streaming this on my live stream. So there we go.
Okay.
Yay!
I'll be
Thank
back
you.
soon.
Do
Thank
you
you,
want me to
Goldie.
start the recording, Armin?
I will start the recording.
Okay.
Just guys, remember when we're streaming this on Goldie's channel, I mean, you guys don't ever swear anyways. I'm the one that does the swearing, but I do have to mention that we're not doing any swearing when we are streaming on Goldie's channel. Just wanted to let you know. Okay. So go on. What were you talking about, Sapir?
I was updating about the situation here, since today is the first day of Passover. Happy Passover, right away.
Yay!
We've been having missiles throughout the entire day, because that's one of the tactics of Iran. They always like send on holidays and stuff more. It's
is that are you serious? So the Islamic Republic on purpose, when it's like a public holiday, they do more missiles?
Yeah,
Oh, really?
it's always been like that. Because think about, even when you think about like October 7th, it was one of the holiest days. It wasn't just a Saturday, it was Simchat Torah. Almost every major attack or like a bigger amount of missiles coming from Iran or Hamas or Hezbollah, it always see that.
Why do they attack you more on holidays? Just to mess with your holidays?
So it's psychological warfare. It's also, people in Israel are very resilient, so they insist to no matter what, like celebrate their holidays normally, and they travel to their family in the other parts of the country, and then many times like there'll be higher chances for like the missile siren to catch someone on the road instead of like in their homes. And so it's also, so it's a stressful situation. And then like when we're talking about close terms, like people keep asking about how October 7th was allowed to happen. One of the reasons is because it was a Saturday and one of the holiest days of the year in general. There's less people staying in the military. It's things that have been changing ever since, but it was just a general thing that people wanted to come back home to their families. So there was less guard, people would sleep more late, like there would be less restrictions, and because of that, it's like perfect for them to do it. And like yeah.
I'm going to ask you another question, but before I do that, I just want to remind people that you could put ones, because I just saw some new people have joined us. You could put ones in the chat if you want to ask a question, and then you get added to the list. Is there anybody today that is taking the list, or should I do it? Is anybody else? Okay, let me do it. Ali and Sadato are on the list right now. Okay, so I have, before we go to the people who are on the list, Amir, if you could keep a list, help me with the list, that would be helpful. Thank you so much. Sapir, can you tell me, like in Israel, I'm hearing that the Islamic Republic is sending very few missiles compared to before. Like the number of missiles are significantly less. Is that true?
So in the past few days, yes, but again, like today, it was just like, because yesterday I had like 1 or 2 sirens in my city. Today, up until now, just in my city, there have been like around 12 and 13, something like that. Just like, and they would do it very strategically. Like they would send 1 missile at a time or 2 missiles at a time, and specifically the ones that have the little bombards that will just like spread all the way to like around 50.
Cluster
The cluster one, yeah. Sorry, I'm tired.
That's okay.
But
you're tired. You're tired because you have to keep going in and out of a bunker, and it's messing with your sleep.
That as well, because keep in mind, most of us are in like tall buildings and not like and the older buildings, they only have a shelter in the bottom. So I live in the 4th floor, so I need to go down and up the stairs every time.
I'm so sorry.
But I'm personally just like was incredibly anxious because another thing that it's also psychological warfare is that the few missiles that they do launch, they usually do it in the middle of the night to wake everyone up. So
so that they do that on purpose to mess with your sleep.
Yeah, to mess with your because what they would want, it just like so you know how we talked about that when they send missiles to the Arab countries, they wanted to basically the Arab countries to pressure the US and Israel to stop. So when they do those type of things in Israel, it's like the same mentality that they want the Israeli people to pressure the government to stop the war. But the thing is that people don't understand that, like, yes, we're extremely tired and stressed out from the war, but we are all in. Like I've barely seen any calls to like stop the war or anything. It was just like
even after all of this time, people are still all in.
Vast majority. The only thing that I see is that people are concerned that maybe like we missed the momentum and that maybe the Iranians won't like rise again. And then usually I explain them that if they look at the speeches of Reza Pahlavi, they can see that when he calls them to action, they come out. But yeah, we are used to wars as much as it's annoying and tiring, and but vast majority of Israel, like we want it all the way.
Well, thank you for that. I'm so sorry that you have to go through that.
Oh, it's fine.
Okay. Hopefully. Yeah, people in the YouTube chat are saying the evil regime. Yes. All right, guys, the list that I have is Ali, Sadato, Shana. And again, reminder to if anybody who's new here, if you want to be on the list. Oh yeah, Alexia, sorry, I knew there was something with your membership. There was an issue. MC now is fixed, so that's good. Thank you. So if you put a 1 in the chat like this, you get added to the list, and then we'll see what you have to say. So Ali is first on the list.
Hey guys, I wanted to make my case for why I think that we're getting really close to the end here. So Said Qasserinejad posted a tweet today, a really beautiful tweet, and he basically was just saying the messages that you guys have been repeating about how pay attention to trends, don't get involved in the magic and screaming of the regime, the divisive.
Before you continue, we need to mention to people who Said Qasserinejad is. Said Qasserinejad is the main #1 advisor to Prince Reza Pahlavi. He's part of the Iran Prosperity Project and the main editor of the transition plan for the emergency booklet. So just want people to know who that is. Okay, so continue.
And then I'm gonna put a couple of links in the chat. I don't want to pull them up myself because Twitter keeps asking me to sign in with my email laid bare. So I'm just going to put those. One of them's from Potipto that I wanted to talk about. So if you could pull up the first one.
The Iran International one?
Yeah.
Okay, here. Let's bring this up. Okay, let me zoom in. Translate. Says Iran international sources reported that since the beginning of the war between the Islamic Republic and America and Israel, 4,770 members of the IRGC besieged and riot suppression forces have been killed and more than 20,880 wounded.
Okay, so this number, 4,700, is actually a number that I saw a long time ago. It's been about a week now. So that number has undoubtedly risen. Keep in mind that in the past few days, in the past about 3 to 4 days, the level of strikes, yeah, and Jeffrey's pointing up as well, the level of strikes that they've been conducting, by the way, for the first time, they used B-52 Stratofortresses to literally carpet bomb IRGC bases in Iran. That happened, I think it was either last night or the night before. And these are 500-pound bombs and above, so the explosions are quite horrific. And so that number is undoubtedly higher up. They brought in their Basijis to man the checkpoints. They're getting killed. They brought in the Hashtashabi militia. Now they're getting killed. They've raised, or they've lowered the age of enlistment to 12 in order to get more child soldiers at this point. They've also conducted recruitment for a unit called, it was like that suicide unit. I forgot what it was called, but it's essentially a volunteer unit of people that want to sign up to fight the Americans. And so this is all signaling to me an immense desperation that they have. And if you could pull up the second link, this is what I really want to show you in particular.
Potipto, the Potipto tweet?
Yes, so if you translate that, so Potipto told us a couple of days ago on stream, and I'll read it out in a second, but he told us a couple of days ago on stream that he believed about 70% of the regime's forces on the streets, manning the checkpoints and etc., have defected. And so he said, today I was roaming around the city level for about 9 hours. The number of checkpoints have decreased significantly, and the people inside the checkpoints have all changed too. Their appearance has shifted from that of military cadres to a bunch of ragtag terrorists in mismatched clothes with keffiyeh wrap faces, so some of the Hashtashabis, and even some of the Bashijis are wearing them now too, and Kalashnikovs in hands. Almost no professional forces were visible, and most were either elderly or overweight folks or underage kids and fledgling Basijis. The state of their equipment and logistics is disastrous, from 2026 Hiluxes down to rusty, war-era Land Cruisers from the 80s and 90s that were mostly declared and retired. So he went out and he confirmed his statement earlier from a couple of days ago that indeed, and he spent his whole entire day doing this, that indeed, everywhere he went, he could see that there was mass degradation, which has been the entire point almost of this operation, is to remove the suppressive forces. That, along with statements from Saeed Qasemi, who's quite close to Reza Pahlavi, with that one clip of Reza Pahlavi at CPAC, when the Iranians did get near him, he said, and he must have been thinking about this, right? He's like, what can I tell my supporters who come to Texas to view me at CPAC? What is the one sentence I can tell them that would ease their minds? I know exactly how they feel. And all he said was, hang in there. And for one, I have full and complete confidence in him. I mean, he's the cornerstone of this entire operation. And so that's my case. All of these points, I mean, it's nothing new that I've been saying. It's just we're getting more and more evidence. And if you wanted to speak about the echo chamber point, everyone that they talk to, the scholars and analysts and everything in Russia, in China, and a few other countries, they all say that America is making a grave mistake with this operation, that the Iranian people are not going to rise up, et cetera, et cetera. So I think those are examples of echo chambers, because they're not even taking all of the facts into consideration. You, for example, are taking all of the facts into consideration. You watch a ton of regime propaganda, a ton of regime analysts. You see both sides very clearly. And I think that it can't be helped that logic and reasoning is pulling us towards the side that we are on now. All right, that's it.
Okay, so for the sake of us not being in an echo chamber, let me push back on that and see what you think about my pushback, right? So again, this is me being a devil's advocate. So 4,700 number for the 4,700 number is a very low number compared to the entire forces that they have, right? You say 4,700 of them have died. I mean, they have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of staff members, right? So to me, I would be more impressed with the number of defections if we had numbers for that. Like, to me, I don't think like them killing 4,700 of IRGC, besiege, and riot suppression forces, that by itself is not going to do anything unless that number causes other people to defect. Like, for every person that you kill, how many people are going to get scared the shit out of them and just be like, you know what, I'm not getting paid enough for this, I'm not coming, right? So that is the real effect. And I don't know what that number is. We're getting so many reports that the number of defections are high, but none of that has been like 100% like verified, or nobody has put a number on it, right? Also, we don't know, I mean, like, I don't know if that number has been offset by the number of people they're bringing in from, Hash Shabi from Iraq or other places, like Zainab Yun from Pakistan, Fatima Yun from Afghanistan, because we do know that the Islamic Republic has been able to continue selling its oil and gas through the Strait of Hormuz, and now not even at a discount anymore, and at much higher prices. So they're making enough, and given that they're not running a country at all of every single US dollars that they're making from their oil revenue, if I was them, I would just spend it on one thing and one thing only. Well, two things maybe: continuing to build drones to be able to put some pressure on the Hormuz Strait. That's number one. Number two, to hire militia from Iraq. I mean, we saw just a few days ago the whole caravan of Hash Shabi forces coming into Iran from Iraq, which we were talking about. Why didn't they take them out right there at the border? By the way, I really do think that the Americans and Israelis should just have so much firepower right now at the border of Iran and Iraq. That is, they should just, completely hit anything that is trying to go from Iraq to Iran, like any form of anything that even slightly resembles a military force, should just completely be destroyed and decimated. So I don't know why that border is just so willy-nilly people coming in and out right now, because that's what it takes. That's what it takes to make sure that the Iranian people will be able to win when they rise up. So to me, the question is not really about whether the Iranian people rise up, because the answer to that question has always been yes. So I don't know why this is different. To me, the question is, has the suppressing ability of the Islamic Republic been reduced enough so that when they do the uprising, we're not going to see tens of thousands of them being killed anymore, right? So, people talking about how overweight they are, or children, or unprofessional they look, I don't know if the people you're saying right now in the streets are the same people who are going to be doing the mass shooting at people once we see the uprising, because the Hash Shabi forces, they might not even be at the checkpoints. They might be just like in wherever they are, just like preparing their weapons for that day. So a lot of that, I don't know if there's any way, like, and visual people's eye testimony, like, visual, eye testimony is not really going to give us a full picture of what that is. How able, it doesn't take that many people. It only takes like all over the country a couple of thousands of Hash Shabi militias to be willing to use machine guns to shoot into the crowds of people, to get again another tens of thousands of civilian casualties again, like we saw in early January. So that's my concern. That's my concern. Like, they have done a really good job. Like, the Israelis have done a really good job taking out so many checkpoints, Basiji bases, IRGC bases, Niri and Zami bases. But given the extra US dollars the Islamic Republic is making because of the high oil prices, and the fact that they don't need to spend it on anything else right now because they're not running a country, will the Islamic Republic be able to hire as many mercenaries as it needs to replace all of them? That's my issue. What do you think, Ellie?
They have all this money. that they've been extracting from oil, but yet they still have to bring in the militias. So it suggests that a lot of the Basijis still aren't willing to continue. And that's evident because lowered the requirements of the age requirement and, bringing in the militias and whatever. The wounded is also much more of a deterrence. They'll see a lot of the dead, but the wounded live, they talk, they're pretty resentful. At the same time, it's been almost 4 months now, they're not being paid. I know, speaking to people in Iran myself, the prices are astronomical. Even people who have saved up a lot of money are truly suffering right now. I can't imagine that the Basijis are exempt from that. And we've also spoke about all of the other psychological effects that are probably going on for the Basijis right now, that are targeting the lower level members to defect. I think money helps at a point, and I think if they had all this money simply 2 months ago before the strikes happened, they could have done a lot more. I think right now we're reaching a point where the window for the people to rise up is about to open. I don't think the deterrence is, I don't think the capability is there yet. I think if people came out right now with the few thousand that they even still have manning the machine guns, I think there's going to be a mass slaughter of the Iranian people. I think we're approaching it, and we're going to get there soon, but we're not there yet.
But remember, the Iraqi forces don't have to spend their money inside Iran. They're getting paid. They're going to go back to Iraq, spend it there, where things are not that expensive. They're getting paid in U.S. dollars. They're not getting paid in rial. They're getting paid in U.S. dollars, and they take that back into Iraq and spend it there, where things are not that expensive.
They can. However, as of yesterday, we started striking a lot of the Hezbollah and Hashd-e-Shabi economic buildings that they use to transport their money and launder and whatever. We've also been hammering Hashd-e-Shabi. We've been hammering them for about 2 weeks. Extremely heavy bombing, strafing runs, a lot of drone strikes that we're conducting on them. I think that's why we probably saw that convoy that came into Iran include family members. It's because those people were probably the more like elite, higher up people in the terrorist organization who got to go away. But yeah, as it stands right now, still the bottom line is we're not there yet. We're probably going to get there soon.
Okay. All right, I'm not going to add to that so that we could move down the list. Danny?
Yes, so Jeffrey wanted to respond quickly. Yep.
And guys, after this, you could direct your questions to Goldie as well. And again, for people who are new here, to get on the list, you put a 1 in the chat. Go on, Jeffrey.
So on top of that, I mean, Ali did a pretty good assessment overall. Wounded are going to have a much bigger impact on the readiness of the besieged and other repressive forces than outright killed, because for every wounded personnel, it takes out 2 other people out of the fight. So like one of the reasons why we developed M16 rounds to wound and not kill was to do just that. And there's also that like idea was adopted by our adversaries in the Vietnam conflict. Every person you wound takes 2 other people, so it's 3 people you take out of the fight. So even though the open source estimates of both killed and wounded of besieged and other repressive forces, and Ali's right, that's an older estimate, that is almost assuredly higher, considering that the strikes by both the Israelis and the United States has gone up in both number and intensity. The wounded is going to have a probably much bigger impact on their overall ability to operate. Additionally, it's not so much carpet bombing, it's even more effective than that. All of our munitions, almost all of them now, are brilliant guided. Like carpet bombing is we take an arc-like strike, 3 B-52s and a blend. I mean, I get what you're saying. I'm saying just so you can better accurately assess the impact of air campaign against said repressive forces, and this is why they are having the impact that they are. So an arc-like strike, when like Vietnam was like you have 3 B-52s, they paced an entire box, which was like 1,500 meters by 1.5 miles wide, and turned it into the surface of the moon. That was no guided munitions. Even in the first Gulf War, we only had 10% guided munitions. This is 100% guided munitions, which means each bomb that is loaded up on a B-52 that carries about 70,000 pounds of ordnance dispersed between 500 up to 2,000 pound bombs are all brilliant guided munitions that hit their targets with pinpoint accuracy, which means each heavy aircraft is going to do a lot more damage directly to those repressive forces and minimize collateral damage. So the impact, all that to say, Ali's note is very much correct. The outdated assessment, given the increase in both quantity and intensity of air campaign that is disproportionately focusing on repressive forces, that quality has probably gone up, and that wounded number is going to have a much greater impact. Almost, I could say with a very high degree of human certainty, is the highest degree of probability that the wounded in those repressive forces is going to have a much higher impact than killed. And they're seeing that bear out, at least with reporting on the ground by Petito, which I'm very happy your friend is safe, Armin and Goldie. You're seeing that being borne out, right, by the lower quality of equipment, the non-homogeneity of equipment, and the type of personnel that are being, stationed at those checkpoints.
Awesome. Okay, thank you, Jeffrey. Okay, Danny.
So
And guys,
next.
before, yeah. So that, by the way, guys, because you have me every day, I suggest that you ask questions that you might have of Goldie. Because if you have a question of me, you could ask me tomorrow as well. So there's, yeah. But go on, Sadata.
Oh, hey guys. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I've been wondering since the strikes began why we haven't been focusing more on the Gulf of Strait of Hormuz, and I've been really concerned about it. And then I started thinking about how President Trump has been talking about it, and how he's been kind of like talking about the responsibilities of these other countries who rely probably more on the strait being open, who are supposedly our allies, to pitch in on the effort. And so I was wondering if perhaps if this becomes a war of attrition, there would be a great advantage in having kind of more of a coalition, cooperatively keeping the strait open, so that the global economy doesn't get, hit so hard. And then this war we can kind of be at a more consistent pace in terms of like keeping up the efforts to do a regime change. I think the cost of doing a regime change with the Gulf closed is very high. I don't know if you remember the Second Gulf War, where there was a lot of maneuvering to try to get a coalition together to help these, so it wasn't a unilateral strike by the U.S. We tried to get a kind of a global coalition to get involved with the Gulf War. And I'm wondering if this was a tactic from the beginning in order to kind of get these other countries involved. What do you think of that theory?
Well, I mean, you mean President Trump calling out these countries?
Well, I'm wondering if the reason we hadn't focused so much on the strait and why we allowed those mines to get planted and all these things to happen.
I don't know about that, because it's actually quite easy to they didn't close it. They still allow the area between Larak Island and the Qeshm Island. That area is open because you can't close the Strait of Hormuz, because then the Islamic Republic will go bankrupt itself, right? So, but the part that they did close, it's just so easy to do it. You just throw like even if you manage to get like 5 to 10 mines there, then it's closed. And then even if you say like we have some drones, we might use them, it might hit you. Effectively, you have just controlled the entire area. It doesn't even have to hit. It doesn't even like how do you stop that? How do you stop the idea like we have some drones, it might come to your direction, might hit your ship, and might not. Like commercial ships are very, very risk averse. They're very risk averse. So how are like if you had a plan, like how are you, the only plan is regime change. The only way to do this is regime change. And also, by the way, talking about a coalition, the UAE is now at the United Nations trying to come up with a resolution to have a coalition to protect the Strait of Hormuz. And guys, keep an eye on whether or not China and Russia will veto that. Would they abstain or veto or not? Because or if they even vote for it. Because if they don't, even if they just don't veto it, that means that Russia and China have completely abandoned the Islamic Republic. That would be so interesting to see what happens with that. Yeah, but does that answer your question? Because like I don't think this was. I think that there wasn't a plan to just allow the Islamic Republic to do this, because there's almost impossible to stop them unless you do regime change. The only
Okay.
way to open the does that make sense?
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. And Goldie, do you agree? Like, I think like as long as you have the Islamic Republic, the homo straight is, no matter how many coalitions you have and how many countries get involved in trying to open the Strait of Hormuz, because it's so easy to close it, the only way to open the Strait of Hormuz is to do regime change. That's
100%. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. We
Okay.
agree.
Jeffrey and Ali put twos in the chat, but try to be quick, please.
So very, very accurate assessment on the ability to close the Strait of Hormuz. Commercial shipping is very much risk averse. They're also very soft targets. In regards to Sadato, hopefully I pronounced that name right. Question. Yeah, I mean, there is an issue, right? I mean, it's not like we're not fragmenting NATO. That said, the fact that Western European nations that are part of NATO, specifically places like Great Britain and France that have not decided to be so forthcoming in assisting us, ensuring the Strait of Hormuz, securing the Strait of Hormuz versus Japan. I mean, those countries, this administration is going to remember who helped and did what. So like Japan is very much in Donald's good book, no doubt about it. Right? I can say with a very high degree of certainty, because like the Prime Minister of Japan was very much supportive of our efforts and was sending, I think, correctly, a mine like clearing ship, and many of that is the reason we need that is because the previous administration decommissioned like 16 of our mine clearing ships. That's why we need to have our allies there. Just kind of add that as a broader context. There's a reason Donald said NATO treated us so unfairly. Members of NATO. I mean, he's not talking about Central and Eastern European countries. They backed us up. Western European countries, some of them, he's not happy about them for good reason.
And Ali, quickly.
A really simplified way you can think about this is that with the strait closed, it hurts everyone. It hurts everyone around the world. But the U.S. is largely insulated because we export a lot of oil and we export a lot of other stuff that comes out of the strait, like liquid natural gas or nitrogen, etc. So we're going to essentially be underwater, but everyone else is going to be drowning. So you can think about it like that.
Yeah, that might be true for the U.S. as a whole, but the problem is that people are going to feel it at the pump and at the grocery store, and the political costs associated with that is something that you can't get away from. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to skip to Al Ace next because he has a question for Goldie.
Hi, Goldie. Thanks for joining us.
Ace, do you guys hear him? I don't hear him.
I hear him.
Okay. I'll go ahead then. So I'm not super familiar with Canadian politics, but I did catch the viral video from the NDP convention the other day.
Yeah.
Funny enough, my cousin in Israel sent it to me. I was just wondering if you have any general thoughts about the party, the direction it's headed, its impact, if any, on the Canadian government, and if you had any personal anecdotes you'd like to share during your time in the government.
The NDP are insane. They've literally lost the plot. So I was a provincial politician in Ontario, and the provincial NDP is just as insane, just as crazy. No one takes them seriously. But given that there is like a minority government, the NDP are able to take advantage of their craziness to sort of push certain policies forward when it comes to the Liberals. But they're literally insane. And they've completely lost the plot. And I wish that video was satire, but it's not. That video is real, and they're just as insane and crazy as you see in the video. Yeah.
Well, I haven't even seen the video. Can somebody explain what happened?
Oh boy.
The video is wild.
That is a thing that you need to watch. I don't think anyone can.
Is there a
put
way
it-
to
Tell
like
us a-
screen share here? Because I could.
Yes, yes, there
There
is.
is a way.
All right,
let
let
me
me
just-
find it. Armin, like
Allow her.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
I think.
You should be able to screen share now, Goldie.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Wait, how do I share my screen here? Okay, let me go to school. Share screen. Okay. So this is the video. Just watch this and watch how insane this is. Can you hear the audio?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, here you go. Okay, sorry. So people on the YouTube live, they're saying that they can't hear this. I'm so sorry, but I will play the video for you guys after. I'll play it for you after. I apologize.
What the hell?
It's messed up. Wait, it's messed up. There's more. There's more. Wait, let me. Is it? Yeah, we'll play it there. I apologize, guys. I apologize. That you guys can't hear, but I will play this.
Maybe
Okay,
I will
if I
just
think if
say
I share it,
This is Armin.
I
This
think
is
if
the
I
ending
share
one.
it,
Listen to that. Just listen to this.
what am I watching? These people are insane.
I don't know. Guys, I apologize to everyone on YouTube for, I guess, the audio. It's like some technical thing. I don't know. But guys, I will play the videos for you after when I come back to the YouTube live stream so that you guys can hear it as well there. Yeah, Armin.
When was this from?
This was from the NDP convention from like a week ago or something. It's crazy. These people are insane.
They basically
There's
had
no-
cards based on gender and race and disabilities for like who will have a priority to speak. And at some point they just like started to get angry at each other because they thought that they have more priority to speak than others. It's insanity.
What is this? This is the worst religion. Unbelievable. How do these people even function? If that's what, like, who speaks based on how much privilege points, how many intersectionality points they have, and so people who have privilege points, they have less priority, and the people who have intersectionality point, I think I would be at the bottom of that list. That poor old white man who was like looking at the girl was like, "What am I looking at?" That guy was hilarious.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Jeffrey, you wanted to say?
Super quick, because I just had to voice this observation. I cannot help but comment that these radical leftists and the NDP, the spokeswoman is legit sporting an undercut with a side part, which is legit the official Nazi haircut that like Nazi lieutenants used to have.
Everyone's calling her the lesbian Hitler.
I mean, that's pretty spot
There's
on.
so many memes. So many memes.
There's a lot of memes about lesbian Hitler, yes.
And these people genuinely think that they're like good people and they're doing this, they're better than other people because they do these things. Yeah, okay. All right.
But it's really important. She wants you to know that she is not lesbian, she's non-binary.
Ah, yes, okay.
Yes,
Non-binary.
she was very offended. She seemed very offended by that.
Oh well.
All right, let me move on to the next person. I have Shauna next.
This is actually a really great opportunity because I was going to ask just Armin, but I'd love for Goldie to talk about this. It looks like Vance is teaming up to be kind of the anti-war candidate, and we kind of know that it looks like it's going to be Rubio versus Vance. That's what it looks like as the front runners post-Trump. And so I would just be curious. I have concerns that we're losing a little bit of the information war. I talked to people, just people that I know online a few days ago, and they really do not understand that the Iranians are like very different than the Iraqis, and they are, I'll just be a little bit rude about it, kind of retardedly obstinate to hearing any data to like contrary to that. I've like had to explain. It was like, no, these are literally a different group of people, and they've been like, no, it's Islamic and it's the desert and they're the same people. Like literally, it was that stupid. So I just would love for you guys' input on that. Do you think we're losing the data war, and also how do you think that's going to shake up the potential primaries going into 2028 with kind of looking like Vance, Rubio? I think most of the crowd here likes Rubio, does not like Vance, or is like less enthusiastic, so to speak. But yeah, just would love your insight. Would love Goldie's insight, especially as a former politician. So
I'll just say really quick. So, I mean, I don't think we're losing the information war. I think with the way things are going, especially with President Trump, when he put on Truth Social, his approval ratings for this, as he calls it, an excursion into Iran. There is a lot of mainstream media that's, attacking President Trump, and you have all these like, the woke right and the woke left and all of that. So I think there's more noise online than there is, on the ground. In terms of the actual primaries or, the upcoming, election, who I back or support or anything, I have a policy of not commenting on internal domestic politics because, I'm not American, so I don't think it's my place to talk about that. I comment on foreign policy, right? So like whenever I speak about American politics, I focus on foreign policy, but it's not my place to comment on what I think Americans should or shouldn't do because I'm not American. So I just wouldn't, especially as a former politician, I just don't think it would be appropriate for me to give my personal opinion on how I think Americans should vote. Because again, I'm not American.
Goldie, I wonder if President Trump is also might be among many options, sending JD Vance there so that when the Iranians don't negotiate, like don't agree with the terms that JD Vance is communicating, he could demonstrate how impossible these people are, because in the minds of so many people, JD Vance would be the most eager to basically come up with a way to make the negotiations work in the minds of so many Americans. So if JD Vance is like, they're basically selling this as like, oh, the the regime wants to speak to JD Vance more than they want to speak to Witkoff or Jared Kushner, right? So by doing that, and then JD Vance going to talk to them, and then JD Vance coming out like, yeah, these people are unreasonable, they can't negotiate with them, then people are like, okay. Like they even tried that. Like they even went as far as somebody that is regime preferred, and that didn't work either. So as a way to sell the idea to even more Americans that there is no way to negotiate with the Islamic Republic. Could that be also part of the strategy?
I mean, it could be for sure, right? It could be a way to unite, unite the base. So completely possible, right? So I wouldn't put that past President Trump whatsoever. And I also think that this narrative where they're trying to pit the vice president against the president, I see that as a very sinister narrative. President Trump chose JD Vance for a reason, and I think it's a very important reason. And it's this narrative of trying to pit the president against the vice president. I just think this is very, it's unfortunate that like certain people in the media or certain analysts are saying these things. Ultimately, President Trump is uniting the base, and I think the fact that let's say, if JD Vance is seen as like the most anti-war person, the fact that JD Vance is supporting President Trump, I think that goes to show how united everyone is. So I think that's sort of the play here, and that's just kind of how I see that.
Well, that's really that makes me feel better that because you're seeing things that I'm not seeing. So that makes me feel a little bit more optimistic. Like my conversation with my kind of friend did break my heart a little bit, but I'm glad that that's just one person and maybe not everybody. So yeah, thank you so much for your guys' feedback. That's all I kind of had a question about. I think though, also Goldie, I think it's really wise that you pointed out that he did choose him for a reason. Some of that reason is there are cultural aspects of America that he represents, and that's important. So everybody feels seen. So
absolutely. And President Trump's very smart when it comes to that.
All right. Thank you, Shana.
Okay, Sapir is next.
Yeah. First of all, I don't know if Goldie was really here when I was talking about it, so I just want, first of all, thank you for coming here.
Of course, happy to be here.
And I just want to let you know that we in Israel are incredibly supportive. Like, yeah, it's tiring, all the sirens and stuff, but like majority of the public, we want to go all the way with this war. We want to finish this. We want freedom for the Iranian people. The question that I do have, and I have it both for you and for Armin, we've seen a lot of intervention. There was a lot of talk of when exactly it becomes from a revolution of the Iranians to basically an operation of the US and Israel, like the achievement of taking down the IRGC. When do we say that it's just a proxy war that Israel started? Because that's a lot of claims that I've seen, and I see that lately we've been hitting more facilities that can hurt on the long term, and it's a problem like economy wise later, because even after the IRGC falls, like we talk about factories that can be incredibly important for the future economy of Iran. So I wonder, in general, your thoughts about that. Sorry, I scrambled like a lot of things.
Well, first of all, happy Passover. Chag Pesach Sameach. I think that's how it's pronounced.
Hey.
So there you go.
Yeah.
Happy Passover to everyone. The facilities that the that Israel is attacking all belong to the Islamic regime. They don't belong to civilian infrastructure or economy. So none of that money is going to the Iranian people anyway. So whether these facilities exist or not has no bearing or impact on the civilian society. I mean, we have to also remember that all of this happened because back on December 28th, the rial hit an all-time record low, right? So the economy is already in shambles, and we have to put that into perspective. So Israel and the United States are attacking legitimate infrastructure that belongs to the military apparatus of the Islamic regime, and that includes a whole bunch of different facilities and factories. And like for example, they hit this quote unquote pharmaceutical building, and the Islamic regime is claiming that this was for medicine. Not true at all. The pharmaceutical factory was a front for like developing whatever chemicals or products they need, which is part of their military supply chain. So and Iranians know this. Iranians know this because the country is incredibly poor, not because there's a lack of resources, but because the Islamic regime has been stealing the money and using it to fund terrorism and to build their underground missile bases. So yeah, I mean, all of this will eventually be rebuilt, but it will be rebuilt for civilian purposes. And there's no like civilian areas that have been impacted whatsoever.
But where do you think? Because in order to rebuild, you need money. Like
we have a lot of money. Iran is incredibly rich. We actually right now we have somewhere between 100 to 120 billion dollars worth of assets that have been frozen since 1979. Iran is a very resource-rich country, so it's no one's asking for money, no one's asking for handouts. And President Trump is a builder, he's a developer. So I have a feeling that in a free Iran, we're going to see a lot of economic partnership, but we don't need handouts. It's basically just going to be, Iran is going to be free, and there's going to be an opportunity for a lot of businesses, including Israeli businesses, to come in and begin that economic partnership because Iran is an incredibly resource-rich country.
Okay, thank you very much.
So just a quick addition to that, I just want to mention Germany and also Iran before. So Germany after World War II, 70% of all of its major cities was completely destroyed, right? Like what's happening in Iran is like nothing compared to what happened to Germany in World War II.
That's not even close. But at the same time in Germany, you had
you had what?
You had like multiple countries, like you had Britain, the US, France, and
you had the Marshall Plan. Okay,
Yeah.
the Marshall Plan is if you bring it compared to the bring it adjusted for inflation based on how much it was worth today, is insignificant compared to the oil and gas Iran has, and also everything that Goldie mentioned. So we have more than the Marshall Plan to rebuild Iran. So Germany was completely to say that Germany was bankrupt after World War II is an understatement. And now very soon Germany became the #1 economy of Europe, right? One of the leading economies of the world. And not only that, Iran, at the end of the Qajar dynasty, Iran was on the verge of collapse. We had famines. Everything was falling apart. And Reza Shah, the first Pahlavi king, brought us from that famines everywhere, edge of collapse, to the economic miracle that happened during the Pahlavi dynasty. So we already, and what Iran will be after these military operations stop is far ahead of what Iran was at the end of Qajar dynasty, and the Iranian people have proven that they can build from nothing to something very big and glorious and great. So we have already done it once, so we could do that again.
Okay, thank you.
Right, Rebecca, and afterwards Jeffrey wanted to respond. Rebecca, I don't have audio for you yet.
Oh, you don't have audio either? I thought it was just me.
Say something. Yeah, I can't hear anything. I know what that means.
Maybe we go to.
Yeah,
All right,
let's have
go-
Jeff answer first, and Rebecca figure it out.
Okay, well, yeah, Jeffrey.
No
go ahead.
worries. So I'm going to touch base on something that you said with regards to rebuilding, and it's very true. I remember during the beginning part of the current uprising and or efforts to liberate Iran from the Mullah regime that's illegally occupied Iran since '79, how emotionally, the emotions you shared, Goldie, and how that demonstrated to the whole world that there is no comparison between Iranian people and the brutal regime that's illegally occupied since country since '79. To that point, with regards to nuclear power rebuilding in Germany, Germany actually played an integral role in building Iran's civilian nuclear power under the Shah with the Bashir power plant. It was only after the Mullah regime had sat there and took over, occupied Iran, that got disrupted and then sidetracked. A lot of people like Tweety and a couple others are very upset about the damage that the Mullah regime, I'm getting emotional, so I'm choked up, has caused to the critical infrastructure of Iran. I promise you, even when it comes to the water infrastructure, like the thousands-year-old like aqueducts you guys have, next-gen nuclear and co-located like nuclear desalination will make Iran bloom again. It doesn't matter if they burn even everything to the ground. It'll be rebuilt again.
Thank you.
Nobody has a problem with Iranian people having access to nuclear power. Everybody has a problem with the Mullah regime having an access to nuclear power, right? It's like a child mannequin. A child mannequin in a children's department store, benign and non-threatening. Find the exact same child mannequin in a convicted child molester's house, and it takes on an entirely different meaning. I just wanted to share that everybody's all in on making Iran bloom. I promise you, especially the patriotic bloc in America.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. Kind of you to say. And yeah, I mean, Iran under the Shah actually signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. So, back when we were a normal country, we were building nuclear power plants, but, for legitimate peaceful purposes. It was only when the Islamic regime took over that they breached the terms of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. And one of the things in the Iran Prosperity Project is a commitment to not developing nuclear for, military or, whatever purposes, right? Like we're not interested in that. And I think it's really important to respect the terms of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. In terms of infrastructure, my response to that always is infrastructure can be rebuilt, but all of the young people who've lost their lives will never come back. And so many Iranians inside of occupied Iran feel the same way, where they say, who cares about infrastructure when all these young innocent people have been murdered? And so the Iranian people feel the same way. The reality is that the country is in disrepair anyway. The Islamic regime has ignored the infrastructure for the last 47 years. So it really isn't a loss. And, Armin made a very good point about, rebuilding, because most of the infrastructure is garbage anyway, because most of it was built in the 50s, 60s, and 70s when the Shah was around. And then when the Islamic regime came in, they've just basically been taking, and they haven't invested anything in the country. The only thing they've invested in is their underground missile cities, which, billions and billions of dollars invested in that. But, schools are in disrepair, hospitals are in disrepair, roads are in disrepair. So yeah, infrastructure will be rebuilt, and we don't have any issues about that whatsoever. We know that Iran is going to be great. We'll make Iran great again once Iran is free. But we're more worried about human lives and the lives of Iranians. And we know that as long as the Islamic regime remains in power, that's going to be the biggest threat, because Iran's biggest resource is not oil. Iran's biggest resource is the Iranian people. And that's priceless.
Yes. Can you hear me now, by the way?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I want to continue that line of the biggest resource being the people. I want to also say there is an advantage to not, first of all, if there is easy money, then you're going to get mafias. like it happens. You get the oligarchs, like if you have to put effort in, if you have to put like to rebuild something, then you have the extra filter of merit that is added on. Those people who are willing to invest, who put in the work. And another thing, there is a lot more room for people to take and have do initiatives, local initiatives. Remember that one of the biggest things to stay free people is to be innovative and to actually distribute power as much as possible. So for people to rise locally, it would make sense for, you know, when it would give that possibility. And so, and it's a little bit also unhealthy. The reason why the Islamic regime can operate the way it does is because they don't need the people. They have the gas, they have the oil, they can kill 90% of the population and still have money and thrive and everything. They're not reliant on the population, which is, it sounds like, okay, I know there is this tendency, okay, we're not gonna go back to this kind of regime. But first of all, like this kind of structure is already built in people's consciousness, whether they want to follow it, to continue doing so or not. Armin, I know you disagree, but it's just the way things are, right? It's
no,
just
it's not.
the way
It's
things
not. The
are.
Iranian people are the most thirsty for democracy. It's not at all.
Yeah. But that doesn't.
The tyranny is not built
No,
into
but
their conscience at all.
No. You don't understand what I'm saying. It's not tyranny. It's the mindset of innovation on local versus mega projects. Mega projects, a lot of time, bring corruption with it. Whether you like, it just. I'm sorry, just the way it is. Okay, it's just the way it is. So, and it's not that I'm saying that it's what's gonna happen, but it is something that that can happen. And if people are more innovative, take more initiative on the local, which is what happens when there is need to build, when things are not, you cannot rely on, okay, so we have gas and oil to rebuild something. You have to be creative. You have to, like, it opens up people's minds. It makes them more free to think. It's actually a good habit to have in general. And in general, it's not good to rely on resources when you are building a country.
There's a way.
It's an
when
extra.
A country is when
it's
a country
bonus.
is resource rich, there are ways to adjust for the negative costs associated with that. Norway, for example, has figured that out. And you know, if you look at the IPP, they're completely aware of that, and they have ways to address that. But when you say it's just the way it is, nothing in politics is just the way it is. It's not math or physics, so there is no like hard rules in in society.
It is math and
Like, I'm not done. I'm not talking. No, it's not. Well, I've studied political science, and I know that political philosophy and political science, and I know that any people who come up with hard rules in politics and society, they don't really like. That's not how society works. There is no hard rules. That's for math. That's not for society. Things always change with society. Things that you thought about rules, eventually, like something happens, they're like, oh, this violates all the rules that we thought it was there, and trends will stop being trends. And the Iranian people, for example, have been proven to be very innovative, because as soon as you see them outside of Iran, they're they have demonstrated that they don't have that mindset, right? So it's just the Islamic regime in power. So as soon as that tyrannical mindset is power over them is removed, then you know, we've seen them being very entrepreneurial and very innovative in other places that is not Iran. So but I do appreciate the risk associated with being a resource-rich country. That is very true. I completely agree with that. There are ways to adjust to basically reduce the risk associated with that. And you know, if you look in the IPP, for example, a lot of it has been evaluated. And Norway is a very country for one of the other costs, other than the risk that you mentioned. The Dutch disease is another issue that you know, that is a problem, but being resource rich. But Norway has managed to figure out a way to not have to deal with that as well. So yeah, but you are right that being resource rich is not always just a blessing. It also has costs. But anyway.
Well, if you rely on oil and gas to rebuild the country, then you're becoming more like the Dutch disease than the Norway option. So I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying, like there is a filter that comes with requiring merit for rebuilding, which is not required if, you know, I'm just saying, it's like I'm the reason I'm saying that is to say that Iran will become great, and whatever you think would hold it back might actually push it forward. And that's the mindset you need to have. Like,
right.
you know,
No, that's true. That's 100% true. For example, in Germany, they thought a lot of the destruction of the factories is going to hold Germany back. But what it did actually is that once they rebuilt, they had the most modern new factories compared to all other European countries. All other factories were like ancient and old, and Germany's factories were all new and modern. So all of a sudden, the factories ended up being more advanced. So sometimes you think like, oh my God, the factory is blown up. This is going to hold us back, and actually ended up being an advantage to them. So that's completely right. I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, so if we have gas and oil, great, we're going to rebuild fast and easy. If we don't, we're going to rebuild fast and easy, and we're going to have a creative economies that are like we're going to win.
We need a sovereign wealth fund where we put the oil and gas money in there and invest it instead of just using it to build stuff. That's what.
Armin, I think it's also important to recognize that you can't compare Iran to Gaza. We're not the same society. So, completely different baseline. We also have a team of experts that are educated and trained from around the world. A lot of people with PhD. So, Rebecca, I would encourage you to go and read.
I would.
Well, let me finish.
No, first of all, Goldie,
Rebecca,
in that specific case, you're wrong.
Rebecca.
This is a Piers Morgan, Rebecca. I'm not going to Piers Morgan you. So please let me finish.
I know.
And then you talk.
I'm just saying.
Let me finish speaking. I would suggest you go and read the Iran Prosperity Project, because the Iran Prosperity Project outlines the exact path that the people within the country and the transitional government are going to take in terms of rebuilding the country. And the Iran Prosperity Project is built. It was developed and written out by a number of experts, Iranian experts from around the world with PhDs and experience in various ways, various areas of life. So I fundamentally disagree with your premise when it comes to Iran, because Iran is not like other countries that, and it's certainly not Gaza. So I would just say we have a plan. Iran was a constitutional monarchy. It was a democracy prior to 1979. So we already have that historical knowledge and experience within Iranian society and culture. And that's what we're fighting for. That's all I was going to say. But I would encourage you to go read the Iran Prosperity Project.
All right. Okay. Let's move on. And thank you for that. And okay, let's move on to the next person.
Okay. Next person on the list is me, Danny. Yesterday, Adam convinced me to go to the debate for the candidates in my writing. And if people are interested, I wanted to share the question I asked and how they responded. So here's my question. My question is both about global politics, but more importantly about our society. Given that about a year ago, the Canadian government decided to recognize the state of Palestine, despite being unable to define its borders, who runs its government, what its capital is, and despite the claims of all of its leaders to the entire territory of another sovereign country that Canada recognizes. Therefore, my question is, would the candidates take a step costing $0 and support recognizing the state of free Iran with King Reza Pahlavi as its transitional leader in according to the wishes of its people? Or would the candidates affirm that those burning Canadian flags and chanting death to Canada have earned more representation than those proudly waving the Canadian flag?
So the summary of that is that why would Canada recognize the Palestine when the people advocating for it burn flags of, Western countries, while the Iranian people who are, waving the flags of, these Western countries, when they want Princess of Pahlavi to be recognized, they wouldn't go as far? That's the question?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, because one of them is violent and they're scared of them. Okay.
Yeah, well,
because one of them goes boom boom and the other one doesn't.
Here are the responses the candidates gave. They're ordered both chronologically, but also as it happens in order of how infuriating the answers are. So the People's Party, which is an offshoot of the Conservatives, said that we should not import the world's wars into Canada, and he was the only one to condemn burning the Canadian flag. And he even went overboard and said they should be taken seriously and criminally prosecuted, but I won't complain about that. The Conservative Party's guy didn't show up to the debate. The girl from the NDP said we're spending too much money on wars and we have to stop supporting Americans with all of their whims. The Green Party guy said that it's a gotcha question and he declined to answer. And then the girl from the Liberal Party said that we should aim to minimize civilian casualties because 260 children got bombed at the school, and therefore we should try to end the bombings as soon as possible.
Wait, that wasn't even the answer to your question, though.
I don't think politicians are known for answering questions.
Yeah, okay. Well, thanks for that. But Goldie, what do you think about the fact that Canadian government has now recognized the state of Palestine as a country? Is that embarrassing?
I think it's idiotic.
Yeah.
Especially since they said that they would recognize it after Hamas has been disbanded, and that certainly hasn't happened. So Mark Carney is just catering to his jihadi vote. And I think it's a shame.
Isn't that also rewarding October 7th?
Of course, 100%.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, I don't recognize Canadian foreign policy anymore. I don't even know what Palestine is. So how can we recognize it? Like, what is Palestine?
Yeah.
Okay,
Exactly.
let me move on to the next
It's a terroristic
person.
movement.
Yeah, for sure. Next is Reza.
Reza. Is he still here?
Okay, he's not still here, so my bad.
Okay, let's move.
Next, I have Sir Moderates a Lot, which I believe is Ian.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Can you hear me? I thought I'd put a face to the chat demon. Maybe I don't know. It's April Fool's Day. What the hell? I have a question. Is there going to be a stampede of the like displaced Iranians? Like, if you fast forward 3 months, 6 months, however many, is there going to be a stampede of people returning to the land? And is there a plan to manage that? Is it going to be you don't want to say free for all, but yeah, that was the question. How is it going to be managed? Is it planned for? And thank you.
I mean, yeah, I think there's definitely going to be a huge migration of Iranians in the diaspora going back to Iran when Iran is free. If not permanently, but at least temporarily, because many of us want to go back to help rebuild the country. In terms of management, I mean, many of us, a lot of people, they have, homes there, or, they have family members or things like that. So it's not like you're going to see like Iranians going back and then like refugee camps or something like that. Ultimately, Iran is a developed country. There's a lot of homes, there's a lot of things. So yeah, like there's going to be a lot of people probably, buying houses, buying property, building, developing. But ultimately, we all have connections. Like we all have family. We all have, places that we can stay. So I don't really know how much I mean, I guess at some point the transitional government will have to manage it. But again, like Iran is a very, very resource rich country. And given the current state of the economy and given the value of the rial, it's going to be like no issue for Iranians in the diaspora to go back and find a place to stay. Like it is a developed country, modern developed country with a lot of homes. Yeah,
there seems to be plenty of space. Like there's no like there's going to be any scrambling for real estate.
Well, I think people are going to be buying a lot of land, right? Like because everyone wants to go back and invest and develop. But but I don't see the immigration or remigration back to the country. I mean, Armin, I could be wrong, but I mean, I don't really see that as being an issue, really. Like, it's not like we're going to go back,
No,
and, be like homeless and just wander around with no homes. Like, there's.
I mean,
lots of places
Goldie, to your point, there is a reason why in Canada and United States you don't see that many homeless Iranians, is because other Iranians wouldn't let that happen. Like every Iranian has like a family member or somebody that they know. So it's not just going to, like, if you're Iranian and you all of a sudden don't have money, you're not going to be just left in the street. Somebody is going to come, some family member or somebody is going to come pick you up and just bring you to their home, right? So it's like a very family-oriented culture. So Iranians going back to Iran are probably going to, the problem they're going to have, if they don't already have a home there, the problem they're going to have is like the competition about who's going to get to keep that person. That's the problem.
Which home to go to, which home to go and stay in, because that reunion is going to be like amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, but to answer your question, Sir Moderates a lot, and I see you in the chat quite a bit. So nice to meet you face to face. And people, I see people in the YouTube chat live stream. They are appreciating your accent. They're like, "Holy accent, that's fantastic!" So there you go. They like your accent there. But no, I was just going to say really quickly. There's going to be a huge brain drain. Yes, so the world can expect a huge brain drain, and there's a reason, right? Like, and ask yourselves this question: why is it that when the conflict in Syria started, or Afghanistan, or wherever, or even like in Palestine, there's all this talk about, oh, we need to take in like Palestinian refugees, or Syrian refugees, or Afghani refugees, whatever, right? And I'm not criticizing or anything, but I'm just saying when those conflicts were happening, there's all this talk about, oh, we need to like take in all these refugees. But with Iran, you haven't heard any of that. That's because no one in Iran wants to leave, right? Like, we don't want to, like people don't want to go. People want to stay to rebuild to rebuild the country, right? So and that's why you're not seeing this huge influx of Iranian refugees going around the world. The only so-called refugees that we'll see in the future potentially are those that are affiliated with the Islamic regime, and those are the ones that governments are going to have to take very seriously. Because they're not going to want to be in Iran when Iran is free. But instead, what you're going to see is the opposite. Instead of seeing Iranian refugees going to various countries, you're going to see Iranians who have been living in other countries go back to Iran. And that's going to be a huge brain drain on the various countries where Iranians live.
I was going to say that he used to apologize for his accent, and we banned him from doing that, given how much I told him, like, your accent is beautiful and everybody here loves it. Yeah. So we have banned him for apologizing for his accent.
That's good.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Okay. Next on the list is Steph. There's no Steph, probably in the bomb shelter or something. So Ali is after.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I'll be real quick because I want Dijal to get his word in. I don't want to run out of time for him. Okay, so quick. Do you still have the link I sent for Position's letter? It's the full letter. The 3 pages.
Yep. Okay. So let me share
let's not go through it right now because it's a bit of a read. But I just want to highlight how disgusting.
We might have to go over it during the show.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because
you should go through
look at this
on the show.
Yeah, Masoud Pezeshkian just posted a full 4-page letter to the people of the United States of America. So we might actually have to read it.
Why don't you read it now? Because I mean, we are technically still in the show, so might as well.
Oh,
this is crazy. Okay. What did he write? Oh my gosh, did he write remember how like Osama bin Laden wrote like a letter to Americans? Is this like the same thing? Remember Osama bin Laden wrote like a jihadi letter to like the United States, basically justifying why he did like 9/11 or something. Oh my gosh, this is geez.
It's more of like a if anyone had any sympathy for Pezeshkian and for the position he is, please don't. He is, with this letter, hijacked the voice of the Iranian people to make it their own, and he also took credit for all of the work that the Shah did. This letter is absolutely disgusting.
Gosh.
Do you want me to read it?
Ugh, go ahead.
It's a bit of a read.
I might have to take like a shot or something. Look.
Okay. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, to the people of the United States of America and to all those who, amid a flood of distortions and manufactured narratives, continue to seek the truth and aspire to a better life, Iran, by this very name, character, and identity, is one of the oldest continuous civilizations in human history, despite its historical and geographical advantages. At various times, Iran has never in its modern history chosen the path of aggression, expansion, colonialism, or domination, even after enduring occupation, invasion, and sustained pressure from the global powers, and despite possessing
What?
military superior. Yeah, this is like not not during
This is
their
this
time.
is pure like Takia. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Superiority over many of its neighbors, Iran has never initiated a war. Yet, why is there a dot here? Yet, it has resolutely and bravely repelled those who have attacked it. Okay. The Iranian people harbor no enmity towards other nations, including the people of America, Europe, or neighboring countries, even in the face of repeated foreign interventions and pressures throughout their proud history. Iranians have consistently drawn a clear distinction between governments and the peoples they govern. This is a deeply rooted principle in Iranian culture and collective consciousness, not a temporary political stance. For this reason, portraying Iran as a threat as neither consistent with historical reality nor with the present day observable facts. Such a perception is the product of political and economic whims of the powerful, the need to manufacture an enemy in order to justify pressure, maintain military dominance, sustain the arms industry, and control strategic markets. In such an environment, if a threat does not exist, it is invented. I don't know. It keeps on going for 3 more pages. Do you guys want me to continue, or are you getting bored? Because we could read the rest of it during our show. Yeah, people saying please stop.
Oh my gosh, I don't even know if I can
Okay.
handle that. That's just
Okay, let me stop.
crazy. Like it's just literally just like 4 pages of like Durkha Jihad lies. Look.
Actually, I just noticed something. Look at this, the second page. It's not even formatted properly.
What?
Look at the font size. Look at this. The font size here and the font size here is different, and it's a different font. Like here, like it keeps going with one font over here, and all of a sudden from here it changes to a different font.
You would think that like, you know, the axis of resistance would be able to like Are we sure this is legitimate?
I mean, look at this. It's by I don't know why he has this gray check mark. So yeah, it is legitimate because it comes from his account. Look at this, which has a gray check mark. Why does he have? Why does he get to? I mean, I know so many officials from the regime lost their gray check mark, but he keeps it. He still has it.
There's also some really weird punctuation on the third page. There's a comma in the period and a question mark before a word.
Wow. Oh no! You know what's happening? Because I think it was. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Let me bring it up here. Every time you see a punctuation like this, here, it's because this is supposed to be at this end, but for some reason they put it at this other end. I don't know why. That explains also the misplaced dots.
That looks
I don't know.
like-
Did somebody not proofread this before they posted it?
Well, that looks like the kind of thing that might happen if you translate right to left language into a left to right language crudely.
Yeah.
Or maybe using different like AIs and then trying to just copy
AI
paste.
wouldn't be this bad. Like AI would get this. AI would get this right. Like they would not put the dot on the other side. So this is not even AI. This is.
I think
Google
Arachie
Translate or
proofread it.
Arachie proofread. This is
Google
embarrassing.
Translate.
Yeah.
Oh my
It
god.
would be better if it was AI.
Jeez.
I mean, I don't see any M dashes.
Right. I will move on then. Digel is next on the list.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, good to talk to you. I've been watching you guys since the beginning of all this, and I just want to say you've been doing a great job, and I support you guys 100%. I wanted to ask you something. I keep the topic of the Kurds is something that keeps getting brought up, and I'm seeing it more and more. People are talking about the Kurds. What are the Kurds going to do in Iran? Are they going to join it with the Kurds and all these other places, et cetera, et cetera? I brought it up with Armin. I think this would be a good opportunity for both of you to reiterate the fact that what you know about the Kurds and how most Iranian Kurds are not only loyal to the nation, but see themselves as Iranian first, Kurdish second, and if I'm not mistaken, most actually support Pahlavi. If you could elaborate on that and remind people of that, I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. So Iran is a country, it's a nation that's been around for thousands and thousands of years, and we're comprised of various groups and various tribes. The Kurds, of course, are one of the, tribes, the Iranian tribes. I'm from a different tribe. I'm Lor Bakhtiari. Armin is, I think, Persian. And then, there's so many other Iranians from different, tribes. But ultimately, we have been a nation. We have been Iranian for, over 3,000 years. And so our Iranian identity is what unites us. And so Iranian Kurds are, you're right, just as loyal as everyone else. And in fact, Iranian Kurds have been constantly putting out campaigns to remind people that, they're Iranian first and they're loyal to His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi. Unfortunately, there are separatist Kurdish movements that are located outside of occupied Iran. And I do want to say this, the Kurds in other parts, Kurds in Syria, Kurds in Iraq, Kurds in Turkey, they do face, specific, issues, which I'm not going to get into. But the reason that you have, Kurds that are in other parts that are outside of Iran is because, decades ago, years ago, hundreds of years ago, all those areas were a part of Iran. So, all those areas where the Kurdish tribes are right now, that are not in modern day Iran, they were part of the Persian Empire. And so, but now, unfortunately, they're not. And so those Kurdish, tribes and groups, they're dealing with, colonization from the Arabs or, whoever. Again, I'm not going to get into that, but a lot of people confuse Iranian Kurds with the, Kurds that are not inside of Iran. That's where some of the confusion comes from. But what I can tell you is that Iranian Kurds are incredibly loyal to Iran. And Iranian Kurds are, in fact, the first line of defense when it comes to the separatist Kurdish movements. If you look at the origin of some of these Kurdish paramilitary groups going back to about 100 years ago, their origins, it goes back to communism, it goes back to the Soviet Union. And so a lot of these separatist Kurdish militia groups outside of occupied Iran were initially funded by the Soviets at the time. And they were basically created to try and bring parts of Iran under the Iron Curtain at the time. But all I can say is that President Trump has made it very clear that, no outside Kurdish military forces or, whatever are going to be involved in this operation. Even the, Kurdish groups outside of occupied Iran have made it very clear that they don't want to have any involvement. So when we speak about, the Iranian, Kurds, we're referring to Iranian Kurds. But, again, this whole narrative of Kurd or whatever, to us as Iranians, kind of it's just annoying. And I'm not saying it to you because I understand where you're coming from and I appreciate the question so that we can reiterate it. So, as a learning opportunity for everyone else, we Iranians, we actually see it as kind of racist when people try to differentiate us based on our tribes or which part of the country we're from, because that's not a narrative that exists within the Iranian political sphere. So when we're talking about Iranian politics in Persian, when we're talking about the revolution, when we're talking about all this stuff, we don't talk about, okay, like, what are the Baluch doing, or what are the Kurds doing, or what are the Lurs doing, or Azari, whatever. Like, it just that does not exist within our political discussions and conversations. It's just something that, for whatever reason, is being promoted or propagated by non-Iranians. And it's usually in English, and a lot of this has to do with the Islamic regime pushing this sort of separatist narrative, because they want people to think that Iranians are divided, but we're not. And so, yeah, but thank you for bringing that up. And Iranian Kurds are some of the most loyal, and I guarantee you that they, if anyone tried to like come in from the outside, they would be on the front lines defending Iran's territorial integrity, but also defending His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi as well.
Yeah, thank you for all that. I agree. Those are my thoughts as well. I just thought this would be a good opportunity to hear you reiterate this, because, like I said, I've been hearing it a lot, and I think there's just a lot of people who've been saying this who don't know what they're talking about, and some I think are just trying to cause trouble. So I thought this would be a good opportunity to remind people that this kind of racial enmity doesn't really exist among Iranians. It's just projection.
Yeah, absolutely. And, again, this whole concept of identity politics is a very sort of leftist, socialist DEI thing. And this whole identity politics thing, it's not really like we Iranians were just like sick of like DEI and identity politics. So no, I appreciate that. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak about that.
No problem. Thank you.
I'm sure Armin has a lot to add to that as well, because Armin is the resident expert on internal stuff too.
No. You were so on point. I just wanted to give an example to highlight what Goldie said, because Goldie and I remember, guys, when Iran Revolution Live started, and we were covering the revolution in the streets of Iran. One city that kept on coming up again and again and again and again was Abdanan, right? Abdanan was one of the cities that turned into a role model for responding to Princess of Pahlavi's call to action. And they were some of the most fierce and some of the most bravest and some of the people with the highest showing. And their stories that came from Abdanan was one of the main cities that kept on coming up because of what the people were doing in Abdanan, right? And Abdanan is 75% Kurd and is 20% Lur and 5% mixed. So basically close to 0% Persian. 0% Persian is majority Kurd. And that was one of the main cities that gave the strongest response to Princess of Pahlavi's call to action. And they came out and chanted Javid Shah, and that Pahlavi will return. And also, when it comes to this whole woke nonsense, there are some minority far leftist Iranians who try to import this woke ideology from the West into Iran, just in the same way that they imported communism from the West to Iran. A lot of our far lefty Iranian, wokes are basically inspired by woke people in the West, and they're trying to bring that into Iran as well. I've been in their groups. They call me Persian fascist. They're trying to copy, like in the West, how when somebody is white, they are like white fascists because they're white. So they're basically copying that and saying that if somebody's Persian, it's in their DNA to be fascist. They're going with the intersectionality points and privilege points and all of that nonsense. But that has been completely rejected by the Iranian people, especially because the Iranian people have already been harmed significantly from these imported far leftist ideology. So they're like, yeah, we're not going to let that happen again. Yeah.
I wanted to add to that too. I wanted to say that looking at different races is not just a DEI thing. I notice people in Israel often talk this way too, because in the Middle East, people's interests largely vary by their ethnic or religious groups. So with all this talk about Baluchis and Kurds and what they want, without proper emphasis on how we're talking about specifically Baluchi separatists and Kurdish separatists, as opposed to the majority that are still Iranian, It feels like maybe Iran would also be possible to analyze this way, when in actuality, most of the ethnic groups see themselves as Iranian, and it's not like one against the other.
Yeah, it's not like their Baluchi, their identity, their ethnic identity doesn't is not their collective identity, except when we're talking about, it only comes about when we're talking about our dances or culture or rituals or clothing, when we're celebrating the culture. That's only when, and sometimes for fun. So for example, one thing we like to mention is that Goldie is Bakhtiari, and that probably explains why she's so fierce, because Bakhtiaris are famous for being very fierce. So that explains a lot with Goldie. So sometimes we just have fun with it, but it's not a big deal. We just sometimes, it's just for entertainment and also enjoying the culture that each one of these ethnic groups brings to Iran.
Let me move on to next on the list. Blake is next.
Hey, so this isn't so much a question. I just really wanted to take this quick opportunity, since both of you are here, Goldie and Armin, to thank you for all the work that you've been doing for Iran and for us. Like, it's so helpful. The two of you and Mahar Tusi are like the three people that I trust on this issue. And you've also done so much to like tell people, hey, don't worry, Trump knows what he's doing, and keeping everybody sane when so many people are panicking. So I know Armin likes to say like we're soldiers in an information war, but if that's true, then I feel like the two of you are our generals or something like that. So I really appreciate it. And you guys are taking so much time, streaming 8 hours a day for 5 days straight now. Like, it's insane. And just know that it is really appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you. That's very kind of you to say, Blake. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. No, honestly, like, you guys give us energy. Like, honestly, Armin, sometimes I wake up and I'm like, oh my gosh, maybe I should just like take a day to myself to rest. And then I'm like, you know what? No, now is not the time. I can rest and I can sleep when this is all over. So thank you guys, because comments like this gives us a lot of energy and keeps us motivated. But Armin, I can tell you that when Iran is free and all this is over, I'm going to take like a 2-week vacation. Like, I'm just going to be like, I need to,
you deserve it.
You as well. You need to take a vacation as well. But so yeah. But until then, like, it's an honor. And Armin and I we just kind of started this, and it grew organically. And I couldn't think of any better person to do this with than Armin. And Armin gives me a lot of motivation and strength as well. So it's just an honor to be here. And thank you to all of you for being here with us, because you guys are giving us the energy to continue. So you guys have really helped grow our channels and helped us spread the message. And you're the reason that Armin and I are able to do so many interviews with media around the world and to be like a real voice for the Iranian people. So thank you for that. It's your support.
Goldie, I sometimes actually wonder that, because we've been doing this for a while, that when we start the show, you're thinking to yourself like, I can't look at this man's face one more time. Like, I'm so tired of having to listen to Armin every single day. I need a break from this guy.
No, not at all. Honestly, no. You know what? It's in fact the opposite. It's like, Armin, come on. Like, that's why I message you. I'm like, Armin, come. I need you. Right. So, no, it's actually the opposite. Like, honestly, if I had to do this by myself, because like I've shown pictures before, it's just me sitting here. I've got like my I've got my ring light, I've got my camera, and I have my laptop, right? So it's just me basically speaking into like a camera for like 8 to 10 hours a day for the last 95 days. And Armin, if you weren't here, I would go crazy. So I'm very grateful that you're here. I'm very grateful. It's probably the opposite. You're probably like, oh my gosh, this woman again, I have to go, and she's going to like be bossy or like interrupt me or something. So I don't know how you have the strength and patience to keep up with me or deal with me. So thank you for that.
No, it's complete opposite. It's complete opposite. I'm always wondering, and when is she going to be like, okay, I'm done with this guy?
not happening. It's not happening.
Okay.
No, this is great. This is great. You know, I just don't know what we're gonna do when all this is over, and then we're gonna go back to our separate shows, and then it's gonna be like, that's it. You know what? Maybe we'll have to do like a variety show in Iran when Iran is free. We'll have to do like an English. We'll do like an English variety show where it's like, oh, you know what? We could do like we could have our own show like the Chunky Yogurt and Anna, except ours will actually be legitimate and real.
Yeah.
We could do that. And we can broadcast.
And your mom will be managing it.
Yeah, my mom will manage. That'll be from the Fuzul News Network.
Yeah, okay.
You could also like agree to do a collab every Saturday or something.
Yeah. Very true.
Alexia put in the chat while I'm on the topic. Goldie, you are my sister, and you will always have a place in my heart. And Armin, we are strong for you. We love you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you.
Armin, the Piers Morgan episode just dropped about 45 minutes ago. So I think Elika is going to join us soon on the YouTube live stream so that we can watch that. So I know usually you take a break after your discussion group, but
no, I can skip my break.
Or you know, if you want to leave 5-10 minutes early, up to you. But I'm gonna leave now because I do want to take a quick break so that when Elika comes, we can get started. And
Okay.
It's good. It's good because it was basically Ana Kasparian. She once again went on the rant about like, you know, how do you have evidence that 30,000 people were murdered? Like it's insane. She's crazy. She's crazy.
Wow.
And then I just want to say another thing as well. At one point, I just remembered this part. So this was closer to the end. They were asking me about like Israeli politics, and I was like, I don't really get involved in, you know, in the internal politics of a country. And then Ana Kasparian made the most idiotic comment, Armin. She was like, well, you comment on Iran. And so I responded to her, yeah, that's because I'm Iranian. I'm Iranian. Of course, I was like, of course I'm going to comment on Iran. I'm Iranian. Why wouldn't I comment? It was just the stupidest comment that she gave.
Wow.
Like, will you comment on Iran? Yeah, I'm Iranian.
What the hell? Did she forget that you're Iranian? What is self-own?
Like, it was so stupid. So I'm waiting for that part. I'm waiting for that part in the show.
An idiot.
Yeah, this was one of the most, honestly though, this episode was one of the most low IQ episodes ever. Anyways, you'll see. I didn't speak very much because I was just like, I was just sitting there like, what am I doing here? Like, I don't know what I'm doing here right now. Anyways, but yeah, so I'm gonna go, but I'll see you back on the live stream.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. This was fantastic. Appreciated speaking with all of you, and looking forward to doing it again at some point. And thank you for all your support. You guys are amazing. And
thank you, Goldie. This meant a lot. That you came here.
Of course,
so I really
absolutely. Thank you. And you know, of course, Am Yisrael Chai, God bless America, Payande Iran, and Javicha.
Javicha.
Hey guys, I'm back. Oh, Sohail is here. Hey, Sohail. Okay. So this is the episode. Oh my gosh. Look at this. Piers Morgan. Look at his editors put my face. His editors put my face there again. Because it was just the most stupidest thing. So there you go. That was that. They used my shocked face. So while we're waiting for Armin and Elika to join us, I'm going to play a few videos for you. I need to take a quick break as well, about 10-15 minutes. But let me just show you one of the clips that Piers Morgan put out. It was so stupid. Like she's so stupid, this Ana Kasparian. And Elika did a great job. But it was just so frustrating for Elika, and I feel bad. Guys, watch this.
There's no evidence that 30,000 people were killed. Show me the evidence that 30,000 people were killed. I heard it from your mouth. What evidence is there? Violence and I'm going to tell you, you're just wasting. Oh, good. Insults. That's good.
There you go. Oh, you guys want to see the videos, the NDP videos? Okay, yeah. Let me share the NDP convention videos with you guys because I promised you I would share those. So here they are. Here are the videos. Literal insanity. Okay, so this is one of them. This is the first one.
There's a point of privilege on microphone 1, then we'll go to microphone 3. Go ahead, delegate.
Yes, hello. I was standing here with my gender equity card before you called on the previous speaker. That's my point of privilege that I would like to raise.
I will explain the speaking order, which is fixed, that I cannot amend, which is the pro-con rotation. You can move yourself up a line that you're standing in.
I am pro, and I was...
We went...
You went pro, con,
we went pro-con, pro, and my plan was to go con. The speaker at con mic 3 also has a speaking card.
Yesterday, this card was used in an inappropriate manner. And while I understand in Ontario, we know this is equity, even if this was also used inappropriate in terms of gender. I want everyone to be mindful that these cards for individuals like myself who identify as a Black woman have no value outside of this space.
So that was the first video that I shared about the NDP convention. And then I think this is the second video. Yeah, this was the second one that I shared. Again, like utter insanity.
Microphone 2, are you on this resolution?
Yes.
Microphone 2, please.
My name is Mastura Tasneem. My pronouns are she, they. I'm from Ontario. Hello, bonjour. As we conduct this convention today and the past 2 days, right now there's discussions of 10,000 American men and women being sent to Iran.
Good. Good, you crazy person. Good.
Being deployed just to be part of this bloodbath. Canada cannot and will not be part of the legacy of blood that was
shut up
built in Iraq, Palestine, and now in Iran.
You're not even Iranian. Like, this is what I get. Like, I don't understand why these like jihadi, non-Iranian Durkas are like, oh, we're so afraid, we're so concerned about Iran. Khafisha. Sorry.
This is a no question debate. I call this question, Madam and Chairs. Thank you.
Your point's quite well made, Speaker. I'll again thank delegates not to call me Madam Chair or Madame la Présidente. I'm a non-binary person. My pronouns are they.
Lesbian Hitler is offended by being called Madam Chair.
Point's quite well made, Speaker. I'll again thank delegates not to call me Madam Chair or Madame la Présidente. I'm a non-binary person. My pronouns are they, them, and their. Chair is sufficient.
Well, yeah, wow, congratulations for being non-binary.
You've spoken to the resolution. It's not open to you to also call the question. If the question is the will of the House, someone else must call it because we heard from you in substantive debate.
Okay, I was not aware.
Weird rule. Microphone 4.
Yes, thank you. My name is Fred Farhat Sufi.
Unbelievable. How do these people, Goldie, how are these people alive? Like, I think they would go, like, I would expect them to go extinct. Like, the level of retardation is to a level that I think that they should have died by now from hunger or starvation or something.
Yeah. Okay, let me share the preview video with you very quickly, but we're waiting for Elika, and then when Elika joins us, we'll go live. She should be here in about like another maybe 10 minutes or so. So if you want to take a quick break or do something. But look at this crazy preview video.
There's no evidence that 30,000 people were killed. Show me the evidence that 30,000 people were killed. I heard it from your mouth. Where evidence is there? Violence, and I'm going to tell you, you're just wasting. Oh, good. Insults. That's good.
Like, that's all she did. All Ana did was just yell, and then she would just call us disgusting. Like, that's all she did. She was just crazy. Like, it was literal insanity.
There's no evidence that 30,000 people were killed. Show me.
And she's still going on about, like, guys, President Trump himself said that we have evidence that, you know, at least 40,000, if not more, were killed in those, you know, first 2 days. President Trump himself has said that, and she's just going on with this like, oh, there's no evidence, and I'm like, all right, fine, whatever. So anyways, so that's what we're gonna watch soon. And then I guess they used this thumbnail with my face like that because that's like the best that they could come with.
Oh, let's see, Goldie. That's you. That's the Goldie. No, you have to go like that. The camera like that. Yeah, like that.
So there you go.
I love it.
But okay,
I love it.
so let's take a quick break. We're waiting for Elika to come,
Okay.
and then as soon as she's here, we'll get started because that'll give you an opportunity to have a break as well. So guys, quick commercial break. Let me put something in the banner.
How long do we have for? How long?
I think maybe like 10 minutes. Elika should be here in about 10 minutes or so.
Okay. Don't want to miss it.
Oh no, we won't start. We won't start until you're back. So don't worry about that.
Okay.
Yeah. If you need like 10, 15, like even if you need like 15 minutes, that's fine. You know what? How about this? Why don't we say we'll resume at in 15 minutes? So that's 5:10.
Great.
And I'll just make a note
Yay.
here.
Goldie, if it wasn't because of you, I wouldn't be meeting so many great people, you know? I made, like, one of my greatest dreams in life was to meet Tommy Robinson, and he came to our show, and I'm like, is this really happening? I'm talking.
Do you want me to tell him to come back?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll reach out to him. I'll reach out to him. Yeah, Tommy's fantastic. Tommy's great.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Armin, go eat. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Commercial break.
Okay. See you soon.
See you in a bit. Okay, guys. Let me pull up some videos here for you. And we will start with Project Vendetta in honor of, actually, you know what? Let's just go to Takbir. We'll start with Takbir, and then we'll go to Project Vendetta after. So we'll be back soon.
همه خستیم قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه
سلام من به تو یار قدیمی منم همون هوادار قدیم
سید سلام چطوری مرد کلی کتلت شدین دایی بدون مدرک سلام بسیجی قهرمان رفتی پیش توسی با پنیر و یه نون سنگک سلام به محفل قرآنیتون سلام به مدیرای بحرانیتون سلام به حاجی اکبر و طوله هاش و خارج و رفقای ارگانیتون سلام به دزدای پول ملت که تش میفتین توی تور ملت سلام به همه شما کرکسایی که دارین نونتون رو میزنین تو خون ملت تا که تش زیر دست و پاک و تک بخورین حالا هی به یه بادکنک بدوین سلام آخر تو زندان باشه وقتی قرار به این آب خنک بخورین مکبر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا مکبر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا اینو بگذاریم به خاک میرسیم تجزیه طلبی که به خاک بیرسیم ایران مردمش وطن پرستن از کرد تا بلوچ بری به فاک بیرسی توف به هر کی مرسی است توف به هر کی در پی تجزیه است توف به لوی و همونی که شیفته ی گل ملیگرا تو وطن خدا نفسی هست سر کردستان همه برپا شدن بلوچستان فدای مهسا شدن شم واحد که شیر و خورشید ما بقی جعلیا تنها شدن شادی باشه واسه همه در میهن کور بشه چه شهرچی اهریمن رخه رو بگی تا اون 6 کلاس سواد و خبرگان و مجد سری ترجیحن شبهای عروس و دامادی باشه برن سلامتی نوش کنن آبادی باشه لحظت کجاست میدون شهیاده به سمت اتوبان آزادی باشه سلام به نسل ندید پدیدا نبودیم ندیدیم قدیمتی ما شاه بود تو شادی کل میزدین حالا شاه بر میگرده پیک میزنین مکبر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا
Hey, fine, give me
این خوشگلی با نایده بود اسم این مشخواهن رو توش بیاریم ولی خب لازم بود دیگه فکر کنم با نایده
آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده صدای ایران بلنده حق به حق دار میخنده اینا 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 تو خیابون رکبار و شلیکه آینده این جانی ها تاریکه فقط برای حقمون خواستیم داد بزنیم نمیذاریم این که شروع به فنا بدیم اینترنت و برق و آب رو قطع کردن توی دل تاریکی جنایت کردن چراغا رو خاموش کردن که خون بریزن مال دیگه از این ناخوندا گریزن ایران بی پادشاه بی قانونه دنیای ما از این درد و غرق خونه تا پادشاه برگرده این کشور بیماره ایران بی پهلی همیشه گرفتاره خامنه‌ای گم شو از این خاک ما حکومت اسلامی برو از پاک ما حکومتی که بیگانه و بدذاته توی خاک ما نیست وقت مجازات تا شاه پهلوی برگرده به ایران شما تروریست و قاتل و دستید گلوی ملت رو با بیراه می جوزید با خون ما این کشور رو دزدیدید از خشم این ملت مگه نترسیدید ما یه زندگی ساده و آزاد میخوایم صبح بدون ترس و فریاد میخوایم دوباره بیگان و مستی و لبخند بدون سانسور و زور و این بند خورشید و شیر دوباره تابان میشه پرچم واقعی توی جهان میشه ایران دوباره پارس و پر روره تا این شب تار نزدیک نوره مردم ایران ادامه بدین را رو برای شاه باز کنین این ویروس رژیم رو پاک کنین جا بدین به عصر طلای ایران روی پا میمیریم نه روی زانو آزادی حقمونه اینو میدونیم تا آخر میجنگیم بدون ترس ایران آزاد نزدیک میبینیم این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده صدای ایران بلنده
Let me tell you a story about a lion that came from the mountains. These mountains right behind you. Our lion, the lion of freedom, can only roam free and strong. But one day, some 47 years ago, liberal socialists had a different plans. Free healthcare and free speech was not good enough for them. The same lie you can see today in New York. They wanted everything for free, believing a bloodthirsty vulture is better than a majestic lion. The vulture placed his claws on the Quran, swearing he was God sent. Both liberal socialists and religion fanatics joined forces, believed he's the Messiah. The vulture promised them prosperity, but instead took their dignity, stole all their resources to sponsor terror, and disconnected them from the world, living our nation poor, isolated, and thirsty for water. But now our lion is back, and he's bringing help with him. While history repeats itself in New York and Minnesota, we gathered here today to turn the page on history and claim our lion back. Yeah, Azadi Square, let me see you make some noise. We came here to make history tonight. Azadi standing tall, we breaking down the walls. Everybody jumping now, answering the call. Look where we are right now, making history in my hometown. Screaming loud, let me hear the sound. Put your hands up and watch the world go round. Tehran, stand up, make some noise right now. We came here to rock the spot. This is Azadi, yeah, we made it to the stage. Put your hands up, let them feel the rage. Tehran, show me what you got. Inflation, inflation just we said an excuse, we came to uproot it. Breaking the chains, say it with me louder, till the oppression ends today. Azadi's underground sound, breaking through the silence. We ignite the streets, turn the stage into a riot. This is our moment now, feel the power rising. We end oppression now. Santa brought a New Year's gift from Jerusalem, wrapped up with a cherry gift from Washington. Shout out to Lion Elon Musk for the internet saving the people. Shout out to the Zionizer turning lionizer today. We love you, man. Shout out to Tommy, he's in the house. Shout out to Armin Navabi, the fighter of truth. Shout out to Nas Daily for upgrading our skills. Shout out to Erica LeBon, the brave lioness, standing brave and beautiful. We love you, Erica. Shout out to Goldie Gamari, the lioness golden heart of our nation. Welcome home. Also, Amjad Taha is in the house, the man who fears nothing but God and the truth. Shout out to Emily Schrader, never giving up on us. Now internet is back in the house. Let's block Bushra Sheikh and BBC, because you know what they stand for. Put your hearts together for the return of the lion, the Shah of Iran. The future is ours. Together we rise, reaching for the stars.
Let's go.
میخوام بگم از دلم، از عشق به این میهنم، به امید روز شکست دشمن شاه برمیگرده به وطن.
برگشتن پهلوی وحشت هر اجنبی، بلند بگو همشهری شاه رضا پهلوی، نظام رسیده پرتگاه بلند بگو جاوید شاه، برگشت شاه به میهن دوای درد وطن، این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده، داره میاد پهلوی زجه بزن سید علی، راه نجات وطن پهلوی هموطن، ایران میشه گلستان شاه که بیاد به ایران، ایران که شاه نداره حساب کتاب نداره، آخون باید گم بشه توپ تانک فشفشه، گم شو بیرون اجنبی داره میاد پهلوی، فریاد بزن جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن ها. ما شاه میخوایم نه ملا، بذار بشنوه دنیا، ایرانی داد بزن شاه تو فریاد بزن، برگشتن پهلوی وحشت هر اجنبی، بلند بگو هموطن شاه رضا پهلوی، فریاد بزن جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن خواه، بلند بگو جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن خواه، فریاد بزن جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن خواه، فریاد بزن جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن خواه، بلند بگو جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن خواه.
خیابان ها هزاران لاله خونین پرپر است، در خیابان ها هزاران لاله خونین پرپر است، شور کار در سر است، شور کار در سر است، مرگ بر سرخاب گویی فاسد ترین فاسدان، مرگ بر سرخاب گویی فاسد ترین فاسدان، مرگ بر بنیادتان، مرگ بر بنیادتان، ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است، ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است، شاه ما آهنگر است، شاه ما آهنگر است، ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است، ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است، شاه ما آهنگر است، شاه ما آهنگر است، جاوید شاه. در خیابان ها هزاران لاله خونین پرپر است، در خیابان ها هزاران لاله خونین پرپر است، شور کار در سر است، شور کار در سر است، جاوید شاه. مرگ بر سرخاب گویی فاسد ترین فاسدان، مرگ بر سرخاب گویی فاسد ترین فاسدان، مرگ بر بنیادتان، مرگ بر بنیادتان، ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است، ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است، شاه ما آهنگر است، شاه ما آهنگر است. Shadows cut from the light, sirens and gunfire in the dead of night.
up the net. The not our will, not our regret. Now hear us say, without any apology, America, send your angels of liberty. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true. Our old ally, USA, we stand with you. Sausage are on every street. IRGC boots marching to beat. 40,000 killed, buried unnamed. 50,000 caged, broken and chained. But we still rise, we still believe in words you wrote, in vows you gave. We want freedom and revenge. We will fight beside you till the end. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true. Our old ally, USA, we stand with you. We stand with you. Morning rises in every sea. We shout King Reza Pahlavi. Our hope, our future, and unity. A future built on justice and peace, where hatred ends and nations breathe. We honor the brave American Air Force and Navy. Through our whole life, we will all be free. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true. Our old ally, USA, Aurelian, stand with you. God bless the USA.
Well, hello. Look who we have with us. Oh, your mic is not working. Okay. Elika is going to fix her mic.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, the wonderful and lovely Elika. How are you?
Hi. Oh God, these are always
Hello.
the days. Hi, everyone.
Great to see you. Great to see you again.
It's so good. It's so good to see you guys. I don't know what it is. Well, I do know what it is, but these days, every time I do one of these things, it's like I just want to punch a wall, and then my mood is just bad for the rest of the day.
Don't worry, because honestly, this episode was, I think it was pure garbage, right?
It was garbage.
So low IQ. So Elika, I know that you had some technical difficulties. You left, but right at the end, like it got into like the topic of Israeli politics or whatever, and then at one point I actually said, it's not my place to comment on the internal politics of another country. And then Anna made the stupidest comment, Elika. So when I said that, she was like, well, you comment on Iran. And I was like, that's because I'm Iranian, you idiot. And I was like,
I think I literally caught that just before I logged off. And she was like, why are you commenting on Iran? And I was like, is this bitch dumb, or has she for the past three years been commenting about Israel, Gaza, Iran, Lebanon, Yemen, Syria, Iraq?
It was wild. It was wild.
But let Iranians not comment about Iran.
Yeah.
But she should be commenting about the Middle East.
Yeah, like she can comment on everyone and everything, but when I'm like, I'm not going to comment on like the internal politics of a different country. She's like, well, you comment on Iran. Yeah, I'm Iranian, you idiot. Of course I'm going to speak about Iran. Like that's the whole point.
How long after that did the show go on? Because I left then.
Just another maybe like 2-3 minutes,
okay.
And then
my laptop, that was just like, it was so awkward because my laptop battery was about to die, so I went to get the charger, and when I came back, it was like off, and I was like, that's so embarrassing. It's gonna look like I stormed off.
No, that was fine. That was fine.
Okay.
But and then so here's what I'm gonna do, because we definitely want your commentary, but you're also gonna be introduced to Armin's rants. So Armin
okay, love that.
So
love that.
Armin,
Oh no,
Armin, I'm gonna send you.
She's never gonna come back.
Oh no, she will. She will. We appreciate your rants, but Armin, so I'm gonna send you the link to the Piers Morgan episode so that you can play it, so that whenever you want to pause and rant, and then also keep an eye on when Elika wants to pause and say something. But before we begin, Elika, while Armin loads this up, did you want to maybe just give like your thoughts, a debrief, what you thought about this, and then we'll get into the episode.
I just, one of the things that makes, so they ask me to do this show all the time, as I'm sure they ask you too, but it's like constant asking, and the one reason that I never go on this show, I literally only say that I'll go on when Goldie goes on. That's my new rule.
Love you.
I know, because I'm just like, I don't want to do this by myself. I hate these people. And I already told you that it brings me comfort when you're there, but I think the one of the main reasons why I refuse to do this show so often is because there's literally no point, because you can never get your point across. It's like the way that the show is designed, you allow people to say the most outrageous things, and then it's like pot luck if it ever gets back to you to even correct what was said. So it's like 90% of the time you don't even get to make the point that you want to make, and then they switch the topic. And so it's like you've gone on the show, you've frustrated yourself for absolutely no reason. You're not even able to correct the record most of the time. Those little tiny clips where sometimes I'll post something and it will go viral, it's like that is like total potluck. Like potluck if it manages to go from a really bad point and then they ask you next. So I don't know. I just feel like the show is just a waste of time. And the other thing I was going to say is that there's no point arguing with people when it's not even a question of facts, right? It's a question of perspective. No matter what facts you give them, they just don't see it that way, because they lived in their like Israel derangement syndrome, where everything is about how Israel is the core evil, and therefore the Islamic regime can't possibly be doing anything wrong. Literally anything that the regime does, oh, it was an Israeli false flag. Oh, it was Mossad. Oh, the people that were killed were murderers. It's like there's no way to get through to these people, because everything they don't like is Israeli propaganda. That's why it just feels pointless.
Yeah. Listen, I agree with you 100%. And, one of the only reasons that I go on is because you're right. Like, getting that like one sound bite or sound clip that we can then share. Right. And that's pretty much it. But, in previous episodes that I've been on, there have been, at least other people who have some sort of education, some sort of, some sort of knowledge or something. But this episode today with you and I, the other two people were just absolutely insane. Like there was nothing, like there was no substance to anything they were saying. And I'm like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to, like, how do I even dignify these insane comments with a response? Like it was just, I felt like today's episode was just so pointless.
It was uniquely bad. And I think I completely agree with you, because at the end of the day, if you you invite people on for whatever reason, right? You invite Iranians on because they're Iranian to talk about Iran, but it's like, well, who are you and what is your point of being here? If it's like, okay, you might be Iranian, but here are some more experts who are analysts and professionals who say that this is not a good idea, whatever, okay, fine. That's your educational opinion. You have some expertise. everyone plays a role. We're Iranians, we speak about Iran. You're analysts, you speak about the war. What the fuck is the point of these people? Like, who are we debating? Why am I debating Ana Kasparian? Who are you? And what are you an authority on? It's just like it's mind-boggling to me. And the other guy, oh my God. Don't even get me started on the other guy.
Other guy was just,
if delusion was a person, I can't.
He was, you know what? He was almost as bad as the Marine. I went on with this guy who was like this bald-headed Marine, and no disrespect to Marines, because we actually watched that episode after, and all the Marines were like, this guy, like, we don't claim him, he's insane. That guy has like, apparently he's got like a Palestinian wife, and like he's like part of the Green Party in the States or something.
Oh,
but,
of course.
Yeah, so like he was just as crazy. Yeah, so there's still like a few clips from that I have to share. But yeah, all right, let's just get right into it then.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay. This is
shield my eyes.
Okay, let's finish this.
There's no evidence that 30,000 people were killed. Show me the evidence.
That 30,000 people were killed. I heard it from your mouth. Where evidence is there?
Elika.
Violence, and I'm going to tell you, you're just wasting it. Oh, good. Insults, that's good.
Okay.
President Trump says the war in Iran could be over within 2 or 3 weeks. The aftershocks, however, even if that is true, will last for years. Trump has told the Telegraph newspaper in the UK that he's now strongly considering a move to quit NATO altogether. The biggest military alliance in human history is a paper tiger, he said, and Putin knows that too. In a press interview, this is what the former NATO Commander General Sir Richard Sheriff said to me.
That Donald Trump has pretty much single-handedly torpedoed NATO as an alliance. 2 months ago, Donald Trump threatened to attack the territory of a NATO ally, Denmark, over Greenland. Nobody has forgotten that. Europeans will not forget that. That is a grotesque breach of trust. I think the special relationship is a fantasy put about, if I may say so, Piers, by the media and politicians.
Well, just about
he actually never threatened military action, but okay.
Everybody agrees that NATO and Europe have been complacent about living in the comfort of US security. That's why at Trump's insistence, they're all ramping up spending, and so they should. But just about everybody also agrees that both America and Europe are significantly weaker on their own. NATO and its member countries have refused to join the Iran war for very sound reasons. First and foremost, it's a defensive alliance. It was created to maintain peace, not create war. Second, by any reason.
How come that was not the case with Afghanistan and Libya then? What's that like? I don't understand.
Definition. The Iran war is to many people an illegal one. If there was evidence of an imminent threat and the right to self-defense, we've yet to be presented.
Illegal? How is it illegal?
Every war is illegal. Every war is illegal, but you know what's not illegal? October 7th is not illegal. Terrorist attacks are not illegal. Everything's illegal except attacking the terrorists. He's saying it's illegal because it didn't get congressional approval. But what I'm saying is that as soon as they're attacking the regime, that's when the question of legality comes into play. But when the terrorists are doing the attack, nobody cares about legality.
I mean, the Islamic Republic has already declared war on the United States in 1979. So you don't need to declare war again. So this is just an ongoing war since 1979. Yeah. Also, he keeps on saying there's no imminent threat. Like, yeah, that's a good thing. You have to deal with things before they become imminent threats. You don't wait until they become imminent.
Let's wait until there's like the point of no return, and then we'll have an issue.
What are we waiting for? Are we waiting for like another 9/11 before we consider that an imminent threat? Like, why would we not want to prevent another 9/11 and get rid of the threat while we can?
No, they're waiting for them to have nukes, so that there's literally nothing they can do about it, and then come up with a plan of what to do when there's nothing left to do.
Yeah. Let's wait until it's too late. Sure. Okay.
With it. Many people in my country and across Europe are asking, why should our men and women risk their lives for a war that you began without coherently explaining why? The so-called...
Yeah, you know what? Don't. But don't also complain about the higher fuel prices. You don't have to be involved. Just accept the higher fuel prices then. Just don't complain about that if you don't want to participate.
paper tiger.
And you know what, Armin? No, last time I checked, no one from the UK is involved in this war anyway. So why is he saying people from my country don't want to like lose their lives? Like, you're not involved anyway.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Occasions, 13 countries mobilized after 9/11 and fought alongside the US for 20 years in Afghanistan. European allies supplied 30% of the airstrikes in the fight against ISIS. They share intelligence and assets all over the world. They were there in the Gulf War. They were even in the US after Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah, you know, this contradicts what he's saying. He's like, oh, they mobilized and cooperated regarding and shared intelligence regarding ISIS because ISIS is a global threat. So we consider that to be not defensive because ISIS is threatening the entire world. So NATO cooperating, European countries cooperating with the United States to tackle, the challenge of ISIS is seen as defensive. Well, guess what? So is IRGC. IRGC is a global threat. IRGC has constantly threatened Europe that, don't remember that we have missiles that could hit you multiple times. IRGC has had operations on European soil targeting individuals. So you taking action against the IRGC would be defensive, which is then, you're saying, oh, NATO only gets involved when it's defensive. Well, IRGC has attacked you multiple times on European soil.
Elika, welcome to Armin Rants. I really need to try to get Armin on the Piers Morgan show because if anyone could go
that would
after
be funny.
Like, if anyone can go after like chunky yogurt as we call him or like Anna or whoever, it's Armin.
Nobody would be able to hear what we're saying because we're all just shouting at each other.
Armin would just be like this the whole time.
Oh my God.
To walk away and leave the global oil supply in chaos because he says the US has plenty of its own resources. Well, that would leave America's closest allies stranded, with the notable exception of Israel, which has no intention of ending hostilities anytime soon. It would also leave the Iranian people stranded. For all the talk of liberation and Trump to the rescue, they'll be living under the same regime, weakened but angrier than ever. Joining me to debate all this, attorney and Iranian-American activist Elika Laban, Aaron Mate, the journalist with the Grey Zone, Iranian-Canadian activist and former MP Goldie Kumari, and Ana Kasparian, the host and executive producer of The Young Turks. So welcome to all of you. Elika Laban, I honestly can't keep up with where we are with this war, other than I read somewhere today, I think Axios reported this, that one of the Trump administration has said Trump isn't playing 3D chess, he's playing 12D chess, and that he basically throws out all these contradictory things because he wants to keep the enemy guessing. Now, maybe that's true, but it might also be, I would offer up as an alternative theory, that he's got himself into something that he quickly has realized is not a good idea, but not because taking out the Iranian regime is not a sound idea in principle, or they've been an appalling repressive regime, but not a good idea because the Iranians have hit back in a way I think that they've been taken by surprise by the scale of it, economically, by closing the Strait of Hormuz, by attacking the Gulf states, and that the combined effect of this has been a shuddering shock to the global economy. And so Trump wants out, and yet it's very difficult to see how he gets out with a convincing claim of victory. So those are the theories. What's your view?
I mean, at the end of the day, my view from the very beginning, and still my view to this day, is that this operation, whatever it is, has to be seen through to the end, because the worst case scenario is that this war ends and the regime is still in power. That's worse than if the war never happened at all. And so in terms of what I'm here to do, or what Goldie is here to do, is represent, these sentiments of the Iranian people and how we feel about what these military strikes are doing, which are targeting an oppressive regime that, we all know has been oppressing the Iranian people for 47 years. In terms of the military strategy, that's not really within our purview. The only thing that we can do is trust that the United States government knows what it's doing and has an effective plan to remove this regime.
Okay, but explain this to me. I get that, but let me just ask you this. Donald Trump said yesterday that the mission of making it impossible for Iran to develop a nuclear weapon had now been achieved, which seems to be where he's edging now as the sort of totality justification for the action he took. But there's one problem, is that all the enriched uranium remains untouched underground in Iran. the capacity to develop that into a nuclear weapon remains exactly as it was before this war was started. So I don't understand how Donald Trump or anybody, frankly, can claim that they have stopped Iran from being able to develop a nuclear weapon when all the tools they need remain exactly where they were before it started.
Well, that's the question that's on everybody's mind, right? The only thing that we've ever asked is for this war to go to completion and for this regime to be removed. It was never in our imagination that you would stop at the point that their nuclear capabilities were decapitated. We were told that the end of this war would...
Look at Anna, the way she's looking at
She's
you.
always so antagonistic.
Oh my God.
Antagonistic.
Look at them. Oh my God.
She's got like venom coming out of her eyes.
I know. She looks like an evil villain in a cartoon or something.
Would be when this regime fell, that uncompromising surrender. That's the only ambition that we were ever told. So I don't know what to tell you about this falling short at just, well,
I'm going to bring the others in. I mean, Ana Kasparian, that's really interesting because,
oh no,
Alec is reflecting there what so many people are thinking, which is the goalposts have changed so often.
No,
it was early on. This was going to be regime change, and they thought by decapitating the top of the regime.
It's still regime change. And if what they don't understand is that if it's confusing to you, it's also confusing to the Islamic Republic. And I follow a lot of their social media. They're confused as they have no idea what's going on, and this gives the Americans an advantage.
And you know what? Go on.
Oh, go ahead.
No, what I was going to say is that what these people are failing to consider here is that if this regime change doesn't happen, that they're going to drop 3 bombs and all of a sudden they're going to hold up their white flag and say, I surrender. The whole idea of regime change is that you bomb them to this extent, to the point that they become internally fractured, internally destabilized, and then they lose their coherence, they lose their incentive structure, they lose the ability to navigate who's doing what. And then it's in that incoherence, it's in that instability that people rise up. Oh, shoot, my camera. Hang on 1 second. I have to switch it because I think my camera died. But anyway, hang on. Is it back?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm down here. So the whole point is that let me get into the light. The whole point is that you're supposed to destabilize them through this campaign, and that's what leads to regime change. So I don't know why they're sitting there saying like, oh, we've been bombing them and regime change hasn't happened yet. Well, it was never going to happen like this.
The other thing as well is that CENTCOM, President Trump, Israel, and of course, Reza Pahlavi have all said now is not the time to go out, right? They've said stay inside because it's dangerous to go out. We're in a military campaign. Bombs are dropping. We don't want civilian casualties. Stay indoors. When it's over, we will give you the signal and then you can go out. And I've said this before as well on Piers Morgan, but it's just this stupid narrative that he keeps on pushing, right? Because the leftists eat it up and they love to go with that narrative, which is just so stupid.
Also, how many days has it been? People are like, I don't know, is this like a TikTok or what? That people have no patience?
It's a TikTok war.
If you look,
it's a TikTok war.
Yeah.
The TikTok war was supposed to end in 1 week. I don't understand why this TikTok war is still going on.
Are we there yet? Why? When has regime change happened this fast for this to be the first one?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, this is a crazy thing I want to add. Khamenei was killed the first day.
Day one.
They still haven't even buried his body. He's still in a fridge. His corpse is still in a fridge somewhere, probably rotting, because they haven't even held a funeral for Khamenei. And yet these deranged jihadis and leftists are like, oh, Iran is winning. Okay, if the Islamic regime is winning. Yeah, if the Islamic regime is winning, how the hell have they haven't been able to bury Khamenei yet?
Right.
All right, let's continue.
Killing the Ayatollah and a lot of the top people, then naturally, and apparently this was what the Israelis told the Americans, there will be uprisings and the regime will topple. None of that has happened.
Why do they keep saying that? This has been explained to him. Is he on purpose not paying attention?
Yeah.
How many times have we been? Well, because they have been why the Iranian people who have the Americans, the Israelis, and Princess of Pahlavi, all of them have been telling them to stay home. And you're like, why are they not out yet? Because they've been told to stay home. Like, what? I don't understand how difficult that is to understand. Piers Morgan has heard that answer. Like, does he not listen when other people explain this to him?
We need to get you on the show. We need to get Armin on the show.
I'm telling you, I'm trying to get him on the show because Armin.
This is the clickbait that we need.
This is the energy that Piers Morgan wants. Like, he wants people to fight and
he
yell.
wants it. We need to propose him. Next time I'm gonna say I got someone else in mind. I don't have the horsele. I don't know how to explain horsele in English, but Armin apparently has it.
I should do that too. So the next time they invite me, I'll be like, "Oh, I'm unavailable, but can my co-host come on?" And then we'll try to get you on. Armin.
Good idea. Yeah.
Okay. I'll try my best.
Take this energy with you.
They've now moved.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I'm gonna have a heart attack. Seriously.
Risings and the regime will topple. None of that has happened.
I wonder why.
They've now moved, it seems to me, to a different game plan, which is actually what we meant all along, was degrading their military and stopping them building a nuke. They've done the first. That has to be accepted. They've massively degraded the Iranian military, but they've come nowhere near to stopping them developing a nuclear weapon if Iran chooses to, because the uranium is still there.
Unfortunately, you have two different countries that are involved in this effort to, I guess, either topple the regime in Iran, which isn't going to happen, or,
which is not going to happen. Oh yeah, go ahead.
So no, I was going to say, so exactly on your point there. So she kept on saying, "Oh, regime change isn't going to happen," because she was trying to trigger me and Elika, and we did not take the bait, right?
No.
Because ultimately her opinion is garbage. So just better to just ignore what she's saying.
She's spitting on the blood of tens of thousands of
it gets
Iranians
worse.
Oh, okay.
Save your anger because it gets worse.
Okay. All right.
Degrade Iran's military capabilities and ability to build nuclear weapons. For the Israelis, it was never, ever about nuclear weapons. It was never about degrading Iran.
Oh yeah, Israelis don't mind the country, the regime right next to them that has promised to completely annihilate them and wipe them off the map. They don't care about that such a regime having nuclear weapon at all. It has never been about that at all. Yeah, sure. Let our greatest enemy have a nuclear weapon. Why not?
Military capabilities. It was always about regime change for them. But in order to
regime change, because this is a regime that's planning to have a nuclear weapon and has promised to annihilate every single Jew on the planet.
Build consent or manufacture consent among the American people for a war that we all knew was going to be a disaster. The American people were fed lies and all sorts of fear mongering about how Iran is such a threat that we need to get.
Yeah, the regime that has publicly communicated that its goal is world domination. It's a lie that such a regime is a threat. Okay.
Involved, and we need to disarm the Iranians. Okay, how is that working out for us? There was no strategic military plan in place. Elika is on the propaganda wing, and she's like, "Oh, I don't know. It's not my job to think about the military strategy." No, Elika, it is your job to think about military strategy because you're advocating for something that's going to get American soldiers killed. It's going to get innocent civilians killed.
American soldiers have died in way higher numbers with the Islamic Republic continuing since its beginning.
As if I'm the one who needs to make a plan for Americans to go to war to defend their country. Like, the American military is waiting on me to authorize the reason why they go to war to defend their own country.
Yeah.
The fuck are you talking about?
It's insane. It's sure. Apparently you have I don't know, President Trump and you have Pete Hegseth on speed dial and you're giving them the military intelligence.
And then once I come up with the plan, then it's justified for American soldiers to go to war to defend America. I have to come up with that plan.
Look, General Elika. So General Elika from now on. 4-star General Elika.
Don't speak until four-star General Elika has made her point. God, what a fucking
So
idiot.
this retarded take is like saying that if you recognize that the Nazis have to go, you cannot have that position unless you also have the exact military strategy to get rid of them. You cannot just say like, oh, not. Yeah, you cannot just say like if you were like back in the
If you're
Nazis,
Jewish as well. If
Yeah,
you're
like,
Jewish,
yeah, exactly.
you can't say we need to remove the Nazis. If you're
Nazi.
Jewish, you can only say we need to be saved from these gas chambers if you come up with, if you're the Jewish general and come up with a plan of how you're going to, you know, eliminate the Nazis through war. If you draw up the blueprint, then you can say, I don't want to die in the gas chambers.
Yeah,
fuck
yeah.
you
Unless
talking
you have
about?
that plan, you should accept that this is okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
In fact, that's happening right now as we speak. And so you should ask yourself, is there really a reliable path here, a militaristic path that's going to secure what I personally want, which is regime change? And honestly, there isn't a path.
What's your path?
There isn't a path.
What is your path?
First of all, I don't have a path because I've analyzed the situation and realized
So you
that
just said it's your
Iran
part. You
has
just said
a
it's your job to
formidable
know.
military, and that
You just
we're
said
gonna
it's
put our
your job to
soldiers in
know.
jeopardy by taking them over there. I
You
didn't.
just
I
said
didn't
it's
interrupt
your
you,
job to
and you're
know,
interrupting
and you don't
me.
have a
Why
path
are you interrupting
yourself.
me? Pierce, are you going to intervene?
Look at this. She's saying, why are you interrupting me? I watched her on a previous show that she interrupted everybody on the panel. And when they told her that we didn't interrupt you, why are you interrupting us? She was like, well, I'm going to deal with it. And now she's like, oh, why are you interrupting me?
But you know,
person who has
the
been
point,
interrupt-
the whole
Yeah.
point, you know, where she's like, I don't have a path, right? I'm like, well, what's your path? And
Yeah.
it's like, it's no point, there's no point pressing that point, right? Because her whole thing is like, there is no path because we don't need to have any type of war with this regime because they're not a threat, right? So it's like, this is why I'm
Right.
saying like facts don't work on these people because it's their perception. In their mind, they're like, why would we go to war with this angelic regime that has only brought beauty and grace to our world?
Yeah. And Aliko, imagine if the Islamic Republic was not dealt with and they eventually had an atomic bomb and thousands and thousands of missiles. Do you think like would more Americans die because of that, given that they have already been killing so many American soldiers? Once they get to a position that they realize that nobody is ever going to try regime change on us anymore because we're like North Korea, we're untouchable now, they're going to go with impunity. They're going to go at American soldiers and all other Western civilians and non-civilians as much as they want because they know like you're stuck with us forever. So American soldiers will be more at danger if you just allow this path to continue. Yeah. Anyways.
Because she's interrupting me when I
Yes,
didn't
I
interrupt
think that's
her.
fair comment. You shouldn't interrupt each other because we can't hear either of you when you do. So
I appreciate it. It is important to ask yourself, as you're advocating for military action, whether or not that military action is going to secure the gains that you're advocating for. And if you looked at the landscape, if you looked at the terrain in Iran, if you looked at what Iran is capable of doing, the fact that they control the Strait of Hormuz, you would think about all these elements before.
We have thought about those elements. The Strait of Hormuz, would it be shut down if you allowed the Islamic Republic to continue this path? If they became an atomic power, then of course they're going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. They will shut it down. Elika, think about this. Think about if the Islamic Republic became like an atomic power, and they know that now if we close the Strait of Hormuz and collect toll from everybody going through it, nobody is going to be able to complain because nobody is going to be. So you would like, given that you see right now that they could do this, you should be for regime change even more because you would realize that once they gain nuclear, they will like put yourself in their position. If they go full nuclear, and they know that now forever we could close the Strait of Hormuz and control this area and nobody would be able to stop us. They will, and they know the whole world relies on the energy that comes out of this area. Like, yeah, we're going to want our share because we're going to control the Strait of Hormuz and collect our money every time a ship wants to go past, and nobody's going to. So you would have what you're experiencing in the past few weeks. If the Islamic Republic became nuclear, would be the default forever after that.
Spouting off about getting the United States involved in a war that isn't going to secure what you think it's going to secure.
And when she talks about the terrain and you're not going to be able to do this and do that, she still doesn't understand.
Do you know where she got that from? She gets that from
Where?
NIAC. I've seen the NIAC interviews where they say in their interviews, they say, oh yes, the mountainous terrain of Iran means that only a ground invasion, like I've seen all of Nayak's talking points. She's literally just word for word. She studied the Nayak interviews and she's repeating them. And we know why Nayak has those talking points, right? The whole point of Nayak's talking points is to deter an invasion. It's to make it seem as impossible as possible. So you have, the regime's lobby going out there saying, guys, I would really, really not go to Iran. I would really avoid a ground invasion because the mountainous terrain, so that America's like, oh, we can never beat this regime. That's what the regime wants, to scare you away from an invasion. And she's just echoing Nayak's talking points.
Which means that she's echoing the Islamic Republic.
Exactly. Well, we know that. The Islamic Republic loves her. They used her her words to put a bounty on mine and Goldie's head. Don't forget the laughing hyenas.
Oh yeah, you're right. They repeated exactly that. You're right.
They took her clip, they took her words, and they used it to put a bounty on mine and Goldie's head. And they even put her in the Fast News Telegram chat.
Wow, you should.
They love her. They love her. She's their favorite advocate.
Unbelievable. And also when she keeps saying like, oh, it's hard to invade and stuff, they still missing the entire point that regime change is not supposed to be done by US or Israeli military. They still discounting how the main part of this equation is the Iranian people.
Yeah,
so they say like, oh, it's mountainous. Well, the forces that are supposed to do regime change are already inside Iran. They don't need to invade Iran. They're in Iran. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
There isn't going to be regime change in Iran. And by the way, I think it's disgusting that we are dragged into a war on behalf of a foreign country that does not plan to put any of their boots on the ground. Not a single IDF soldier is planning to be on the ground.
That's a really interesting point. Let me bring in Goldie Gamari.
It's not interesting point at all. It's because it's not their specialty. It's not their specialty. Like the Israeli forces do not have enough manpower, or they only have ground forces to go to Lebanon and Gaza. They don't have this. Nobody even asked them to do so.
But it's not even Israel's war. That's the whole point. It's Israel and the United States war. So if the United States wants to deploy its own troops, that's its own decision. That's the whole point that she keeps missing. Why should our troops go to war for Israel? No, your troops are going to war for America. That it's like they take away agency from everyone and only give it to Israel, right? Israel is the agent, the decider, the one with the agenda. America has no agency. The Islamic regime has no agency. The Iranian people have no agency. Everybody is just a sucker for Israel. That's just part of the propaganda in her head.
I've done a few of these now, so it's become blurry. Elika, were you there when the general was there as well, and then he basically said to her, like, you're insulting us by saying this?
Oh,
and, like,
no. I was with the general with Cenk, not with Anna.
Okay, so I think I was with the I think I was there too, but there was a different general.
Yes.
And then I guess that was probably me on my own. But this like American general, before he even started speaking, he basically said to Anna, like, don't interrupt me. Like, I know what you're gonna do, so don't interrupt me when I'm speaking. And then he basically said that what she's saying is really insulting to the US military. And like he said that we take offense to people like you. Saying this kind of stuff about our soldiers, and they know what they're getting into, and they're here to sacrifice their lives and all of that. So like she doesn't realize this, but what she's saying is actually off-putting. From what I've heard, is that like this is very, very off-putting to people who are serving or who have served.
Right, it is because you're undermining the agency of the American. And this is the thing, like. The whole thing is upside down because she's claiming to be pro-America, but she's against everything that America is trying to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I spoke to the FBI about this death threat with her and everything, You know, it's like the FBI is like trying to protect us from people like her. Do you know what I mean? Like, we're all on the same side. The American government, the FBI, the military, all of us are on the same side in recognizing that this is a terrorist regime that we need to be kept safe from. And she's on the opposite side. She's on the regime's media channels. She's the one that they're using her words for their death threats against people on American soil. Like, she is not pro-America. She's just using pro-America as a shield to disguise her pro-regime shit, her Nazi shit.
Yeah, exactly. And the relationship, by the way, is the other way around. Like like they keep acting like Israel controls U.S. policy, which is retarded, because U.S. policy is, there's so many industries, so much money, so much lobbying groups, so much like people's votes. There's so many things that goes into what eventually United States as a country makes it. And these people are just simplifying it all to Israel wants this and it happens. Like, the relationship is actually the other way around, because United States has a lot more influence on Israeli politics than Israel has over American politics.
Well, you know, even President Trump said earlier on, he said that, because someone asked him, like, is this something that Israel like dragged you into? And President Trump is like, absolutely not. I made this decision. And in fact, I convinced Israel to join this, you know, operation. So by her even saying this is like directly insulting President Trump. And she's basically saying that President Trump is so, you know, stupid that he can't make an independent decision as commander-in-chief of the United States. So it's incredibly anti-American. And it's just basically just insulting President Trump over and over.
Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Talking back to uncensored, because it seems to me, look, I'm not a military expert, but a lot of my family has served at high level in the British military. And there is only one way to get that enriched uranium and therefore be sure that you can prevent Iran in the future developing a nuclear weapon, because they're very advanced as it is with this uranium. And the only way you can do it is with ground forces. The problem is it's incredibly dangerous, that operation, because of the terrain there, because of the way you would have to do it, because of the embedded defenses that the Iranians clearly have, the drones they have, and so on. This could very quickly, if America tried to do this, and I think it's perfectly reasonable, Anna, to point out, so far there's no suggestion the IDF will join this, even though it's clear from Marco Rubio's own mouth that America went into this because the Israelis said, we're doing it with or without you.
Oh my God, why does everybody misrepresent what Marco Rubio said? Marco Rubio was talking about whether they go on a Sunday or on a Monday or on a Friday. It was the specific timing that the Israelis' decision changed the Americans' timing, the specific day. This whole operation was planned months ago. Months ago, the Americans and Israelis were already planning this. After the uprising in early January, both of them decided that they're going to do this. They were planning this way ahead of time. It wasn't because of the Israel. That specific thing that Marco Rubio was talking about is something that the Israelis figured out and they wanted to take action on, made the Americans also just do it a little bit earlier. Not that it made them want to do it. Oh my God. I don't know why people don't listen.
If it becomes a ground war, this could become very quickly disastrous. I mean, do you accept there's that risk here?
There's always a risk in everything that happens, but I mean, ultimately, we're dealing with the most powerful military in the world, the U.S. military. Their intelligence is top notch. President Trump himself has said that the reason that he decided to begin this as he calls it, an excursion into Iran is not because of Israel, it's because he assessed the threats to the United States. And, you know, obviously the commander-in-chief of the United States of America has way more intelligence information than, you know, just random podcasters on YouTube. So, you know, I trust President Trump. I trust his analysis. And Pete Hegseth has also said that the vast majority of the Islamic regime's ground forces, it has been destroyed. Their drones, their missiles, everything. So the only thing that's really left of the Islamic regime is just their paramilitary forces. In fact, they're so weak that they're now not only bringing militia groups from Iraq, but they're now actually conscripting 12-year-old children, which is a war crime. So the Islamic regime is now using children to
But
fight.
if they're that
against
weak, all right, look,
Iranian
let's take
people.
for a moment your premise that
You know,
they've
can I
been
just say,
almost obliterated.
Yep.
I think what's really good about you, Goldie, is that you always remain calm in these situations. I really admire the way that you just remain calm, because every time this woman or one of these people speak, it's like I can feel my nervous system just getting like, and then when I speak, I'm like, yeah, well, it's even though I'm not shouting, it's like I'm on edge because these people drive me crazy. But I love the way that you just stay calm and don't let these people phase you.
Thank you. I mean, politician, right? So I have that experience. Listen, I've dealt with so many idiots in the last 10 years of my life, especially in politics, that yeah, this is how I am. I mean, I believe me, internally I'm screaming. Like internally I'm just like "Chafisho," like, but you know, I can't say that in you know, on Piers Morgan.
I
but,
think I did. I think I told her to shut up on this somewhere in this interview, and she was like, "Don't tell me to
did?
shut up." Yeah, I told her to shut up. I was like, "Oh, shut up." I can't remember what point, but it's gonna come at some point.
Okay,
but
let's
you know
get
what?
to
It's
it.
a nice balancing because you're there, like you're fiery, like you call them out, and then I'm just
Yeah.
kind of there, and like you know, I just go, you know, boom, 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 fact, fact. And you know, you can tell Piers Morgan didn't like where I was going with that because he interrupts me here, right?
True.
Because I basically said, I'm like, President Trump, like, why would we listen to some random podcaster on YouTube over the commander in chief of the most powerful country military in the world, right?
And the
President Trump-
intelligence, like you said, the intelligence that they have.
Exactly. So
yeah, okay.
Which I keep hearing. Okay, but from where I'm looking, the regime has not been displaced. I mean, Donald Trump this morning put out a new post on Truth Social saying Iran's new president, much less radicalized and far more intelligent than his predecessors, has just asked the United States of America for a ceasefire. We will consider when the Hormuz Strait is open, free, and clear. Until then, we're blazing Iran into oblivion, or as they say, back to the Stone Ages. His usual hyperbolic rhetoric. But we don't know who he's talking about, by the way, because no one's come forward from the Iranian side.
He's talking about Pezeshkian because that was exactly what Pezeshkian said.
That's her point.
Maybe
She's gonna say that.
yeah, like I don't understand. Like, does his team not do some research
to say yes, that's me, and we are talking to the Americans?
and I think, and Piers, I think that's actually very funny because as far as we knew, the president was Pezeshkian. If President Trump is saying that there's a new president, does that mean Pezeshkian has been obliterated?
Well, that's why that's why I said, you know, we don't know who this guy is. We don't know that he's much less radicalized because we've no idea who it is, or that he's more intelligent than his predecessor.
I don't understand his point. Like, how is that a counter to what Goldie said? Because Goldie said that they have been very weak, like weakened by all the bombardments and the assassination, and then Piers is saying, well, no, and then his counter was Pezeshkian made a statement. Like, how does that show that they haven't been weakened? Because Pezeshkian is still able to give out statements. That shows that they're standing. Okay, very impressed. I'm very impressed. The Islamic regime has still have people that could put out statements. Okay, guys, pack it up. We haven't done anything. Go home.
It could just be Trump playing games, trying to divide and rule with the IRGC. That's highly likely, I would think. And maybe that's an effective tactic. Maybe that's an effective tactic. We shall see. You know, with all these things, once a war starts, it's very, very difficult to predict how this plays out. But what I would say about the strength of the American military is there's been an asymmetric war going on here. And I'll bring Aaron in here.
So,
the
Armin, can
asymmetric
you just
war
pause here?
is
So Piers actually spoke more than me. Like when I started speaking, Piers didn't like where this was going, so he just basically interjected, and then he just started going on, and then he made all these points, and then I couldn't even respond because he just went to the next person. I didn't want to be rude to Piers, right? So I'm just,
you know,
like,
what? I noticed that as well during this episode. I don't know if I noticed it before, but in this episode, I realized that Piers was talking a lot. Like every time someone made a point, he was just arguing with people, and it's like, why do you have a panel if you're just going to sit there talking all the time and argue? Like this was weird to me. He couldn't stop talking.
like he wouldn't let me make my point.
No, he didn't.
But that's fine.
And his points was not relevant to your points. You were like, you said certain thing, then he said, okay, but, and the things he said was not even relevant to what you were saying.
Piers is literally like Piers is the king of saying nothing. Like, he is the king of literally saying nothing, like never making a point, never taking a stand. You don't know whether he's coming. He's so wishy-washy. It's like, why do you even bother? Just let people hash it out.
Guys, so just really quickly, because we did promise the live chat that we will tune into the moon rocket launch. So
Okay.
I do have that on my screen. We'll go to that about like maybe 10 minutes before. So it's on my YouTube. It's ready to go. Because I know you guys want to watch that. It is kind of historic. Like, it has nothing to do with Iran revolution. But the United States is launching a rocket to the moon, so we will tune into that, and then afterwards we'll come back to this afterwards. But we'll tune into that in about like 10 minutes or so.
Can I just tell you that I haven't been on the internet for like a week while I've been editing my book, and I don't even know about the moon. I don't know what's happening with the moon.
I didn't know what was happening until today. So apparently the United States is launching a rocket, I think with astronauts in it. There are astronauts in it, right?
Yeah, it's going around the moon. It's not landing on it.
Oh, okay. Well, anyways, they're launching a rocket to the moon. So I didn't know that until today. But yeah, we've been like, Armin and I have been so focused on Iran that like we didn't even know.
Are they looking for a new home for Ana?
No, Elika, they're gonna go find Khomeini, because remember, people saw Khomeini's face in the moon. They're gonna go see if they can find evidence of Khomeini's face in the moon.
That's a good one.
Well, then we definitely have to watch it.
Yeah,
we have to pay our respects.
Absolutely. So we will go to that briefly, but then we will continue with this afterwards.
Okay. All right, let's continue.
Is that you've got the American and Israeli combined incredibly powerful military, the most powerful military we've ever seen in this planet, waging merry hell across the skies of Tehran. But at the same time, the Iranians, like I said earlier, very skillfully and with great cunning, it has to be said, doing a very effective job in economically strangling the world through the Strait of Hormuz, and also strangling.
How is that very cunning? Like, hey guys, if you pass the ships here, we're gonna throw drones at them and we're gonna drop some mines in the Hormuz Strait. Wow, so genius. These people are so cunning. They figured out that if you put some mines in the Hormuz Straits and threaten people with drones, they could close the Hormuz. Everybody saw that coming. Like, everybody saw that coming. This is not really genius. It was the obvious play.
The economies of the Gulf states, its neighbors, by attacking refineries, by attacking tourist areas, and so on. This has been very effective. I think far more effective than the Americans and Israelis thought may happen. So you've got two wars going on here.
I mean, look, when you say thought, like, this has the fact that the Islamic Republic, this is their strategy, if ever it comes to this, has been discussed for decades. How do people feel like, oh my God, they surprised us? Like, this was not only did they knew that this would be the play, they have been practicing, they have been discussing, they have been strategizing, they have been testing all of this different scenarios on how the Islamic Republic would do that for the past decades. Like, I don't understand why people acting like, oh my God, the Americans and Israelis are surprised when they already had so many different papers and analysis on exactly the scenario. I don't know.
And my guess is because of the pain that's happening at the gas station prices, food prices to come, because fertilizer's been shut and so on. You're going to see a lot of fallout from this all summer. You've got the midterm elections in America in November. Donald Trump is many things, but he's not politically stupid. He will know that they could take an absolute beating in the midterms and render him a lame duck if he doesn't do something to resolve where he is right now. I think he wants out, which is why he keeps talking about 2 to 3 weeks, I'm gone, and whatever. What do you feel?
I think his foremost concern right now is calming the markets. And that's why he keeps saying that he's having these great talks and they're getting somewhere and he's going to wrap this up really soon. I can't divine what's in his head anymore. I used to think he had smart political instincts, but I think going to war against Iran in a completely unjust, unprovoked fashion has blown up that impression.
Unjust, unprovoked.
Oh, just wait, it gets worse. It gets worse.
Oh my God. Elika, apparently telling America that one day you're going to completely destroy them and
Oh,
declaring.
just listen. It gets worse.
Okay. That's unprovoked.
For me. And there's a debate going on right now that we're having about whether or not the Trump Netanyahu war in Iran is effective. I think we're missing a more fundamental question. Is it right? Is it just? And the fact that Iran is waging asymmetrical warfare underscores a really important.
It's the most just war in history, given how evil the Islamic Republic. Yeah.
Point. It's the weaker party militarily, which underscores it's not a threat to anyone.
Wait, what?
That's such a bad
And the fact
that is such a bad. Literally, Hamas is weaker than Israel, therefore it's not a threat to Israel. What the fuck? The Islamic regime is weaker than the US, therefore it's not a threat to the US. What are you like? Is this logic? Is this logic?
What the hell is he talking? Is he retarded?
I think he's a little. I mean, he's like a far lefty, right? There's always an element of retardation.
Wait till he gets to the conspiracy theories, Armin.
Wait till he starts saying that the US and Israel is what is he saying? The Islamic regime is resistance or something? Like, keep playing. He says something like this.
Okay. So if you're weak here, you're good. If you're stronger, you're bad. Okay, let's make America go bankrupt and make it weak so that we're on the right side of history.
So we can be morally upright. Yeah.
Yeah. So
that Iran is waging asymmetrical warfare underscores a really important point. It's the weaker party militarily, which underscores it's not a threat to anyone. Trump went to war because Iran acts as a deterrent to U.S. and Israeli hegemony in the region. That's not a threat to anyone's security. It's a threat to domination. And that's why Iran is being subjected to these attacks. And it's whether or not Trump can achieve his goals or not, it doesn't obscure the fact that it's fundamentally illegal. Under the standards of the Nuremberg trials, aggression is the supreme international crime. That is what Trump undertook here. Even his own intelligence.
Aggression is the supreme international crime. So all of the terrorist crime of aggression wasn't illegal, right? And he just totally, like, what they do is that they totally invert reality. He's like, the Islamic regime disrupts Israeli and American hegemony in the region. No, Israel disrupts the Islamic hegemony in the region. Yes. It's like the complete opposite. There are all of these Muslim countries, right, who are trying to create an Islamic hegemony so that the Islamic regime can export its revolution all across the Middle East. And the only thing that disrupts that is Israel. That's why Israel's always the one being attacked. Israel has only ever fought defensive wars. Why do they all want to end Israel? Because Israel disrupts the Islamic hegemony. And so he just takes that. This is what they always do. They take reality and they invert it. Now they say, if it wasn't for the Islamic regime, that Israel would dominate the entire Middle East. How? It is a speck of dust. It is a speck of dust in a sea of like 50 Muslim countries. And if it wasn't for the Islamic regime, Israel would be all of the Middle East, right? They come up with these ridiculous conspiracies about, greater Israel. Israel just wants to take Iran to make it greater Israel. Why don't you guys ever look at history and facts? Never in all of the past 3,000 years of Jewish life have they ever colonized any land on earth. Ever. Not once. They've only returned to their ancestral homeland. Whereas in 47 years, this regime has colonized half the Middle East. Literally, it's spread its tentacles across half the Middle East. And so you take that and you say, you disregard, you delete all the evidence right in front of your eyes. Israel never colonized any land in all of time, only returned to where their ancestors came from in 3,000 years. In 47 years, Iran, the Islamic regime, has gone into 11 different countries, set up shop in Lebanon, in Yemen, in Iraq, in Syria, in Gaza. And you just somehow twisted that to the exact opposite. It's like their delusion is so disconnected from reality.
And this is so obvious and demonstrable because no country that I know of has given up land voluntarily for the sake, as much as Israel, for the sake of peace. Like Israel,
exactly. It's not even their entire. It's like less than 1/3 of what was indigenously Jewish land. A two-thirds of it has gone to Jordan. The rest of it is
Right.
split between Israel and the Palestinian territories. And you're talking about Greater Israel when,
Right.
look, it's Greater Islamic Republic. Nobody can see Greater Islamic Republic right in front of them. Like what level is this delusion? Is it clinical? Like, is it like, what is it?
And not only that, they actually say it. Like they communicate. It's not like you have to interpret their actions. They are not shy that saying that our goal is world domination.
Yes,
like they teach
yeah.
that. They teach it to us at school.
They literally, okay, so in their charter, they're like, okay, death to America, death to Israel, and then they're going to export their revolution out into the world. Then they create Hezbollah, and Hezbollah, Nasrallah, literally says on TV, our goal is to create a second Islamic Republic in Lebanon, okay, and then we're going to destroy Israel. So they go out there and they do their imperialism, and they say, we are doing imperialism, guys. We love it. We want to take over everywhere. And these people, just their blindfolds, they're like, well, when has the Islamic regime done anything wrong? We have to stop Israel from their imperialism all over the Middle East. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Haven't you heard about Greater Israel? Can I see it? Can I see Greater Israel? Why don't you show Greater Israel to me? It doesn't exist, but I can show you the Greater Islamic Republic.
They have one they have one picture of one soldier with this badge, with this map that goes all the way from Nile to Euphrates, and that's their proof. And the second proof is that when Netanyahu in a meeting said, like, yes, he wants the Greater Israel, but they don't understand that Greater Israel that many Israelis are referring to is Gaza and Judea-Samaria. Has nothing to do with that map from Nile.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
that's the thing. Like, you can go back and forth and say what's right and what's fair and should they have Greater Israel, but the only thing they're debating over is something that was indigenously Jewish land, all of it. And you can say, well, but other people have been here long enough, blah, 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 fine. But the point is that the Islamic regime isn't trying to take over anything that was once Iran. They're trying to take over every other country that doesn't belong to them, and their eyes just delete it from in front of it makes no sense.
Yeah, Jews taking back their homeland, their native land, is imperialism, and Arabs and Islamic imperialism in countries that has nothing to do with them, and
is
historically
indigenous
is not where they come
revolution.
from. That's
indigenous
revolution. Okay.
No, but wait, do you know
Obviously.
why? Do you know why? Can I just say why?
Why?
Because
Why?
you don't convert to Islam, right? You revert to Islam because everyone's born
Yes.
Muslim, right?
Of
So
course.
therefore,
Of
when they
course.
turn the whole world Muslim, that's an indigenous revolution because we
Yeah.
want the whole world Muslim.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Oh no, you're right. Muslims are indigenous to everywhere on the planet.
No one is illegal no one is illegal on Muslim land.
Yes, because babies are Muslim, so every land belongs to Islam. Oh, okay.
Oh my god, I can't.
Wait, don't tell them that. I haven't heard that before. Don't give them ideas.
Okay, that's true. That's true. Keep that. Do you know what? This is what I always say. If we made their arguments for them, they would be doing a lot better. But it's okay.
Oh no, they're gonna use that.
Funny.
Okay.
And guys,
All right,
I am keeping an eye on the rocket launch. We will go to the rocket launch when it's time for that. I'm just keeping an eye on that. There's nothing happening right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
But there's like about 10 minutes left, so I'll go to it in like a few minutes. Let's just finish this part here with this crazy guy, and then I'll switch over to NASA.
Okay.
Okay.
What a switch over.
I know, right? From like jihad and anti-Israel conspiracies.
I think it's relevant because we're fighting for a world where we could just only focus on that. Like, this is why we don't get to do more science, more technology, more progress, more economic development. This is the stuff that is holding us back. I think it's somewhat relevant. Yeah. Wasted resources.
Affirmed a year ago, and this hasn't changed, that Iran did not have a nuclear weapons program. It limited its missile ranges. At best, they said
But
by
we do know.
2035.
But hang on that point, because we do know they were clearly lying about the capacity of their
missiles,
right? They fired a missile only last week, which went twice as far, a ballistic missile, twice as far as they had said that their missiles were capable of going. It didn't actually land on its target, but the distance it traveled would mean it could potentially get to Europe, it could get to London, to Paris, whatever. That is in direct contradiction to the undertakings Iran are given about the distances where its missiles could go. So they've clearly been lying.
Well, not necessarily, because first of all, even NATO said we can't confirm that Iran fired that missile. So
What?
I'm not even sure that it was Iran, but let's say it was Iran.
Wait, what? Who would? Oh, look at Alika. Look at Alika. She's trying to get her back.
It gets better, Armin.
Wait, I just have to take a picture because it's too good.
We have to screenshot this.
Oh my god, okay, I got it.
Okay, hold on. I need to screenshot this. I can send you the screenshot. Okay. Oh my. Okay, let's get better.
If it was Iran, then it's quite possible they put on.
Who else fired it?
Well, listen, I wouldn't put anything past Israel. They carry out all sorts of nefarious acts all the time. I wouldn't be surprised if this was a false flag. But listen, let's assume it was.
What? Huh? Israelis are shooting at American bases now?
They're going to say that now. They're going to say that now.
Oh my God.
No,
this person
trust me.
is-
Press play. Press play.
Okay.
Well, hang on, Aaron. You're expecting me
let me
to
finish the point, Piers.
You're expecting me to believe that Israel deliberately fired a ballistic missile at an American base.
Yeah, that happens. That happens.
What?
Believe it or not, that has happened in the past.
Anna agrees with that as well. Okay, they're both retarded. I didn't know Anna was this retarded as well.
Oh, of course she's retarded.
Yeah, Israel decades
my
ago
face,
attacked
Armin.
the USS Liberty.
Look at my face. I'm just like, what? At that point, I'm like, what am I doing here? Like, this is just what am I doing here?
These people are brain dead. What kind of lunacy is this?
A ballistic missile at an American base.
Yeah, that happens. That happens. Believe it or not,
well-
that has happened in the past.
What? Is she going to say USS Liberty? Because I swear,
Yeah.
if I
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my God, these people don't even know their history.
Israel decades ago attacked the USS Liberty, killed a.
Oh my God! Oh my God! God damn it! Oh, it was a mistake. They apologized. They realized that it was a mistake. God, at the same time that USS Liberty happened, the Americans were killing Americans by mistake with friendly fire in much higher numbers in Vietnam at the same freaking time. It happens in wars. It's called the fog of war. It has been investigated and proven to be just a mistake. It happens all the time. Americans have done that to Americans.
Bunch of U.S. Soldiers. So actually, I wouldn't put it past them.
In
But
the
listen,
re-
let's
in the
assume
regime
it was
actually do
Iran.
anything else?
Let's assume it was
Is it
Iran. Just hold on a second.
possible?
I'll just finish this point.
Is it possible?
If it was Iran, if I can finish this point, it's possible they put a smaller payload on the missile, which means it can travel further. And regardless,
Okay, yeah, sure. And that means that they could do the same thing with Europe, which they say they said they couldn't. Yeah, they could have. If it's a smaller payload, which gives it a higher range, yeah, well then you could do the same thing to make your missiles with a nuclear head reach Europe.
This is my
look,
so when
this whole debate is skewed because
Wait,
the point
who's
that I
Iran-
made here, it doesn't come in because my mic cuts out. But what I said was that is it possible that the regime is ever responsible for anything, right? Like every time they say something, oh, the regime did this, they say, oh, it's a false flag, I don't believe it. Like, did the regime ever do anything in its life ever, according to you people?
Maybe these people go with the regime propaganda that was Israel that killed tens of thousands of Iranian people. In
Well,
the streets of
exactly.
Iran, because that's what the regime says as well.
Thank you.
But that was such a good point.
Okay, so we got to take a quick break because we have the moon launch. So moon launch, and my sister sent me a message. So I missed this chat, but she's like, my sister said Texas troop from your chat said you should play the mariachi music during the rocket launch.
Telemetry lock on the
No.
How long left? Okay, 10 minutes until the launch. So that just, now that you mentioned your sister, that just reminds me of something so funny, Goldie. I don't know if you remember. Years ago, when we were on TikTok and suddenly you stopped posting because you went on a trip. I don't know if you remember. And we all thought you were kidnapped by the regime.
Oh, no.
Do you remember this?
I
And then we
do.
reached out to your sister, and your sister, it was like so funny because she sent us this message where she was like, I'm very sorry, but Goldie is currently unavailable. She's in a place where she cannot be reached. And we were like, guys, they got her.
Oh no.
But it was like, it was such a message. It was like such a funny like message that was just like, she is currently unavailable and will not be available for weeks. Please do not try to reach out. And we were like, oh my God, she's dead.
Oh no.
Probably just trying to be like professional or something. But yeah, I remember that. I remember that. Oh my gosh.
So funny.
Jeez. Ooh, I think we're getting there. It's all quiet now.
Okay, wait.
We're going from jihad to rocket launches, and then we'll
ECL time estimate.
To finding a new home for the jihadists.
Okay, with the way things are going, we might have to escape to the moon, right?
I'm thinking. Let them just live in this USA and let the regime have nuclear weapons, and then good luck.
Yeah. I just want Elon.
Launch window.
Oh, we're getting to the launch window.
Not
Okay.
very much, it looks like.
Okay, I'm going to top up my water while
Just
this thing
wrapping
is
up
launching.
some final work. And once that's completed, you'll hear NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding ask for the ground launch sequencer operator to go ahead and start the clock. The ground launch sequencer is an application software. It runs on top of the launch control system in the firing room, acts like a conductor of an orchestra, executing hundreds of commands in precise order and timing.
I wouldn't send the mullahs to the moon. I would send them to the sun just to be safe.
Initiations verified. All right, copy that. And we're verifying our constraints.
This has nothing to do with Iran revolution, by the way, but it's just super cool and it's historic. So we'll just watch it, then we'll go back to Piers.
All right, and we're clear from cutouts. And with that, we're going to resume the clock momentarily. And CGLS, you can resume the clock on your mark. GLS copies.
Oh, okay. So I guess the clock paused.
2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has been initiated. T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
Wait, why is it 10 minutes? But it's showing 26 minutes there. Oh, okay. They're going to reset the clock, I
That
think.
begins terminal count. Our new T0 is 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. We are now counting down to liftoff of Artemis 2.
See, this is where we need like my sister here because she's an aerospace engineer. Like she
No
knows
way.
Yeah, like she could like explain all this stuff.
NASA Test Director
Wow,
Jeff
that's
Spaulding,
really
who's
impressive.
managing the launch team.
Ask her what's the objective of this mission.
Operator who closely monitors the software.
Yeah, why are we going to the moon?
He has the ability to stop.
Yeah, go ahead, Power. Why are we going to the moon?
What's the objective?
A lot of people ask about whether there's a launch
For the
button.
view?
There certainly is not.
Oh, she's saying I would give you live commentary if I wasn't at work. Oh, all right.
Can we just get like a quick one-line response?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, Power. Just like message me on like WhatsApp. Tell me like
6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern
tell me
Time.
what like the purpose of this is. Give us like your aerospace engineer analysis.
12 seconds.
Let me ask
PM
Google,
Eastern
why
Time.
are we
I was
going
just saying,
to the moon?
There's no launch button. This is autonomous, but there is a button that keeps you from
To
launching.
establish a
That
sustainable
button allows
long-term
the
human
GLS operator
presence, develop
to
new
pause the
technologies and
countdown
utilize it as
outside
a
of
critical
terminal
test bed for
count,
future
entering
human
terminal
missions
count,
to
and
Mars.
submit a hold to the next holding point. So the clock won't stop right away.
No,
If there's a
Elika, we
shift,
should ask
we'll go to the
Ana
next
Kasparian. I'm sure she would.
Oh
stable
yes. Well,
She's
she.
an analyst.
I'm sure.
This is how
Well,
GLS
you know why we're going
configures
to the moon,
rocket and
right?
ground
We're going on
systems
behalf of
to a
Israel
stable
to
point where
establish
they can
Greater
stop
Israel on the
the
moon.
pandemic if that's needed. Right now, we are counting down.
Oh, that's so clever.
This is for the Greater Israel Project.
That was so genius. Look at that. I love that. That's so clever.
The Knesset just passed a law to establish Greater Israel on the moon.
Yeah. And American has to comply. They have no choice.
The
Israel
American
said so.
soldiers have to die to establish Greater Israel on the moon.
Yeah. Oh no! You know what? Ana Kasparian's going to do a rant. Why are American astronauts going to the moon? Why is Israel sending American astronauts? Why are they not sending Israeli astronauts to the moon?
Without armor tracking, the backup transitions to a launch.
It's never good enough for them. If all the Jews go to the moon and live there, they're like, why is the moon being colonized by the Jews when that's indigenously a Muslim moon?
Guys,
I mean, Muhammad did cut it in half.
Yeah, no one tell her that like the Islamic regime saw the Khomeini's face on the moon.
Whether it's on the ground,
and that's a legitimate thing. Like
That's
they-
why Israel wants to colonize it, because it's Khomeini's moon.
We need to have Free the Moon protests and uprisings.
No war with the moon.
Free the moon.
Free the moon.
Free the moon from Zionists.
Starting at T-minus 6 minutes, the GLS will start bringing that and other high energy systems online.
So good,
Starting
so
with
good.
core stage pressurization.
Alright. Okay. I'll be right back.
Oh wait, is it 6 minutes? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mute my mic, but I'll be right back. And guys,
Okay.
I'll remove the side chat when we get close to like the countdown. But the side chat is there so you guys can see your comments. But I'll remove it in a little bit. But I'll just mute my mic for now. But I'll be back.
Okay.
The ranges go.
Oh, the missile is pointy, so it passes the dictator test. You know the movie Dictator? The
Oh,
pointy
because
missile?
yes,
Yeah.
yes. I know exactly what you're talking about.
That means the replenish valve for the liquid hydrogen tank has now closed, and that tank is beginning to pressurize to flight levels because that hydrogen is naturally boiling inside the tank. We'll get the liquid oxygen tank a little later in the count. Now the team is waiting for verification that, if needed, the Artemis 2 crew could use the launch abort system to pull Orion safely off the top of the rocket in an emergency. Let's listen in for that call.
GLS verifies last capability available.
And CDR, do you copy?
CDR copies, last available.
Someone's asking if that's a SpaceX rocket. I don't think that
That's
is.
great
That's a
news,
NASA
and you heard
rocket.
the NTD
It
verify
has a
that
NASA logo on
commander
it.
of the
Right
mission.
there.
GLS is go for FTS arm.
Now work is being done to arm the flight termination system.
Ooh,
This is so
they're
the
getting
RCC
armed.
can
No, it
send
is,
a
it is.
Flight termination command if the rocket flies
Is
too
it?
far off track. There's a brief built-in delay.
So-
the launch abort system has time to pull the astronauts.
But it's
safely
NASA.
from-
To high flow bleed check.
Are they cooperating?
No, just really quick. So SpaceX is involved, not this rocket, but Elon Musk and SpaceX are going to be developing future rockets where
It's
astronauts can
verification that
land.
the RS-25 engines
Oh,
are
This
okay.
was
forward
NASA.
This is
and the
NASA.
proper
Yeah, future
temperature
ones will be
range for
SpaceX.
launch.
So this is just a flyby. They're not landing on the moon. They're just doing a flyby. But SpaceX is developing the Starship human landing system to land astronauts in the following years. So yeah,
Cool.
that's in the future.
Well, at this rate, we're gonna have to.
GLS is go
We're gonna.
for
This is gonna be our new home. So
Yeah.
Stage APUs start. Those are auxiliary power units.
no
Constant
jihadists on the
turbines which
moon.
Provide pressure to
That should be the
hydraulic pumps
first law of the
and steer
moon:
the
is no
RS-25
jihadists
engines.
allowed.
We're going to see a
Agreed.
gimbal test a little later at T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This is what allows that to happen.
I think if Elon is the first to go, that would be a given. He's not gonna.
The jihadists aren't going to want to go
About
there.
20 seconds.
Yeah, you're.
Listening for go for purge sequence 4. That's a helium purge.
They're going to
of the
say
4
that Muhammad
core
already
stage
landed
engines-
on the moon
core stage
because he
engines
flew there on a
downstream of the
flying
propellant
donkey with a
valve.
woman's face.
Well, you know what they
Gets all the
say.
air
They
and
say
moisture out of there.
You cut it in
the
half.
first. No, they say the first man on the moon was Neil Armstrong.
Oh, did they?
Armstrong.
Nail Armstrong.
Moving through the milestones.
A Muslim, yeah, a Muslim revert.
Power's looking good.
Oh, man.
You guys heard of Shakal Qamar, right?
Armin, look at this. Armin,
We're going to get that thrust
Look,
vector
Javid
control
Ma.
actuator test.
Javid Ma.
Javid Ma. That's good. That is good.
Oh man, our chat is very knowledgeable in Persian words.
Shuttle Heritage,
true.
one of them built from.
Ooh, it's happening.
Shuttle
2
parts.
minutes.
And there you see them moving.
How long is it going to take to reach the moon?
3 days.
Oh, that's a long time.
Yeah, yeah. So we're not going to live stream the whole thing. Like we're not going to be here live streaming for 3 days.
Now we're going to start moving.
Can you just
the
imagine how
power
nervous these astronauts
both
must be
the
feeling
upper
right now?
stage and the
Or
lower
excited,
stage
I
of
don't
the
know.
I think they're excited. They're
internal.
probably on like a
Excited.
huge
Taking
adrenaline
power
rush
away.
right now.
Right.
It's
Now
like,
going
my
to the battery
God.
power.
yeah.
This is
This
like the
This is
mission
the
of
highlight
their
of their
lives.
career.
Yeah.
Go for
This is like
Highlight of their career.
monumental.
This is like the dream of every astronaut, right?
Right.
So super
I'd
excited.
be scared. Yeah. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't do it if you were
CPS,
scared. You'd do it if
18
you were
switch battery.
excited.
Same milestone for the lower core stage coming up at T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
So 3
Wow,
days
they're
there,
about to go
3
and
days
see the
back.
moon.
Person Artemis
Yeah.
2 crew is
3 days there, 3 days back, a couple of days to orbit. So it's a 9-day mission. Okay, so 9 days.
So 333.
Interesting.
GLS is go for core stage to internal power.
All right, there's the rocket's core stage, which houses 3 flight computers, is now on its own power.
It's crazy that we can do
There's no
this.
more hold
The
time.
fact that
There's no more
we're
margin
able
on
to
these
do this.
batteries. So
Isn't
we'd
it
have
just
to
wild?
reset
Like
back
in
to
the United
T-minus
States,
10
we're going to the
recharge if
moon,
we had a
but
hole.
then in like occupied Iran and like all these like third world shithole countries, people are like Durka Durka Allah Akbar, right? Like it's just
Yeah. It's like it's such
Right now, the
regression.
rocket does
It's
not
like they
know what
keep
the
us in the
T0
dark
is, but
ages while the
coming up at
rest of the world
T-minus
is moving
33
forward.
seconds, control shifts from the
exactly.
ground launch sequencer to the
And that's
rocket's
what they
onboard
defend.
Yeah,
autonomous
they
launch
defend like
sequencer,
that
or ALS.
backwards
The rocket will calm itself
barbarian
down
savage
to honor
ideology.
any holds that
All right,
get
okay,
put from the ground.
it's starting. Okay.
Now, shortly after liftoff, Houston will take control of the rocket, and my colleague Gary Jordan will take over commentary.
GLS is go for ALS.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of integrity on the Artemis 2 mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the ultimate beacon. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the coordinate engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour. Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Have you the same?
Communication signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis 2 mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. One minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engine's throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
2 minutes 45 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission. Thrusters on Integrity and upper stage confirmed in a ready state ahead of service module fairing separation.
So the two big tanks, those were the boosters?
49 miles in altitude, 78
Yes,
miles downrange.
they fall off
Now passing
Wow.
5,000 miles per hour.
Where do they fall though? Hopefully not on people.
in the water,
Okay.
in the ocean. It's now parallel to Earth now.
Standing by for launch
Using
support
them.
system jettison.
Because you can
Integrity, good last jettison, great view.
you could see the two boosters there.
Copy jettison, Team Eco 8+02.
This is humanity at its best.
And Houston,
It really is.
loud and clear on Tigris at the Carmen line.
Godspeed, Godspeed.
Outstanding, Stan. We have the same.
See, this is what our species is meant to do instead of
Wiseman, Glover,
Durka.
Cook, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy. Flight Dynamics Officer analyzed the time of main engine cutoff, confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds, time of MECO.
You know, this right here, this is the beauty of humanity. This is what we should be talking about. This is what we should be celebrating. We should be talking about, you know, how we can improve ourselves as humanity, as a society. Meanwhile, we're dealing with a bunch of like just insane, crazy people who just have this hatred for everything related to
GPS processing.
Can you just imagine what Iranians could achieve?
Outstanding,
Yes.
Stan. We see the same, and we have a
will
blue
achieve,
ride
will
headed
achieve
right
when,
at it.
when
Yeah.
Iran is free.
Inshallah.
Insha Iblis. Insha Iblis.
Confirms he can pass visuals of his destination. GPS guidance, navigation, and control software finishes internal checks and sends to navigation channels.
You know, I got goosebumps when I saw the rocket going up. Like, I just got chills.
Same.
3 engine press.
This is also why I love the US, because it has United States has figured out how to unleash the best of the human potential.
3 good main engines are all that's needed to carry Integrity to a nominal main engine cutoff target. Though at this time we're seeing 4 good engines here in Mission Control Houston. Integrity, 75 miles in altitude, 330 miles downrange, approaching 10,000 miles per hour.
So short amount of time, so far away. Like it's just only been 5 minutes, and they're so far.
Yeah. Wow.
Integrity, looking good at
Oh my
SysNet.
God. Wow. What is that?
Same on board, Stan.
This has to be like a
engine
rocket view or
performance.
something.
Booster officer will soon report the shutdown plan to Flight Director Judd Friedling, expected at the 7-minute mark.
So the velocity is like
Integrity, 78 miles in altitude, 460 miles downrange.
Like 12,000 miles an hour. What's that in kilometers?
Integrity copy is nominal. Shutdown.
Wow, the rocket ship is going like
6
20,000
minutes, 40
kilometers an hour.
seconds of mission elapsed time. Shutdown plan is as expected. Again, the time of MECO was confirmed at 8 minutes, 2 seconds into
I'm
the
glad
flight.
they're safe.
Yeah. Wait, I don't know what the sound barrier is. Wait, what's the speed? Sorry, guys, I'm not like a physicist. Let's do the sound barriers.
7 minutes of mission elapsed time. Throttling down as we approach the abort once around option. Milestone at the 7
Oh yeah, they're going way faster than the sound barrier.
Now 84 miles in
Wow.
altitude, 650
Sound barrier?
miles downrange, traveling more than 15,000 miles per hour.
Guys, so the sound barrier is 350 miles. Whoa.
AOA open.
Yeah, they're going way past.
The window is now open for an abort once around option that would target
What
splashdown
view is
in the
this?
Pacific Ocean. Still following
I don't
nominal
know.
ascent at this time.
That's what I was trying to figure out.
This is something on the rocket itself. It has to be. This is like this is on the rocket. So this is some sort of view from some camera on the rocket.
About 10 seconds remaining until the
Yeah,
main
but I
engine
can't
cutoff
tell
for
if it's
the
the
Space
front
Launch
or the
System
back.
core stage.
Someone is saying it's the back end.
Standing by for
Oh.
confirmation of MECO.
I want to
and
see the
core
front.
stage
I want to see
separation.
like what they're going towards.
It's gonna be all
It's just going to be, yeah,
Like,
it's just going to be all black
Yeah.
until they get close to the moon. Oh, maybe this is the front.
Whoa! What is that? Whoa!
Wow. What is that?
Integrity and nominal MECO core stage separated.
Separate the last piece.
You know, this reminds me of Interstellar. Did you guys watch Interstellar?
Yes.
Yes.
It's my favorite movie.
It's so good. It's so good. Okay, I think this part I think
8
that's
minutes,
the
40
moon.
seconds into the flight, we have a nominal main engine cutoff heading in the right trajectory on the way to swing around the moon. Core stage has separated.
Is the
done its
regime,
job.
and that
The
just
Space
goes to
Launch System upper stage, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, still attached to the Orion spacecraft.
Oh, this is the part that got disconnected.
9
Now
minutes
it's so
of mission
tiny.
elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the moon.
So they're going to use the Earth's orbit to, kind of like a
slingshot.
Like a slingshot, yeah. So they use the
Physically,
Earth's
like,
orbit.
Yeah, physics slingshot thingy.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, no, guys, this is AI. We know, like this here, this is an AI depiction. But yeah,
Guys, we know there's we know there's no camera. Guys, thank you for clarifying that there's no camera. Pointing at this thing from here.
As expected prior to booster ignition.
Conveniently in space, a camera at this angle.
That time being 49 minutes, 50 seconds of mission elapsed time.
Oh, someone's like, it's not AI, it's the cameraman. Yeah, props to the cameraman for this amazing angle. Wow. Oh,
I don't know
man.
if it's AI, it's just like an illustration.
Yeah, this is an illustration. It's not AI.
Yeah.
But we're waiting for more footage. Like that footage from where the thing was like the one rocket part was like detaching from the other rocket part, and then you see like lights in the background. Sorry, guys. Physics is not my thing. Space, not my thing. So I'm just gonna give like whatever description.
Integrity, good NEDs deploy.
Was that the astronauts?
Copy that, Stan. Good, Neds.
I want to say camera inside, like looking at the astronauts. Why don't we have that? Why just not a live view of that?
For PWD setup, just a reminder, halfway open on the secondary.
Yeah, why wouldn't they give us a live view of the astronauts?
So they actually were showing the astronauts a little bit before liftoff. I didn't put it on the screen because we were talking about the show. But
passing 11 minutes of mission elapsed time. overhearing the conversation between Capcom Stan Love and Commander Reed Wiseman, already passing some milestones. We have a good.
So they're actually going to the moon to see if they can find Khomeini's
That is
face.
confirmed. Complete. We also have the visors are confirmed up now past the dynamic phase of flight. That is ascent. The
Maybe they just find him sitting there with his aftabe.
Oh man!
provided them an extra layer of protection. Now not as
I've been
needed.
waiting
They're
for you
going to
guys for
raise
all
those
these years.
And later in today's mission.
And by the way, death to America. Like, now that you're here.
I've been waiting to say it to your face.
Tasks of activating some of the systems aboard in the Integrity spacecraft.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
It's passing 12 minutes of mission elapsed time. Again, the perigee raise maneuver that's targeted near 50 minutes of mission elapsed time, 49 minutes, 50 seconds. That's what the crew is going to be working towards. The Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover will focus on preparing for that milestone.
I want to see if they're going to like show
In the
anything else.
meantime, mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen will start some of the activation of environmental control life support systems. You may hear confirmation of their activation over the Orion to Earth communication network.
Houston C3 aux power back in auto.
I can't wait in a few years when we get to watch a live moon landing. That would be such an epic day, historic day.
Oh my
When
God,
we
yeah.
Finally get to, when we finally get to see a moon landing in our lifetime. Man on the moon again.
If we're still alive by then, given the way things are going.
No, right?
Jihadi takeover incoming.
Yeah.
It's wild. It's wild.
13 minutes and 30 seconds of mission elapsed time. We're going to continue to follow the crew of the Artemis 2
what's
mission.
this?
They are beginning their journey around the moon to verify the systems that will take us to its surface. An incredible ascent. Artemis 2 is underway. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen begin their journey to the moon. Still milestones to come up as we await solar array deploy and the critical burns that will get Integrity into high Earth orbit around the Earth before engines are fired to get us around the moon. We'll keep tabs on Integrity and its crew from here in Mission Control Houston. But for now, we're going to send it back to you, Megan, and Nicole at the Kennedy Space Center. Very jealous to hear how the launch experience was over on the Space Coast.
Yeah, Gary, if people are just joining us, welcome back to the Space Coast, where we just saw Artemis 2 lift off 14 minutes ago. And wow, what an amazing launch, and an emotional one too. As soon as the rocket lifted off, Nicole, you had tears in your eyes, I had tears in my eyes, and we had all these people.
I had goosebumps.
It was amazing.
Yeah, the energy was wonderful. I mean, it was a beautiful launch. You know, we've got 4 friends and family members headed to the moon. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, how does that make you feel?
Okay, so guys, we're gonna go back to Iran Revolution, but I will keep an eye on the moon launch and the NASA live stream. And if something cool comes up, or if like they share some interesting footage, I will be on NASA moon launch watch mode, and I'll just jump in and interrupt. But that was super, super cool. And thank you all for being here with us. And, Elika, thank you for being here to chat with us. That was really cool.
What a great timing. What great timing. Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. Okay. So let's go back to, oh my gosh, the Durka jihad nonsense now. So guys, we're going from the best of humanity back to like the worst of humanity.
This is what they're going to find on the moon.
That's exactly why they're going to say it's colonization, because
Khomeini
was there first.
Oh my God.
But you know what, guys? We're not actually joking about seeing Khomeini on the moon. That was a whole thing during the 1979 Islamic Revolution. Like, this is an actual news article. So, like, during the revolution, Dishab dide be mah whatever. Duchtand.
Like
Duchtand.
Yes.
Sewn onto the moon.
Yeah.
So their eyes to the moon.
Diruz it's like Armin, you can read this.
Can you zoom in?
دیروز شایع شد که آیت الله عظما روحانی پس از ماها بازداشت و تحت کنترل بودن در یک خانه آزاد شده است، لکن در تماس با آیت الله اظهار داشت که هنوز در همان خانه زیر نظر ماموران مسلح زندگی می کند و تنها به وسیله تلفن با خارج در تماس است. مردم بارها برای تماس با این روحانی مجاهد و آزاد کردن او به بازداشتگاهش رفتند، لکن ماموران با آنها مقابله کردند و به رغم تلاش‌های مکرر شخصیت‌های مذهبی و ملی آیت الله روحانی از ابتدای برقراری حکومت نظامی در بازداشت به سر میبرد. آیت الله روحانی دیشب در تماسی با آیندگان گفت که مردم با رفتن شریف امامی و اظهاری و آمدن بختیار آرام نمیشوند. هدف مبارزه آنها فراتر از این است و مردم همچنان به راهشون ادامه میدهند و شک نیست که پیروز خواهند شد. دیشب در this is the part actually. All of that was irrelevant. This last paragraph is what the headline is. دیشب در تهران شایع شده بود که مردم به روی سطح ماه چهره آیت الله عظما خمینی رو دیدند. لکن آیت الله روحانی در این باره گفت این از موهومات هست، باور نکنید. So there's another Ayatollah who disagrees.
I love how that's the like they saw a face and they were like it's no one else's face. It's no one else's face, but they distinctly recognized that it was Khomeini's face.
Yeah, guys. So this is how insane the Islamic regime is. This is like the literal retardedness that we have been dealing with for the last 47 years, because even back in 1979 they published a story where they're like, oh, we saw Khomeini's face in the moon. So you guys thought we were joking about Khomeini on the moon? No, this is literally something that we've had to deal with because the jihadis have put out this insane story, and they put out this story because this was like one of the ways to like legitimize the Islamic regime or whatever,
right?
Like, insane.
And you know, just to even add to that, because the whole idea of Vali Afaqi, right, the supreme leader, is that he's divinely appointed. And so when you have these sort of like natural surreal miracles where his face is suddenly on the moon, that's sort of like a confirmation that he is a divinely appointed person. Look at what God's doing. God is projecting his image into these supernatural places. And it's like, it's so funny. It's so funny because it's like Iranians just understand that this is just, it's such obvious propaganda, but Westerners just don't get it. They don't, because for them, it's hard to believe, like, how could anyone be that insane? There must be an explanation. It's like, well, there isn't. They're just crazy.
Yeah, they're literally crazy. So there you go, guys. So yeah, we were not joking about Khomeini.
Oh, back to hell.
Guys, Khomeini is not Khomeini. Khomeini is the founder. Khomeini is a successor.
Wait, I can't hear.
You can't hear?
I can't hear anything. What happened to the sound? The sound just dropped.
Oh no.
I can hear. Oh,
we can hear you, but
we can hear each other.
Wait,
we should
I
message
can
her.
hear you. Yeah, I'll message her. We can hear you.
That's so weird. You can hear me. Okay, I can't hear anything. What just happened? Let me just try and see audio.
Pick the speaker.
Maybe leave and come back. Okay, let me try that.
We'll have her leave and come
Copy the
back.
link so I don't lose it.
Oh, I'll send her the link. All right. Okay, hopefully she'll be back. That was cool. It was nice to have Elika with us.
Yeah, this was not on my bingo card.
Can you hear us now?
You hear us?
You have to fix your mic though, because we can't hear you.
Now it's the other way around. Now she can hear us and we can't hear her.
It's just like,
Okay,
I think
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Yay.
Yay, welcome back. All right. So yeah,
Thank
guys,
you.
we're now going from the best of humanity back to the worst of
humanity.
humanity.
Absolutely.
Oh no. Okay. Well, you're there, so I would say the best of humanity. You too.
Mixing it up. Mixing it up.
Yes. Yeah. All right. Okay, let's play.
Iran is defending itself against an act of unprovoked aggression, an act that is not targeting the quote-unquote regime. It's hitting schools. They massacred over 150 girls in the opening hours of this unprovoked war. They're hitting...
Oh, yeah, Americans are
targeting.
Elika, Goldie, they're targeting. The Americans were sitting in their command, in their operations room, and we're like, oh my God, guys, we found the school with 150 schoolgirls. We were looking exactly for that. Let's bomb it. Intentionally, the Americans went and bombed the school. Sure. The Americans and Israelis never target schools. There's no war in history that has had zero civilian casualties. There's no war that is perfect in a way that no civilians died, that there's no mistake, there's no bad information. All you can expect is that they do everything in their power to reduce civilian casualties. And we
it was
know
in an
Americans...
IRGC lot. It was in an IRGC compound. But when when Hamas, when Hezbollah, when the IRGC targets civilians, this fool has nothing to say. This fool has nothing to say when the IRGC are massacring Iranians, children, teenagers, when Hamas is massacring teenagers, children, nothing to say. But when the US strikes a compound, an IRGC compound, that the IRGC kept a school inside it, they're like, this isn't even, this is his words. They're not even targeting the regime. They're targeting children. They're targeting both. His words. They don't even want to hit the regime. They only want to kill Iranian children. Like, you're not living in reality with us. You are somewhere else. I don't know where you are. If you're on the moon, I don't know. But you're not in reality.
There's nothing makes it more obvious that these people are full of crap more than the fact that they have talked so much about these schoolgirls, these 150 schoolgirls, and not even remotely close have they been talking about the more than 40,000 Iranians who have been massacred. That didn't happen.
False flag.
Okay, sure.
And you know what's really insulting is that they're basically they're using the blood of our children to promote their anti-America, anti-Israel propaganda, and they won't even allow us to speak about it. They just goes like, "Oh, you're disgusting." Blah blah blah. It's like,
everyone's disgusting.
Yeah.
Do you know who this guy is, by the way?
I don't know. He's like
Gray Zone.
You know what? I looked him up briefly on X before I went live, and I just saw he's like an anti-Israel conspiracy theorist. So I blocked him, and I blocked his like Gray Zone account or whatever as well. Like I just
Gray Zone.
I just block all these people.
Yes. So first of all, Gray Zone, yes, which as we know has historically been paid by the regime. I don't know if you guys know that.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, there you go.
Okay, so first of all, look up the Washington Post article where they exposed that a former journalist of Gray Zone was working for the regime, working for the regime and working for Russia. That's the first thing. Second of all, he is the son of Gabor Mate. I don't know if you know who Gabor Mate is.
No.
So, so Gabor Mate is Jewish, but he's an anti-Zionist Jew. And he's actually a Holocaust survivor, which is interesting, which is very unique because you don't get that. But he's like a very, very far leftist. And he's actually, the crazy thing about it is that Gabor Mate is a trauma expert. And there's this clip, and I talk about it in my book. There's this clip where Gabor Mate is at this California trauma conference in front of like thousands of people in the audience. And somebody asks him, how do you have sympathy for, like as in we need to have compassion and humanity for everyone. And they're like, how do you have sympathy for these Hamas terrorists when they committed all of this like sexual violence and rape on October 7th? And Gabor Mate, the trauma expert, is like, no rape ever happened. No sexual violence ever happened. Like immediately starts defending Hamas. And this guy, Aaron Mate, when I was on Piers Morgan with him like a few years ago, I guess around after October 7th, he was the one there saying that there's no evidence that any rape ever happened. So he takes that clip, right? He takes that clip of him like schooling me, right? And puts it on his Instagram, like shutting down these like Israeli propagandists saying that there was rape, whatever. So I took his video and I merged it with the with this clip from the UN, right? A representative of the UN saying that we found by clear and convincing evidence that sexual violence happened on October 7th. And then he deleted his post.
Wow.
I mean, he was just a very despicable person. But you know what really upsets me the most is that they ignore the fact that if these children were at school, it's because they were probably forced to be there because the Islamic regime uses children as human shields. And they actually forced the parents of these children to pretend as if like, oh, we're so mad at Israel and the United States and whatever. And they use the parents of these children as propaganda. Meanwhile, every single school in occupied Iran right now is shut down, right? So there's no other school that where children are going, right? So why is it this one school, this one compound? And you know, here's the thing: why is it that after 31 days of this conflict, the only thing that they can point to is this one school from day one? And we still don't even know what happened. We still don't even know what happened. But what we
Right,
do know
that's the
is
only
that-
thing they can say, literally.
yeah. They can't point to anything else. So they go back to the school, and I find it so insulting that they're just using the blood of our children and the blood of Iranians to promote their jihadi
As political
propaganda.
weapons. Yeah, they're weaponizing our children's corpses, and that's what is so sick, because at the end of the day, you know, I remember seeing this from Iran International. There was a post during January 8th and 9th when they counted. It was like 160 something children had been killed by the regime in those 2 days. And it's such a like incredible parallel, because you hear them constantly saying, oh, the 160 whatever kids killed by this US strike, and it's like, but if you cared about children, why wouldn't you talk about all the children that the regime has killed, not just in those 2 days, but for 47 years? The only time you care about children is when you can weaponize them for your political agenda. That is literally like, you are the most depraved humans on earth. Like, there really is no lower, there is no like level of immorality lower than that.
It's sick. I mean, these people, like, they never spoke about, you know, Kian Pirfalak or Nika Shakarami or, you know, anyone
Serena
else. Right?
Esmailzadeh,
Yeah.
None of them.
None of them. But all of a sudden, they're accusing us of being disgusting. Why? Because
did you hear when she said that comment? When she said when she goes, you're disgusting. You're gonna see it. But I said when I said the exact comment that I said was that the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry doesn't distinguish between civilians and combatants in their total number. And she goes, you're disgusting. And it's like, wait, I'm disgusting you? All I said was that there is a distinction between civilians and combatants, which is a fact. And she's the one here that's saying that there's no proof that 30,000 were killed, and she's not disgusting.
Yeah. Wow. Well, it's just, you know, she basically wants us to go down to her level.
Right. That's why she always does these jabs. You're disgusting. You support genocide. You love slaughter. Apparently, somebody wrote a comment or something, but apparently I missed it, that when I left, she said something like, oh, Elika supports the slaughter of something.
Oh, she basically said like something along the lines of like, you left because you can't handle the truth or the heat or something. It was just a very stupid, idiotic comment. It was just, I didn't even bother to respond, right? Because at the end, when she started attacking me, I basically said, I don't care what you have to say. I'm not going to respond to you. Like, I basically said, like, you're irrelevant to me. I'm not going to respond to you. I think you're crazy. So
good.
And that really upset her, because she was just yelling at me, and then she was like, you're disgusting. And I didn't even bother to respond.
You're disgusting. You're disgusting.
Yeah. Whatever. Like, these people just want to be acknowledged, and that's why, like,
all she ever does is project. Like, everywhere that I see in her comments online, she's always projecting. She's like, any Iranian that says anything on X anywhere, she always in her comments, you're disgusting. These people are disgusting. These people are demons. It's like you are talking about yourself. You have demonic energy coming out of your veins. What are you talking about?
You know what? The next time, if I'm ever again on a live with her, I'm just going to be like, you are an Armenian who's on a show called The Young Turks.
But she knows that. They say that to her all the time. Like, she's just, her entire existence is like a walking contradiction.
I know.
It just makes no sense.
What does she say? What's her response to that?
I actually don't know what her response is.
Okay.
She'll probably just say, you're worried about the name of my show when you're the one who's supporting genocide, and you're worried about the title of the show that I'm on, just goes to show how immoral and corrupt you are.
She'll just be like, you're
the title of the show is about genocide.
Yeah.
That's true.
She's basically on a show that's promoting the genocide of her own people. Yeah, she's
it makes no
Armenian.
sense. It makes no sense.
It's like a Jew going to the Nazi show or something like that.
Right. Yeah, like the Young Nazis, being on a show called The Young Nazis, and then saying I'm against genocide. Well,
right.
That's strange.
And guys, we have a lot of Armenian viewers, so yes, we know that she does not represent the Armenian people. The Armenian people are amazing. They're incredible. We have a strong alliance with Armenians. There are a lot of Iranian Armenians as well. Many who, actually escaped the Armenian genocide and came to Iran. Some of our most amazing and most famous singers and artists are Armenian, like Vegan and others. So yeah, like we're no, this is not, we love Armenian people. We're just commenting on like how insane it is that like as an Armenian, she's on a show that like is promoting the Armenian genocide. It's very
well, she actually said that once in one of these interviews, on one of these Piers Morgan things. Like, I think the very early days, because these people get more and more radicalized over time, and I think right at the beginning she said something. Like right at the beginning of Iran stuff, she said something where she was like, and I don't even like the mullah. I hate the mullah's regime. I'm Armenian, and there are Armenians in Iran being oppressed by this regime. Like, she actually said that in the beginning. And then after that, like 2 weeks later, she was on there saying that the Ayatollah was a very courageous man. And it's like, how do you go from this is a regime that's killing Armenians as well as all other Iranians to suddenly the Ayatollah is a courageous man because he didn't capitulate to Israel? It's like saying the Nazis Hitler was a courageous man because he killed himself instead of capitulating to the United States. That's not bravery. But in their world of inversion, right? In their world of inversion, Hitler's brave. Khomeini is brave.
She hadn't received the memo yet regarding what the talking points are. That's why as soon as she got it, she was like, oh, sorry. I love the Ayatollahs. Love the Ayatollahs.
No, she's not receiving any memo, because if she was receiving any memos of talking points, they would at least be good.
It's true. It's true, Armin. Wait till
definitely coming up with that on her own.
Yeah, because Armin, remember, the best attack she had against me is when I was like, I don't get involved in internal politics of different countries. She's like, well, why are you speaking on Iran? And I'm like, because I'm Iranian. Right? Like that was literally the best thing she could think of to say to me.
Oh my God.
No, it was better than that. It was better than that. She said, why are you speaking about America? And then because her mind glitched and forgot that America was at war with Iran and you're right. So it's like she wasn't even smart enough to make the connection. So why are you talking about the United States? And you're like, because they're at war with Iran and I'm Iranian. And she was like, well, don't. As if she hasn't been speaking about everything. It's like all she does is speak about Israel all day. Like her entire show is about speaking about Israel. You're not from Israel, so why do you talk about it?
So funny.
All right, let's see. Let's go to
pharmaceutical
the war
plants
wasn't
that make medicines. That make medicines
Aaron,
for Iranians.
Look, on this point,
they're hitting residential buildings.
Yeah, but Aaron,
they're
the
not going
idea.
after.
Okay, but look, I have serious misgivings.
Did you see my face? So like this guy is like, he's just like, no, they're hitting hospitals, residential buildings, and then like we all know that these are like military bases, right? So we just look at my expression. I just kind of like look sideways, and I'm like, oh my gosh, do I say something?
But the best thing about it is that he's not trying to make the point that buildings are like collateral damage. He's trying to make the point that the US is intentionally avoiding hitting the regime and trying to hit civilians exclusively. It's a complete moral inversion. It's
Their objective is not regime change, nuclear, or missiles. They just really hate the Iranian civilian people. Like, oh, let's
Children,
just kill as many as we can.
They're just like,
Yeah, let's
they're
just go.
racist.
Yes.
It's a
we
racist
just hate.
war.
We just hate the Iranian people, and we just like, it's so cartoonishly evil that you wouldn't believe it if you were reading it in fiction. The way that these people describe Americans and Israelis, like at least like in fiction, they make it believable. They give it the back, like they get something out of it. Like, but this Americans and Israelis, we just enjoy killing Iranian.
No,
children.
it's just racism. It's just they hate brown people. They hate brown. Brown people because
Brown
they're
people.
white colonizers. White colonizers hate indigenous brown people.
Okay. Oh my god.
I can't.
This whole debate.
So funny.
Oh my god. The world is so simple in these people's brain.
It is skewed because Iran is defending itself against an act of unprovoked aggression, an act that is not targeting the quote-unquote regime. It's hitting schools. They massacred 150 girls in the opening.
They did, Khamenei, all of the heads of IRGC, they all died. They were the collateral damage. Khamenei was the collateral damage. They were going for like the children in the building, and Khamenei was collateral damage. They didn't intend to take out Khamenei.
My favorite part is quote unquote regime. Like it's not actually like regime means an authoritarian government, right? Quote unquote regime, because we're not sure this is actually an authoritarian government at all.
Right. The democratically elected government of the Iranian people is the more accurate.
The democratically elected communist leader that was overthrown in a coup and installed the Shah. That's yeah.
Okay.
Go on.
Hours of this unprovoked war. They're hitting pharmaceutical plants that make medicines. That make medicines for Iranians.
Look, on this point,
they're hitting residential buildings.
Yeah, but Aaron,
they're
the
not going
idea.
after.
Okay, but look, I have serious misgivings about this war and have done from the start. I do not think that Iran had an imminent capacity to have a nuclear weapon or to use one. I think that is
the point is to make sure it doesn't get to that point. Why should we wait?
Nonsense. And also flies completely in the face of what we were told after the 12-day war last summer. We were told that whole capacity had been destroyed anyway. So none of that makes any sense to me. But the idea that Iran had never provoked either Israel or the United States, I mean, that is also patently disingenuous, because Iran for the last few decades has systematically waged a campaign of terror through the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and other proxies against Israel. It's Ayatollah has led the chants of death to America, death to Americans. They have killed, I think, more Americans than any other nation in the world, right, in the last 47 years. So this idea that this has all happened out of nowhere, I just think is disingenuous.
I think the fundamental problem in the region is that you have an Israeli government that gives itself.
Oh, so he's just going to ignore all those points. So it's just like, okay, you said all of that. You said all of that, and I'm going to pretend like I didn't hear any of it, and I'm going to make a completely different point that doesn't address anything that you just said. Okay.
Deflect back to Israel. Go on, deflect.
Yes.
Israel. Just say
Israel. Blah, 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 blah. Israel. I'm not hearing you. I'm not hearing you. Israel. Yeah.
Say Israel one more time.
Oh my God.
I think the fundamental problem in the region is that you have an Israeli government that gives itself the right to displace the indigenous Palestinians, steal their land, and deny them a homeland. And Iran, on that question, has been far more accommodating than Israel and the U.S. have in terms of accepting the international framework for the Israel-Palestine issue. Iran has said that they would support the Arab peace.
So he's justifying the aggression of the Islamic Republic because of Palestine. Okay.
So basically what he's saying is that the regime that says death to Israel, that created a second IRGC in Lebanon to destroy Israel, is actually the quote-unquote regime that wants peace between Israel and Palestine. Brilliant.
Oh, okay.
Brilliant.
And he's also saying the killing of the Americans are kind of justified, because Piers is talking about the fact that these people have killed more Americans than any other state in the past 47 years. And he's basically saying, well, can you blame them? That's what he said. He's like, well, I mean, Palestine, Israel, so I guess that's a good thing. Okay.
Initiative, which offered Israel full normalization if it allowed Palestinians to have a state in just 22% of historic Palestine. Iran has cooperated with the U.S. in the past. You mentioned earlier that Trump.
Yeah, so it has killed more American soldiers than Americans than any other state. in the past 47 years, and he says they have cooperated. I mean,
You
what
know
does it
why?
look like when they don't cooperate? What?
This is one thing that Westerners just do not understand about communist, socialist, Islamist regimes, that they lie. Like, this has been a tactic for so many decades. The communists mastered this tactic where they pretend to be moderate leaders, they pretend to be diplomatic, they pretend to do all of these things as part of their strategy, as part of their propaganda strategy. And so it was literally the Soviets that came up with this idea of like a moderate leader for terrorist groups. That's what they did with Yasser Arafat. They trained him of how to appear like a moderate leader. These people, because they're so unfamiliar with these like Islamist and socialist dictators, they have no idea that, oh, somebody pretended, like, yes, Yasser Arafat pretended many times that he wanted peace, and then he reneged because he didn't want it, because it was just propaganda. They don't understand this. They don't understand any of this.
Yeah, I mean, right at the beginning of the so-called Palestinian movement, the very founders of that movement, of that cause, said that Palestine is just an excuse for our, back then it wasn't Islamist, it was pan-Arabist, but for our pan-Arabist agenda. As soon as we manage to get rid of the Jews, we're also going to get rid of Palestine, because we're not interested in nation states. We're interested in our pan-Arabist empire. Like, nation
That
states
is why,
Yeah.
that is why the PLO's charter changed when Jordan had the West Bank and Egypt had Gaza. PLO's charter said, we're not going after those areas, we're only going after Israel. And then when Israel claimed back the West Bank and Gaza, then they said, now we want back Gaza and the West Bank. So it's like, it's never about a Palestinian state, it's just about an Arab Muslim state, really.
Yeah, empire.
And
yeah.
no
And
Israel.
Yeah, Israel
No
is in the
Israel.
way. We're going to use this Palestine as an excuse to get rid of them, and also then we're going to forget about Palestine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Turning his back on NATO, and NATO helped the U.S. in Afghanistan. So did Iran. Iran provided critical intelligence to the U.S. that helped the U.S. capture fighters
can you
from
just
Al
pause
Qaeda
for a
and the
moment?
Taliban.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just going to go really quick to the NASA channel, because we just have a view of people in the space station. So I'm just going to play a few seconds of this, and then we'll go back to the show, because I did promise you I would give you moon launch updates.
This is Mission Control Houston, sending it back over to Megan and Nicole at the host desk.
Okay, wait, let me go back a little bit.
Against League in flight. We will cover that live on NASA on the NASA YouTube channel, and we'll be covering that around the clock as we begin to wrap up our coverage here on NASA Plus.
Okay, back to you guys. I just want to share that really quick. Guys, just for the record, Iran Revolution Live will not be covering the moon launch 24/7, but we will give you random updates.
No, it's too late. No, it's too late, Goldie. Now we're Iran Revolution Live, and also anything moon-related news at the same time.
Well, I mean, it
We
makes
now have
sense because Khomeini's face is on the moon. So
Oh,
we're
yeah,
very
okay,
invested,
sure.
guys. We Iranians, we're very invested in this because we want to see
In
if
the moon.
NASA can find Khomeini's face on the moon.
Yes. And also the remaining, part, like the signs of Muhammad cutting the moon in half. That also is
Oh
there.
yeah,
So,
that's true. Yeah, we have to see like
Yes.
where he cut the moon in half.
yes. By the way, that's such a stupid story, because Muhammad apparently cut the moon in half and nobody around the world saw it. Like the Chinese, like the people in Africa, people in Europe, like there's nobody who saw it.
Yeah, it's
Like,
called the crescent moon. The crescent moon. That's what he did. He did it. He made it the crescent moon.
okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
before that, it was
exactly. It was a full moon 24/7 every day of the month,
Oh.
and then now because of Muhammad,
Now
it's
it's
a
a
crescent moon.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay. Now I get it. Now I get it. All right.
And that was blown up when George W. Bush gave the speech declaring Iran to be a part of the axis of evil.
Wait,
U.S. Ambassador Ryan.
Wait. I'm so sorry. I think NASA is showing the astronauts. Sorry, I know you guys want to see the astronauts. Sorry, really quick. This is I think this is like earlier footage of the astronauts. So I'll just share this really quick.
All 4 astronauts, and it appears all of them are undergoing their suit leak checks. Yes, a pre-flight tradition that we have seen with our crewed flights, the card game. The astronauts
Aw.
who have just left cruising
Going to die for
and
greater
now walking
Israel.
down a hallway. Here they are, NASA's Artemis 2 crew, taking their first steps outside for their historic test flight. And the four of them step into their astrovan.
No Israeli contribution here, except
Yeah.
most of the technology. Except most of the technology, actually.
Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. The live stream stopped. So yeah. All right, guys. There were the 4 astronauts that are going to the moon to die for Israel. So you can expect an Ana Kasparian rant about that.
Right.
All right. Okay. The live stream ended. So there we
Crocker
go.
said that seriously undermined Iran's cooperation, which was very, very fruitful. And there have been so many more diplomatic initiatives since. Iran sent Bush a letter offering to resolve all these issues. Bush ignored it. There was the Iran nuclear deal, which even Trump's
Every single time, the Islamic Republic showed good faith and showed like positive signs to the Americans to say like we're going to play nice. Every single time we have learned that it was them trying to play nice and buy time, while behind the scenes they were enriching uranium and also funding proxy groups and arming and training their proxy groups around the region. That was them just trying to buy time so that they could do all of that every single time.
own administration certified that Iran was complying with.
And what
there
about
was
the
the
slaughter?
round-
What about
What were they complying with?
all these
Defending the JCPOA.
Oh my God. It is known fact that there were so many places outside of the places that the IAEA was monitoring that they were enriching uranium. Like, this is known fact right now that
Hilarious.
they were never abiding by JCPOA. Never. They were
And they got
enriching uranium in other
150
sites.
and they got $100 billion from Obama
Yeah.
to develop their shit even more and send it all out to the proxies. Really good plan. Really good.
Yeah, that worked out well. I mean, even Obama admits that we did that thinking that they're going to become less radical, but they use all of that money to fund their proxy groups. And Obama was like, yeah, they did something that we didn't expect that. Well, you should have expected that.
I mean, just look at my
So
face.
Obama even knows.
Armin, look at
Oh
my
my
face
God.
when he's talking about the JCPOA. I'm just like,
Right now. Oh my God.
I'm like, really?
Like, how do they not know this? This is a known fact. Everybody knows this. They were not
Okay, play
abiding
this.
by the JCPOA.
Armin, this is the same guy that just said that Israel
Oh.
launched the missile to Diego Garcia because it was a false flag event. Of course, he's not going to know
Yeah,
anything.
okay. Yeah, because of USS Liberty, of course. Yeah, for sure.
issues. Bush ignored it. There was the Iran nuclear deal, which even Trump's own administration certified that Iran was complying with.
And what
there was
about the
round-
slaughter? What about the slaughter of thousands of protesters, including many completely innocent civilians, on the streets of Iran in January, for example? Because the noise from the left, I have to say, was pretty. I'm not accusing you or Anna. I don't know what you both said about it at the time. You can enlighten
They
me.
said nothing.
But there was a deafening.
Oh, I'll tell you what I said.
Oh, hang on. There was a
Don't speak for me. Don't put words in my mouth.
You said it, but no, I
would
actually remember
shut up
very
about
well.
what I
You
Sorry, I'm
said
actually
who
talking-
You don't know what I had to say about
that
it.
30,000
Right.
people were
Okay.
killed. I heard
Yeah.
it from your mouth.
Okay.
There's no evidence that 30,000 people were killed. Show me the evidence.
There
and
it
I'll
is.
admit that
There
I'm
it
wrong.
is.
But
How
I
many?
have the
How many do you
evidence.
think were?
Oh my God. Oh, how many separate news sources need to verify this for these people to believe it? Like, they believe Hamas propaganda when it comes to Gaza, but Time Magazine, The Guardian, and Iran International, all three of them had done independent investigation, and all of them have came to the conclusion that more than 30,000, at least 30,000 Iranians have been killed, according to these three sources.
Armin, even President Trump said that over 40,000 have been killed in the last in the 2 days. President Trump
Just-
in various speeches has said, we know that over 40,000 have been killed.
But she doesn't believe President Trump. She's like, well, President Trump, I don't believe
Well,
her.
just wait. She's
him.
going to start laughing. You're going to see.
But does she not believe Time Magazine and The Guardian and also the investigation by Iran International? Does she not believe any of these as well? But she believes Hamas?
Yeah.
Zionist organization.
Unbelievable.
The
Where's
evidence
the
is
evidence,
there.
Elika?
It's.
Where's
You
the
want me to
evidence?
tell you?
What's
You
the
want me to tell
source?
you?
Yeah, go ahead.
I can
Go
tell
ahead.
you the source. I can tell you the source because how quickly you believe a terrorist regime, but you don't believe.
Just give me the source. I don't need to.
I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you right now. Silence, and I'm going to tell you. Every single hospital in every single city in Iran gave a tally of how many corpses were in their beds. In total, that amounted to 36,500 people, and that didn't include the
What
people
is
that
your
were slaughtered.
source? What source compiled those numbers?
The hospitals. The hospitals.
Every hospital? Okay, so you
Every
yourself talked to
hospital
every
in
single
Iran.
hospital?
I saw the list.
Look at
I
this
saw
guy
the list of
shaking his
every
head.
hospital with every
You saw
number.
the list.
Google it.
Who
Google
published
it.
the list? Who published
It's
the list?
everywhere. Human rights
Oh, it's everywhere.
organizations.
You should know
everywhere
the
it's
source. You
published.
should memorize that. If you're so
Wait,
heated about
I'm
this
telling
issue.
you.
Okay, but
should
you know what's
memorize that.
interesting? Okay, hang on. You know
Wait, let me read this. Let me read this. Okay. Time magazine reported that 2 senior Iranian health ministry officials stated that up to 30,000 people were killed in just 48 hours on January 8th and 9th. So there was a German Iranian surgeon compiled a covert list showing 30,304 protest-related deaths registered across civilian hospitals alone, excluding military hospitals. The officials noted that the state ran out of body bags and had to use semi-trailers to move the dead. So that is from the Time magazine. And then we have the Guardian. This is the separate report. An investigative report revealed that a covert network of over 80 medical professionals across 12 Iranian provinces tracked the casualties.
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, okay. By comparing hospital baselines with on-the-ground observation of overflowing morgues and bodies being transported in refrigerated meat and ice cream trucks, they estimated the death toll exceeded 30,000. And then we also have Iran International. This outlet reported on leaked internal government documents. A report submitted to Iran's Ministry of Interior logged over 30,000 deaths, while a separate briefing for the National Security and Foreign Policy Committee cited 27,500 deaths. So these are 3 different independent investigations.
And do you see the way that arsehole, he's shaking his head when I'm saying that all of these literally while I'm saying that these hospitals compiled the list, he's going like as if the regime could ever kill as if the quote unquote regime, these poor innocent people who have just been miscalculated and misjudged, as if they would ever kill a single innocent person. Like this man, this woman, both of them, they are just disgusting. I don't even know what to say. They're exactly what they project onto everybody else.
My God, they don't believe Time magazines and Iran International and the Guardian, but they believe the numbers by Hamas.
They don't even believe President Trump. President Trump came out and said that.
That's coming up. Wait for that.
I mean, of course they don't believe him. They hate him.
It's interesting, Anna. Yeah, you're having
Yes,
the
go
complete reverse. You're having the complete reverse.
No, I'm not.
Well,
I'm not.
okay, I'm going to explain. We haven't
The
heard
New York Times just published a piece on
You
this
haven't
that I
heard
hope
my
you
question
read.
yet.
That I hope you read.
You haven't
Go
heard
ahead.
my question yet.
Right. You care about the deaths in Palestine, but
No,
you don't
no,
care about
not
the
that, but
Iranian
not
people.
that.
I do care about the Iranian
You
people.
got utterly.
Unfortunately, they've
Hang
been.
on. You got utterly.
Shut the hell up! Let the man say something. What the
rage when people questioned the number of people who'd been killed in Gaza, rightly, because it turned out those numbers were broadly accurate, have now been admitted.
They weren't actually. There's an investigation shows that the number of children reported being killed was really exaggerated, and also many of the numbers that they report as civilians being killed were actually terrorist combatants.
Israel, and yet here you are doing exactly what so many Israeli guests did on this show about the deaths in Gaza. You're just refusing to believe any of the numbers coming out of things. So my question for you would be, well, if it wasn't 30,000, then how many do you think were killed?
I don't know. I don't know
So
exactly
how do you know it wasn't 30,000?
Hold on.
Sorry, hang on.
Elika,
Sorry,
let me make
again,
my point.
Anna,
If you're going to
Anna,
ask a
Anna.
question,
Why should she make you let your point when you don't let other people make their points?
let me answer it. Let me answer the question.
Anna,
I
so
know,
my
but
point
let me
being,
answer the
my
question.
point being, the very question that I used to ask all the Israeli guests who would try and cast
I know.
aspersions.
I know.
It's the same question.
Let me explain
I put to
myself.
You. It's the same question to you, which is, if you don't know, how do you know it wasn't 30,000?
Okay, let me explain it. Okay,
You don't know.
No, Piers, let me explain it. Okay, when it comes to Gaza, the Gaza Health Ministry, historically, you look at the history, they have historically been accurate and very careful when they.
Not this time. Not this time. Not this time. I actually have the report that shows this time it was very inaccurate and they were exaggerating the number of children and civilians.
Publish death tolls. Okay, they're always confirmed. In fact, oftentimes they're an underestimate. So I know to trust the Gaza Health Ministry because of its history of publishing accurate data. In the case of Iran, we know a few things. We know because so many American former government officials and current government officials and the Israeli media were literally bragging about putting Mossad on the ground, arming people, and that's why so many of the law enforcement or
Look at this. Look at this. If you actually read this, for example, Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry admits to flaws in casualty data. And if you actually read this, it's actually embarrassing.
I mean, Armin, we know all this, but sometimes we have to pick and choose our battles, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
That's why
you can't answer everything they say because like you have to literally let like 90% of it go, otherwise you're interrupting everything.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But what's crazy here is that now she's going to try to justify her position when it comes to like the Islamic regime. Like it's just and sometimes, Armin, it's just better to when your enemy is just being an idiot, just let them talk, because now she's not even arguing with me or Elika, she's arguing with Piers.
Totally.
Right? So just let her like make herself look like a demon, a ghoul, right? Like it's horrific. And now she's gonna blame all the deaths on Mossad, right? Like that's how insane this person is. But it's just I don't know.
Right. All right, let's continue.
Police officers, security forces in Iran were also killed. Okay, there's a lot of disinformation coming out, and there are different sources publishing different information about the death toll, which is why I don't know. I have not found a source.
Yeah, there are different sources saying some say 30,000, some say 40,000, some say 50,000, some say 100,000. Yeah, there's different numbers, but there are at least 30,000. Just because they're different, that doesn't mean that tens of thousands of Iranians weren't killed by the regime.
Right, but you're and yet you
That's
are
giving me accurate data.
No, but Anna, again, I would use the same questioning I did to people about Gaza.
How many of them were killed by Mossad operatives? How many of them were actually?
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Mossad operatives! Holy crap! What the heck? This
Look
is
at my face.
Oh my god!
Look at my face.
Like, yeah, so now she's basically
it's the
trying
Jews,
to...
of course, it's the Jews. Yeah. Nothing wrong happens unless the Jews have done it. Unbelievable.
Yeah. So apparently the Jews killed 30,000 Iranians on January 8 and 9. That's how insane this psychotic demon bitch is. Sorry, I shouldn't swear, but I'm sorry. No more swearing.
This is so infuriating. This is so insulting. These people will not be remembered well in history.
No.
This is denying the greatest act of massacre upon a people in modern history. And like, it was Mossad operatives. Is there anything wrong that happens on this planet that is not the Jews doing it?
And you know what's crazy? You have two Iranians on the panel. We're trying to explain that the Islamic regime did this. And then you have like the non-Iranian psychotic witch who's like, it was the Jews, right? As if she somehow knows more about what happened in our own country than us.
And as if that makes sense, that the regime is not the one that's slaughtering the protesters that are trying to topple them, but Mossad, who is an ally to the Iranian people, are the ones that are killing them. Why are they killing them? To create a false flag, to get permission, to manufacture permission to go to war. Why do they want to go to war? Because the regime isn't even a threat. There's no reason to go to war. So why are they doing it? Because they're just evil and want to kill brown people. It's like there's no, the root of their logic goes nowhere. There is literal no root for their logic.
whatsoever.
If it's Mossad operatives, then why would they shut down the internet to hide the information?
No, they shut down
Why
the
would
internet to stop Mossad from being able to communicate with Mossad.
Oh, yeah, that's what the Mossad relies on to be
Okay,
able
go
to
on,
carry out their operation.
play. See, because
Oh
it's
my
getting
God.
worse.
No,
by
I'm not asking you that.
governments.
No. I'm simply
Can I jump
saying.
in?
I'm simply saying. Once you've admitted you have no idea how many were killed, I find it extraordinary that you would be so emphatic in refuting the 30,000 number. You don't know.
You think
Can I
30,000 people were
jump
slaughtered
in?
in 1 week?
I think it could easily
really
have
think
happened from the
in 2
scenes that I was
days, in
looking
2
at.
days.
Yes.
I
In 2
don't.
days.
I don't.
In 10 hours, because it wasn't even the full day. It was just 5 hours on Thursday and 5 hours on Friday. So in 10 hours, what do you mean? You think 30,000 people were killed in 1 week? Do you know how easy it is to kill tens of thousands of people when you when you point machine guns into the crowds of people, military grade weapons into crowds of people? Like, oh, I can't imagine it, so it couldn't have happened. Yeah, so the experts are telling you that it happened, but because you can't imagine it, you're denying it. You're denying a massacre upon our people because you can't imagine it happening. Unbelievable.
You don't believe it, okay? But
I don't believe it.
Given that you've admitted you don't know, you don't know. Let me come back to to Elika. You know, I have noticed there has been I think there has been a double standard here from people on the left who I respect. Where they seem to care an awful lot more about Palestinians being killed in Gaza, which I also shared their care about, and the protesters killed in Tehran at the start of the year. And it was deafening. It was deafening. And Hollywood was deafening by its silence too. And I just think that's another thing that is just wrong about this. It's intellectually dishonest to people, right? To pick and choose. Which
you know what's
innocent
dishonest, Pierce? The fact that
Iranians
are getting killed right now. Civilians are getting targeted right now.
Civilians are not getting targeted. Civilians are not getting targeted. Israel and United States do more than any country to avoid civilian casualties.
Or began, okay, with
and this is not just a and this is not just a claim. The civilian to combatant ratio numbers show these numbers, how low the civilian to combatant casualty ratios are. You don't get those numbers accidentally. You know, like oopsie, we were trying to kill civilians, but somehow we managed to break the record when it comes to minimizing civilian casualty. Oopsie, we weren't intending to do that, but all of a sudden it happened. The only way that you manage to have this low civilian to combatant ratio casualty numbers is when you're trying your best to try to reduce civilian casualties. It doesn't happen accidentally.
175 people getting slaughtered at an elementary school. Elika, you got anything to say about that? Do your people feel liberated?
Yeah, I do.
You don't live in Iran. You've never lived in Iran, and you have the audacity to talk about this as if it's the liberation of the Iranian people as they're getting killed, as their hospitals are being bombed.
Pause for a second. Isn't it just like it's so crazy? And like, do you see like the anti-Iranian racism? So a non-Iranian person is criticizing an Iranian, and they're like, "You've never been to Iran," which is, false, by the way.
I just realized she said you've never lived in Iran. I heard been to Iran. That's why I was responding that way. But she said lived in Iran. But as if that makes a difference. Like, you're over here screaming and shouting about Iran, and you're not even from Iran. What are you talking about? But it's like a total deflection. Like, the minute she got called out, right? This is like they do this exact tactic. Somebody calls them out for their selective humanity, right? You didn't care about these protesters. You didn't care about these kids being killed. And then so they do this deflection where they talk about, what about the 168 school children? And then they get loud and passionate. So they think that their humanity is going to, deflect from the question that was asked, which is she just was exposed. That's why every time they get exposed, they get angry. That's what she's doing now.
And now she's trying to delegitimize you. Meanwhile, she's not even Iranian. So why is she even speaking about Iran?
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
It's like, I don't even understand how they think that this is like a rational, logical argument where they attack an Iranian and they're not even Iranian. Like, it's insane. So she's basically trying to say, I'm right, you're wrong because you've never been to Iran, but she's not even Iranian. Like, it's just,
Elika, how dare you talk about Iran? You didn't live in Iran. Unlike Anna,
Right.
who has been grown up in Iran since childhood. She has spent her entire
Unlike
most of her
Anna,
life
who's
in
from
Iran.
Isfahan, right?
Yeah, from
How could
Isfahan.
we-
Like,
Anna from
That's okay. Oh my god.
Killed. Disgusting.
All right,
Go ahead.
let Elika
Shut
respond.
up,
Let
okay?
Elika respond.
I'm not going to shut
when
up.
you talk about
Will you let her respond?
That's where
You asked me
Elika
to- you asked me to
shut up.
stop
Can we
her-
go back a bit? Because that was epic.
Yeah, shut
That
up.
was-
Yeah.
I was
Dude,
like
actually-
fangirling.
Yeah.
Live in Iran,
let me
you've
speak.
never lived in Iran,
Yeah.
and you have the
I've been many
audacity
times.
to talk
I've been
about
many
this as
times
if it's
Oh, you have the audacity because you never lived in Iran. Shut up.
the liberation of the Iranian
been
people
many
as
times
they're
to
getting
Iran.
killed, as their hospitals are
Oh,
being
shut
bombed,
up.
as
Shut
healthcare
up.
workers are being killed. Disgusting.
Shut
Go
up.
ahead.
Let Elika
Shut
respond.
up,
Let
okay?
Elika respond.
I'm not going to shut
When you
up.
talk about,
Will you let her
yeah,
respond?
okay.
Because you
Oh my god.
Because you just have
Wow.
to shut these fools down. Like when they start doing that, you have the audacity to talk about liberation for Iran. Like, shut up. No one's buying it. No one is buying it. You loser.
Unbelievable. So she's so filled with hate. Look at her. Look at her
I
face.
know,
She's so
I know.
filled with hate.
It's just total deflection.
you asked me to
Yeah.
stop her interrupting you. So I'm now saying to you,
Okay,
Anna,
go ahead, Elika.
let her speak.
Please go ahead.
When you talk about the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry, you say their numbers have historically been accurate. Well, did they ever
You're
separate
disgusting.
civilians from Oh, good. Insults. That's good. Did they ever separate civilians from combatants? They didn't. And in the end, we discovered that that number did include many combatants. Okay.
The idea
so that's
did,
the first
actually.
thing.
You know their numbers.
Correct. That's good. That's
83%
right?
civilians.
Okay. Are you going to interrupt?
83%.
She's like, look at this. She complains about other people interrupting, but she interrupts all the time. All the time.
Interrupt. Actually, Hamas said that 50,000 of them were combatants. Regardless, you are quick to trust the Hamas-run health ministry, which just shows who you trust,
Yes,
right?
I
Which
am.
is terrorist regimes. Second of all, you sat there just right now and said 178 school children were killed. First of all, you said nothing about the hundreds of children that were killed on January 8th and January 9th by the regime. And second of all, where did you get that number from? The only people who have confirmed that number is the regime. And that just goes to show.
Wait, hold on.
Wait, let
Are
me
you
finish my
denying
point. Let me finish.
that 175 people were
I'm
slaughtered
not.
in that school? Are you denying it? Are you denying it?
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my
Because
point.
you did deny.
She didn't deny. She's saying the number is exactly what the regime reported. So your source is the regime. She didn't say it didn't happen or it did happen. She's saying the
She
number is
knows.
exactly what. Oh my
She
god.
knows. That's why she's talking over me, because she's trying to deflect.
Wow.
That it was the US
Let me
Israelis
finish
that
my
did
point.
that.
Are you
Go ahead.
going to let
Go
me
ahead.
finish my point? There absolutely were children killed in that strike. How many? We don't know, because the only people who have confirmed it is the regime.
Yeah, but
okay?
again,
Not-
Elika, okay, well, now let me.
No, Piers is also not understanding your point because Piers now interrupting you because thinks that you're denying that children died.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish.
Let her
me
finish.
jump in.
No, let her finish.
Yeah, no, because you're now doing exactly.
No, she's not. You don't understand what she's trying to say. She's not denying that it happened. She's saying that exact number shows what her sources are. Unbelievable. Piers is not getting it.
Sorry,
No, I'm not.
You're now.
If you let me, Piers, if you let me finish
We
my
know.
point, you'll see
We
that that's
know
not
how
what I'm
many
doing.
children were killed.
No, you don't. No, well, you don't. Just let her make the point. God damn it.
You know how many were at the
That's not
school.
what I'm saying. Piers, let me finish my point and you'll see what I'm saying, okay? I'm not saying what's real and I'm not saying what's not real. Here is the point that I'm making. When the people, okay, tell you something, doctors, witnesses, eyewitnesses on the ground tell you something, okay, it is questioned. When the regime says something, it is believed. So what I'm saying is that I'm pointing out to the hypocrisy of how easily they believe regimes, which they might be true. It might be
Yeah,
true.
but you know the trouble is, again, you're both basically casting doubt over the death toll
It's not
numbers.
about
This is what I just
casting
this,
doubt.
You're
this
both casting
man
doubt
is
of
like
the death.
so infuriating because it's like the way that he tries to do this fake balance, right? Where no one should ever question anything. No, there are sources that are reliable and there are sources that are unreliable. If there is a terrorist regime that is spewing propaganda, of course we question that as a source. If there is a legitimate source that says something, then that is something that's more believable. And the point is that they question the legitimate sources and don't question a terrorist regime. It's like he's being so obtuse by pretending not to see the difference.
Not even once did you deny that happened. You didn't even do that. You're making a completely different point, and they don't understand it.
Toll numbers of the other side, and that's my point about intellectual dishonesty. I don't think it's honest to do that. I mean, in relation to the attack on the school, it's pretty obvious to anybody what has happened there.
We know that people were. We know
why. It used to be. Let me finish my point, please. It used to be part of an IRGC compound. Then it was moved out several years ago to be just outside the compound. I suspect they clearly deliberately attacked the compound, and the missile was slightly off and hit the school.
It has nothing to do with what Elika was saying.
And killed over 160, 70 young schoolgirls at school. It was a disgusting thing to happen. And what America should have done, what President Trump should have done, is just immediately had the investigation, concluded it immediately. They know if one of their missiles hit that school or not. They knew immediately. And they should just say, we made a terrible mistake. We were aiming for the compound next to it. We hit the school. Terrible things happen in war. Terrible mistakes happen in war. We are owning this mistake. I would respect any country that says that when that kind of thing happens enormously more than I respect the obfuscating and disingenuous.
He misses the point, and then he spends like a long time taking your time saying something that was completely irrelevant to the point that you were making.
Right.
Remember, like at the beginning of the show, he asked me a question, and after 30 seconds, he just like cut me off, and then he went on this totally like different tangent because he realized that what I'm saying is not productive to his show, so he just cut me off, and then that was it. Like he didn't even come back to me for a while, so I'm just sitting there like, oh my gosh, like what is happening right now? Right, because I think he just wanted these two people on because I think he was like, honestly, I feel like he was really trying to trigger me. He wanted me to like yell and scream and whatever, but like I was like, I'm not going to take the bait, so that's why I'm just sitting there and I'm not interrupting anyone. It was only when Elika left that I was like, all right, like I'm just going to go after like Ana for a little bit, but that was fine. But like Elika did an amazing job, and I was just kind of there to like be her backup. So that's why
I couldn't get a word in edgeways. But I think like the whole, like it was very clear that what was going to be entertaining was me and Ana kind of like having this standoff with each other, and that just became the point of the show. But it was just pointless. It was just pointless because you cannot get a word in edgeways, and she just interrupts, and Piers goes on his tangents. It's just the whole thing is just pointless.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna. I honestly don't even know if I'm gonna go on anymore.
I'm not gonna go on after this.
I think the next time they invite me, I'll just be like, I'm not available, but here's Armin.
I agree.
We should send Armin. We should send Armin.
Yeah, I agree. Let's send him in.
Okay.
It's your turn, Armin.
No pressure. I think I'm gonna disappoint you guys when I get there.
No, you'll be amazing. You'll be amazing.
Okay. I'll try.
Bullshit. We've heard about the attack on that school. Right?
Absolutely, but Piers, that's not the point. The point is that how quickly people run with numbers provided by a regime that historically does nothing but disseminate propaganda, and how quickly they question the words of the witnesses of people who have seen this massacre on the ground. That shows you who they defer to, and that is what's worrying.
Okay, let's just
make a point here. The government published a list of people that it says were killed during those protests.
Again,
if people think that
you just made her point. You just made her point. Wait, you just proved what Elika was just saying. Like, oh, they just believe the government sources and nothing else. And then like, well, Iran published this, so I believe.
Do you know what's funny about that as well?
Exhibit A.
So this is another thing. I didn't even get to make this point, but somebody did this. They ran the names that the regime had provided First they said it was 170 whatever girls, and suddenly 2/3 of it were boys. We don't know how that happened. And they checked, and it was like, I can't remember who did this, but showed that something like 70-something% of those kids were not enrolled, that those names that they published were not enrolled in the school that was struck, in the Minab school. So it's like, you do not understand how IRGC propaganda works. You do not understand that they just take names of recycled corpses and put them on that list, and they know that no one's going to be sitting there checking, like, was this person enrolled in the school? Well, people checked, and turns out they weren't even enrolled in that school. But I didn't even get a chance to make that point.
Yeah, he's not letting you.
No,
List is false. What
Yeah,
they can do is
they're either alive or dead.
there has been
You know what? They're either alive or dead. And it will be verified. And my guess is that many thousands were killed. Exactly how many thousands, I don't know. I'm intellectually honest enough to say I don't know. But I certainly, because I don't know, I'm not in a position to emphatically deny any figure, because I don't know.
Look at how she's laughing at the death of our people.
Listen to me now. Listen to me now.
Let's just turn. I want to turn to another. Hang on. Listen, we're running out of time.
Because those numbers are ridiculous.
I want to turn.
Those numbers are ridiculous.
I want to turn to another issue.
From 30,000 to 40,000.
All right, we've done the ridiculous numbers. All right, stop talking, please.
Because you're
I want to change the subject and bring Aaron in here. All right, Aaron. I want to talk about.
I mean, the Nazi regime was killing more people per day than even like what we're talking about. Like, those numbers are astronomically high when the Holocaust was happening. If she was alive,
this is not gonna, like, do you know what, when the stuff was happening between Israel and Gaza, the reason I never ever touched that conversation is because I don't know how this is going to play out, and if it plays out a certain way, I don't want it to backfire, that it comes back on me and I said something and it would turn out that it was wrong. These people are being way too brave with saying this didn't happen, for sure it didn't happen. Like, do you understand that when in the future this is going to be proved, do you know how fucking awful you are going to look when we have all of these clips of you saying, I don't think this is true, there's no evidence that this happened, I just simply don't believe it, the Ayatollah was a courageous man? Like, history is not going to remember you in a flattering light.
Exactly.
Like, you're so stupid.
Exactly. But what is even her point? The number is so high, so I can't believe it that it would be that high.
Because the regime could never do that. The regime is just too nice. Only Israel could do that.
Their age. Wow.
And you know what it is? Like, Iran is a huge country, and we know that on January 8 and 9, millions of people went out, and that was across the country. So just imagine, like, Iran is not Gaza, right? Iran is a huge country. Population is 90 million. So let's say even like 30 cities. Okay, let's say 30 cities, Iranians go out. It was way more than that, but let's just consider the top 30 cities, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, like 50,000 or 100,000 people go out in each city. Then the Islamic regime shows up with machine guns, like literal, like anti-aircraft military type machine guns, and start shooting into a crowd of 10,000 people from all over, right? Like, you have 1,000 people massacred in each city, in 30 cities. That's 30,000 right there in less than an hour. Right?
And that's
these people are evil. They're so evil.
And that's just like 10%. Like you said, if there's 100,000 people in a city, 1,000 of them killed, that's just like 10%.
What? 1%.
1%. 1%.
It's okay.
They didn't ask me that. 1%. And that's like, that is not hard to believe. That is not hard to believe that if you bring military grade weapons to a protest of 100,000 people, that you kill 1%. That's actually like, wait, isn't it going to be more like 5%, 10%, 20%? That's what I would think. I would think that they must have got mowed down at least like 10% of each of these cities, right? And so the fact that it's that's why even in the audio notes, like I'll never forget those audio notes where from inside of Iran, where they were saying these numbers are laughable. To say that it's 20,000, 30,000, it's laughable. We haven't seen massacre like this anywhere. It's like 70,000, 80,000, because it makes so much more sense that you come to suppress protests with military grade weapons. You're not just going to take out that small number. In a city of 100,000, you're not just going to go for 1,000. You're going to go for, or 10,000. Like I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, we don't even have to estimate, because experts have done that. Like people who know how to do this have done that, and they're saying the numbers is at least 30,000. So we don't even have to do the job, because other people who know what they're doing have already done that.
And you know what's really messed up? Like here, I actually say, well, President Trump said it was like at least 40,000, and then she laughs at me. So she's laughing at the fact that I'm relying on intel from President Trump. So there you go. There's your mega, or not mega because she's not mega, but there's your like, I'm American, podcaster,
right?
Literally laughing at the source that I provide, and the source is the Commander-in-Chief of the United States of America.
Yeah, and you know what? You know what else? I went to my friend's house the other day, and they'd gone to Mar-a-Lago, whatever that place is called, and obviously Trump was there and everything, and he was saying that he watched the executions. Like he watched the executions of the wrestler. He watched all of, I don't know why, but he watched all of those lynchings. And so, it's like, obviously you have to know that the president has some type of intel, right? You have to know that the president has some type of intel on this country that they're currently at war with, and what the regime is getting up to, because this was all, like, people forget, this was all part of the deal. Like, remember that he said one of the conditions for whatever is that you have to halt the executions of 800 protesters. That was like something near the beginning. So all of this, like knowing who was killed and how many were killed, that's all part of the conversation in this war dialogue. And so when you're literally believing this terrorist regime, right? And then, well, when Donald Trump said 40,000, you're like, that's laughable. It's laughable to believe Donald Trump, but it's not laughable to believe the Ayatollah.
Unbelievable. And she calls you the woman who's laughing at the idea that 40,000 Iranians have been massacred by the Islamic Republic. She calls you disgusting.
Yeah,
she calls you disgusting.
She calls me disgusting for saying that there's there was a difference between combatants and civilians, which is a fact.
Okay, what's your cat's name? We need the cat tax now. What's your kitty's name?
Sashi. Let me bring her. Sashi, come here. They're both of my, and there's Winston as well. Come here, Winston.
That's so cute.
Crazy, because they want attention.
Oh, Azizam. I had a dog. He passed away 7 months ago.
No.
It's okay. You know what? He lived to the age of 15. Like he lived to 15 years old. Yeah. So I had him for a very long time.
What was his name?
His name was Baxter.
Oh my gosh, that's so sad. I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay. I mean, that's the thing. Like, you get a pet, you know what's gonna happen. But he had the best life, and he was the goodest boy. So he's waiting for me in heaven. But I love dogs. So
no, me too. And I can't imagine like going through all of this nightmare without having like my fur babies to cuddle with. Ugh, so he just missed that window a little bit too soon.
That's okay. You know what? You know what's really funny is that when he did pass, like right before he passed away, my mom said to him, Baxter, when you go to heaven, tell God that we want regime change. And then a few months later, that's what happened.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
So,
okay.
It's he's the goodest of boys, because he took our message to heaven, and Baxter is looking down, and Baxter's like, see mommy,
that's so cute.
We want regime change. So,
and I totally believe that. But guys, listen, I need to take off now.
Okay.
But I will just say before I leave, I really feel like this is going to happen Like I really feel like we are going to win in the end, and I feel that like this is just kind of one of those like journey of life things where it's like there's no scenario where you live this experience and it's going to be like easy and safe and fun and nobody's pushing against you. Like it's all part of the journey of like making it to the other side, right? So I really feel like we're just like alive inside this historic moment, and I feel like history will, you know, we will come out and show what was right and what was true. And I'm just so glad to have you guys within the same journey. You know, we're all fighting for this together. We're fighting for truth, we're fighting for humanity, we're fighting for Iran, we're fighting for the freedom of the world. And I think the fact that it's so dark sometimes and so difficult is just testimony to the fact that something really, really amazing is going to come out of this. So I just want to say I'm always so grateful to be amongst people who are just so courageous and dedicated. And I just feel like we're just part of a journey together. I really do.
You know what?
You think you will win this?
Oh,
yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
Elika, we're so honored to have you here. And listen, anytime you need to pick me up or something, you come join us here. We're always around. Armin and I pretty much do this every day.
I love it.
Yeah, but yeah, you're never alone. We're always here. You know, our viewers love you, and you know, we love you. You're a lioness, and you're doing such amazing work on X and on Instagram, guys. Everyone, make sure you're following Elika on X, on Instagram. Like just phenomenal, fantastic work. And yeah, we have your back, Queen.
Thank
and
you.
You did amazing today. You did amazing today. Just want to
thank you so much. And I just recorded another episode with trigonometry.
Nice.
So that's coming out on Sunday, but it was like today was like a little bit of a shit show. Here's my kitty. Doesn't she look so evil? I love her, but she just got an evil face.
No, she has a cute face.
You got your cute face. You got your cute face. You look like a mean girl. No, but it was a bit of a like, you know, unfortunately this isn't a popular war. You know, this isn't, especially with Americans, it's not a popular war. But there, you know, the sort of mood of the interview was very much like, this is a bad idea, war is a terrible idea, there's no plan, it's not working. So that's kind of like the thing of the interview, and me just there like, no, we have to free Iran. But anyway, just something to look out for. As I'm saying, these are kind of trying times. We don't have a lot of people on our side. We have people on our side who know the struggle. We have Jews, Cubans, Venezuelans, people who have been under the boot of these terrorists, communist, socialist, Islamist terrorists. But right now, the rest of the world is playing catch up. So it might be a kind of like a bumpy ride until then.
I have a feeling things are going to get much better, because I do have a sense that President Trump and his administration, as well as you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu and his administration, are on our side. And the reason that they don't talk about regime change is because they want to respect the self-determination of Iranians, right? Because they don't, if they start talking about regime change, then you're going to have, you know, the Ana Kasparians and like all the, you know, chunky yogurts and garbage people. They're going to be like, this isn't a real regime change. This is America. This is Israel, right? So that's why they're not talking about it. And there's a specific reason, because this is actually helpful for our cause as Iranians, because we can say, which is, you know, correct and truthful, that we're the ones who want regime change and we're the ones who brought it about, right? So I have a feeling that's why they're not talking about this as much. So.
All right, guys.
Look,
Thank you so much for having me.
Just want to say thank you so much for everything you do. We need it, and we see it, and we appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you guys for holding down the fort and doing this every day. Just thank you. I've been like just taking time back because I can't do it, and just going out there and seeing you guys are always out there doing the work. It's like, I just feel like the weight comes off my shoulders a little bit. So we're all doing it. We're all playing our role, and just like we're moving, and we're gonna get there in the end. All right, thanks, love you guys.
Wait, before you go, do you know who Mahir Tusi is, right?
I think I've heard that of him. Yeah.
Okay, so we April Fool's we April Fool pranked him. So we'll just share this with you really quickly. Because he pranked me yesterday. But we'll share this. We'll turn off our mics and our cameras so people can watch this, and then after this you can head out. But I know a lot of our viewers have asked to see the April Fool's prank that we did on Mahi Artusi. So guys, here you go.
باسم اینترنت پرسرعت و وایفای پایدار، این یک اعلامیه بسیار مهم، بسیار جدی و کمی هم مضحک است. لطفاً توجه فرمایید. این جانب سخنگوی کاملاً غیر رسمی اداره کل میم و شوخی پس از بررسی دقیق گزارش‌ها، منشن‌ها و پیام‌های صوتی بیش از حد طولانی، بیانیه زیر را صادر می‌نمایم. طبق اطلاعات واصله، واحد قدس طنز، نسخه‌ای کاملا طنزآمیز از نیروهای شناخته شده با همکاری آرمین سخنگوی گلدی در حال مدیریت بحران خنده در فضای مجازی می باشند. لازم به ذکر است آرمین به عنوان عامل دو جانبه در داخل برنامه گلدی فعالیت می نماید، به طور همزمان گزارش ارسال می کند و شوخی ها را نیز تایید می نماید. بسیار حرفه‌ای. در خصوص خانم گلدی گماری به دلیل تولید بیش از حد محتوای خنده‌دار و ایجاد اختلال در تمرکز عمومی فتوای زیر صادر می گردد. اول، 3 روز مرخصی اجباری از توییتر /X. دوم، تماشای متوالی برنامه‌های دهه 90 میلادی صدا و سیما تا بازگشت تمرکز. سوم، تأمین اینترنت رایگان برای جبران خنده‌های بی‌رویه ملت. چهارم، هر گونه شوخی جدید تنها با مجوز رسمی اداره کل میم و شوخی مجاز می باشد. در صورت تخلف فرد خاطی موظف است در تمامی گروه‌های خانوادگی پیام سلام خوبی ارسال نماید بدون دریافت پاسخ. این حکم قطعی لازم الاجرا و کاملا طنزآمیز می باشد. ما هستیم توسی تیوی و من الله توفیق. خدا نگهدار و خداوند مدل موی مرا حفظ کن.
So for reference, Tusi pranked us yesterday, well, pranked me by basically saying that I've joined forces with Chunky Yogurt. So this is my April Fool's. Although to be fair, I started the war because I rickrolled him a few days before that. So, but Tusi,
by the way, guys, it's his birthday, so go say happy birthday to him.
Wait, is it actually his birthday? I thought that was
it is his birthday.
Oh, is it? Okay, I should go tell him happy birthday then.
Okay.
All right. Okay, Elika, thank you so much for joining. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
Man, oh man. Okay, Armin.
Okay, I need to go. Can we do the pick up the rest later? Oh,
I mean, you can totally pick up the rest later. I'm not going anywhere because President Trump has a really important announcement about Iran at 9 p.m. in 50 minutes, right? And I'm going to live stream that. Apparently, it's huge. I've heard that like every single, I could be wrong, but I've heard that like every single American TV channel is going to stop their own broadcast. And apparently,
wow,
they're all going to be broadcasting President Trump.
Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna have to miss it. I have something really important.
That's fine. You're gonna have to miss it, but I'm gonna be broadcasting.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Don't apologize to me. Apologize to your viewers.
No, it's okay. But we're gonna, guys, don't go anywhere. It's gonna Goldie's gonna be here, and she's I have some administrative stuff for my.
That's okay, Armin. I know. Yeah. Listen, it's okay. You got to do what you got to do. So it's all good.
Oh my God. Okay, guys, please forgive me. Please forgive me. Life has some essential things that I need to take care of. So sorry.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, Goldie, I'm gonna go, and hopefully President Trump comes with some great news. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm Israel Chai. Long live America. Javid Shah. Payande Iran. See you guys tomorrow. Bye,
See you tomorrow. Okay, guys. It's just us now. Okay.
2 minutes and the PFE is reading 3, which is nominal.
Copy PFE.
This is kind of cool because now, like, if I need to take like a commercial break, I can just go to the moon launch.
And integrity, we are ready for the eclipse power down per your execute note.
I can just go to like the moon launch, and then that could be like my little like break or something. I mean, there is a lot of news. There's a lot of news that I want to talk about.
All right, as we've continued to follow along on the mission here in Mission Control Houston and on the Orion to Earth loops, we'll take you over to the beginning of the press briefing, the post-launch press briefing over at the Kennedy Space Center.
Oh, amazing! The press briefing is starting. Oh, this is perfect. Okay, guys, this is perfect timing. Guys, this is very important to Iran Revolution Live because now we're going to find out, like, the American and Canadian astronauts are going to find out whether or not Khomeini's face is on the moon.
Integrity, MCC polls go for ARB pending attitude and sauce.
Does anyone remember that moon song from like the early 2000s? It was like, we like the moon 'cause it is close to us. We like the moon, but not as much as a spoon 'cause that's not used for eating. Do you guys remember that song? It was like with the weird hamsters. No one remembers the We Like the Moon song. Oh my gosh. There's 10,000 people watching and no one knows about the We Like the Moon song. Are you kidding me? No one knows the We Like the Moon song?
Integrity, power down.
No, it was an internet meme. No, it was like this internet meme with like weird hamsters. It was from the website Rather Good.
If we could get just some situational awareness on the DU brightness, we feel like we have them.
It was from the website Rather Good. No, oh my gosh, guys, I'm not gonna. If no one knows it, I'm not gonna play it. No, it wasn't a Canadian thing. It was like an internet meme thing. Guys, like I literally watched like the craziest and strangest like internet memes like from 20 years ago. I can't share it because like that would just make me look very weird. See? Okay, see, there you go. Someone's like just found it. It's a 20-year-old meme because that's how old I am. I'm not going to play it because it's weird. If you guys don't know the song, I'm not going to play it.
Integrity, we see DU3 right at center. We see DUs 1
It was there's no such thing as Canadian internet. It's just internet.
Power draw now.
Okay, you guys want to see it? Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm going to embarrass myself here.
Copy that span, and obviously when we go into a close, we'll bring down a bit further.
Roger.
It's from this like old website called Rather Good. It was like the equivalent of not equivalent, but it was like
And read eclipse.
It was like, I don't know, think of like E-Bomb's World, but instead it was like Rather Good. But it's so weird. So I'm just gonna like now everyone's gonna be like, who is this weird person?
We like the moon, cause it is close to us. We like the moon, but not as much as a spoon. So that's why you for eating soup. And the cookies are very useful on that, and Lindsay has come in and makes that good. And then you might be better off with a chopstick, or like the moon. It is a big sky. It's on there very high, but not as high as maybe it reaches further than my little lighthouse, and maybe clouds. And monkeys also, I think maybe they go by high too. Maybe not as high as the moon, but the moon is very high. We like the moon, we like booze, and we like beer, and we like bubbles, and we like food, and baby animals. We really like that.
That's like a meme from like, I don't know, 20, 25 years ago.
Administrator Isaacman will give opening remarks.
Oh wait,
and then
okay,
we will
the
open
press
floor to
conference
questions.
started.
If you are dialing in to be with us here today, please press *1 to get in the queue. And with that, Administrator.
Thanks, Bethany. Good evening, everyone. So today, April 1st,
I know the Badger
2026,
song.
6:35 p.m., NASA's Space Launch System rocket lifted off the pad with 8.8 million pounds of thrust, carrying the Orion spacecraft and the Artemis II crew out to Earth orbit and beginning America's grand return to the moon. Now, about 51 minutes into the flight, during a planned handover between satellites, the Orion spacecraft underwent a communications issue, leading to a temporary partial loss of comms. The uplink from Capcom to the crew was being heard by the crew, but we cannot hear the responses for a brief period of time. There were no issues with the vehicle itself. Comms with the crew have been restored. We're actively working the issue and we'll keep you informed. The Orion spacecraft has successfully separated from the core stage and its solar arrays have been deployed as planned. Soon the crew will execute the apogee raise burn, placing the spacecraft into a stable high Earth orbit as we prepare for the translunar injection and the journey into cislunar space. NASA astronauts Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Koch, and Canadian Space Agency mission specialist Jeremy Hansen are safe, they're secure, and they're in great spirits. We will continue to monitor their health and the status as we move into the next phase of the Artemis II mission. So after a brief 54-year intermission, NASA is back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon. We have arrived at this point through a sustained effort and national commitment and the work of thousands across the agency, our industry partners, and our international allies. I want to personally thank the ground crews, pad controllers, the entire workforce here at Kennedy Space Center. This mission belongs as much to you as it does to the crew. The crew is now in the capable hands of Mission Control Houston, the Johnson Space Center, where teams will guide Orion through each phase of the mission with the same discipline and precision that has brought us to this moment. We've certainly been here before. We know the challenges ahead. We have a lot of checkouts to get through before TLI. And when, if all goes well, everything is go, Artemis II will be moonbound. You have our commitment to keep the public as informed as possible on this historic mission. And we will celebrate when we will hold our celebration until this crew is under parachutes and splashes down off the West Coast of the United States. Thank you.
So with that, we will open this up to questions and we will start here in the room. If we have any takers, we'll start right up here.
Congratulations to all of you on a successful launch so far. My name's Jim Siegel. I'm with Florida Media Now. And I'm curious about when the astronauts will have their first meal on this mission. And secondly, is somebody on the Earth here, back in Houston or somewhere, keeping track of what they eat during this entire mission? And how do they go about doing that? Do they tell them what to eat, or do they kind of select what they want? What do you think?
Well, let's see. I'll jump in on this one. Well, what I'll tell you is they do have planned meals. Okay, so they have a planned meal today. I will tell you they're very busy. So ascent day is very tough. It's tough physiologically, and it's tough from a workload issue as well. And so this timeline between now when the crew goes to sleep, so MET of about 8:30 is pretty packed. They're going to snack. They probably have some pre-positioned meals. I know they did in their flight suit. Some of the snacks that they can use if they need. But I will also tell you that flight day 1 and flight day 2, you might not feel like eating a lot, and that's just part of it. Your body is acclimating to 0G. Your physiology is transitioning from a 1G environment to 0G, and it takes a little bit of adapting. So right now they're working hard. They are doing what they need to do. They sound great on the loops. That was really a good signal to us that they're feeling well. but just know that that's part of the equation, when they get on orbit. As far as the food being tracked, yes, we have a food lab, and we have folks at the Johnson Space Center tracking what they eat, the nutrition, the calories. It makes a difference. They do this on Artemis. They do it on Space Station as well. So we're well versed in that. We want to make sure that they're healthy, and we also want to make sure we know what they're doing, what they're eating, so we can also track that and make sure that they don't need any supplements or anything additional.
We'll head over to Joey.
Thanks, guys, and congrats on a clean launch so far. Jared, or whoever wants to answer, how were you able to resolve the communications issue, and do you have any guesses as to what might have caused that? And was there any part of the mission so far that appeared off nominal, or is everything looking good? Just curious to hear how things are going on that. Thanks.
Well, on the comms,
Yeah, I
issue,
agree.
there may be
Justice
someone
for
who has a
Pluto.
lot more detail than I do of having to run around quite a bit, but I think they're still looking into trying to really understand exactly what was going on there. But it's restored, which is important. I think it
was during handover to Tejas West.
Between
sometimes
between
that's squirrely ground configuration. You gotta get that right. So hopefully that's what it is. But we'll chase it down. But they were able to recover. They had intermittent forward and return links, so the burns that they needed on board it was never an issue. It was unusual for it to be dropped out for a couple minutes. So that's what we're telling you. We had a controller issue with the toilet when they spun it up, so we got to work through that. That's going to take maybe a few hours to troubleshoot. So there was also a water tank valve. There's 4 water tanks on Orion. There's a crossover valve that connects the 2 gangs of tanks. It's supposed to be open to ensure maximum flow. It was closed during ascent. When you shake the thing, things like that happen. So they're going to reset the valve. And then they had a recurrence on Artemis 1, we had a latching current limiter failure on a piece of electronics, a transient failure when it gets exposed to radiation. They took 1 hit of those. We took about 24, 25 of those during Artemis 1. Again, normal, the onboard fault detection cleans that up, but we're just getting started, Joey.
This is a flight test, and a lot of what we're doing here is
Javidement, guys,
all of the things that require the crew interaction, right? And so we anticipate to have a lot of these. Well, that's what we're here for. Work through them.
Sawyer.
Apogee rays burn. We're go. So they're going to stay in space.
Sawyer.
Thank you, Sawyer Rosenstein, NSF. I noticed that the slide wire baskets happened to deploy during launch. Was that something that was expected? And can you give any initial reports, at least what you've seen from the cameras, of how the mobile launcher is doing, given the hope to be able to quickly turn it around?
Yeah,
Do you have something on the baskets? I can talk about the turnaround.
The baskets are, they're supposed
Make
to get out of
Pluto
the way.
great again.
That's
I
part of the
agree.
plan. So otherwise they take plume loads, and we don't like that.
So I can tell you on the mobile.
Sorry, for the people asking me to increase the volume, I can't. The volume is at max, so you're just going to have to increase the volume wherever you are. I apologize, guys.
Launcher, our team has already been looking at a lot of the imagery that we have that was taken both during and after and assessing that, trying to get the condition. We've got teams, I believe, going out there. They might already be out on their way to take a real look. Some of the good.
Wait, Amir? Amir, why are you declaring war against Pluto? Oh no, guys. Okay, so we have like a big problem in the chat right now. Like we have like people who are like, make Pluto great again, and then we also have like the Magbar Pluto crowd. So oh no, guys, we're gonna have we're having like a civil war on Pluto. Oh no, poor Pluto.
Things that we've seen relative to Artemis 1, one of the issues we had was that the water that was supposed to be spraying down the launch pad, so that there were some issues there that didn't happen. We saw a lot of corrosion. The water was working, so things were getting washed down. We're still
why do we have Pluto in the chat
so that we can do some of that cleaning to make sure we don't have those corrosion issues. We haven't seen evidence of things like after Artemis 1, like the elevator doors were blown off. We haven't seen that. So
Oh,
we're optimistic, but we got to get out to the pad. We got to look. We did a lot of
Pluto!
changes after Artemis 1, trying to harden the systems so that we can turn it around faster. We do anticipate there will be some items that'll need to be replaced. It's a pretty violent environment. But we're hopeful that that's minimized, and we'll, as soon as we have more information on that, we'll definitely let you guys know where we stand and how quickly we think we can get it turned around. Thanks.
Lauren?
Oh no, this chat.
Lauren Gresh with Bloomberg. I just wanted to get a gut check on how we're feeling about the upcoming proximity and ops operation. Do we have any concerns with that TDRS delay, or is that not an issue for that?
I'd say right now we're on for the proximity operations demo. Haven't heard anything that's keeping us from that, Norm?
No, on track, ready to go. Victor Glover's going to be flying it. Reed's going to be working the procedure with him and cross-checking, and Jeremy and Christina are going to be looking out the windows, also spotting, cross-checking, using cameras and imagery, and it should be beautiful. So we can't wait.
We'll go right over here.
No, guys.
This is Bert Dicht from Ad Astra Magazine, a National Space Society. Just wondering if the astronauts reported what the ride was like to orbit. I know.
Okay, I knew about the flat earthers. I did not know that there were flat Plutoers as well. Oh my gosh, guys, your comments are killing me. Bluto. Oh no. Pluto will return. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's continue, because this looks like a very important question. It's about the astronauts' experience.
Society. Just wondering if the astronauts reported what the ride was like to orbit. I know with the space shuttle, it was a pretty rough ride until there was SRB SEP. Was this similar?
Have you heard?
I have not heard a report yet. I know we will get.
Remember,
a report.
we're the
Again,
13th colony.
when
Remember?
MECO happened immediately. They were getting prepped to do their.
Oh yeah, I know my Battlestar Galactica lore. We're the 13th colony. I know that. I'm a big sci-fi nerd. Remember?
Perigee raise maneuver, that's critical. Otherwise, they come back to Earth, which we don't want them to. So they got that. They are working to get their spacesuits off. They're, they just got the ARB burn, which was very important. So now they're working to get their suits off. So they are very busy. Now, later today, I anticipate they will call down and give us a full brief as to, how the Proxox demo went, how the ride uphill went. And I personally can't wait to hear the comparison between this massive rocket and the shuttle.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Micah?
Thanks, Bethany. Micah Maidenberg, Wall Street Journal. Maybe for the administrator, I'd like to ask you, I know we're early on here, how you're thinking about success for this mission, defining success, a lot of tests ahead, and just what happens if you don't kind of meet that standard as the flight unfolds? Thanks so much.
Well, I mean,
If your Prosecco's not going to last until Trump, just I don't know, Uber Eats more Prosecco, I guess? I don't know. Oh no, someone is saying Pluto is like IRGC. Or guys, there's a huge civil war in the chat right now amongst all the channels about guys, I didn't realize Pluto, or maybe Bluto, was this controversial. Payande Pluto. The Death Star is hidden behind Pluto. Yeah, it's guys, all right. It's all about Pluto now. This is so funny. We don't recognize Bluto. All right. You guys, I'll let you guys hash it out. I'm just going to read your comments and laugh.
success is undershoots in the water safely after a 10-day mission duration. So no early off ramps there. think we're, right now we're already getting good Eclipse data. We've never flown Orion with crew on board, so that's pretty important. I mean, understanding the Orion spacecraft is, is paramount in this one to progress on to integrated operations of Orion with a lander. Every day we're getting data. It says, it was mentioned from the get-go, this is a test mission for sure. No crew have ever ridden this before. We'll keep gathering data over the next 10 days. We'll share updates, but we'll call a success when they're in the water safely, and we'll start working on the next mission.
Oh, hey, by the way, guys, remember today is Senior Chief Actual's first day of retirement, because he retired. Yes, he officially retired yesterday after serving 24 years in the U.S. military. So everyone put like a salute in the chat, or like an 07 or whatever, for Senior Chief Actual, who retired yesterday from 24 years of service. He's an Iranian American. So there you go, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Senior Chief Actual, for your service. And we appreciate you. And your comment is hilarious. And I hope you're enjoying your first day of retirement with the Pluto jokes and the moon jokes. And it's an honor to have you with us here. So we appreciate you. All right, let's continue with the press conference.
Jackie.
Hi, right here. Sorry if I missed it. I just wanted to check in on the status of the perigee and apogee burns. Are those both finished at this point? And then I also wanted to check how best way to explain to the audience why we're doing that apogee raise maneuver and why we go into that high Earth orbit. Thanks so much.
I mean, I can certainly say we completed the perigee raise maneuver. That was done pretty quickly, as you heard, and the apogee raise burn should have already happened. That should have been happening while we sat here. They were getting ready as we were walking in. And then if you want to talk maybe about the rest.
So we go into a high Earth orbit. Roughly, the perigee is about 1,000 nautical miles, rough give or take, of the Earth, 25,000. So it's pretty elliptical. That's getting us, everything we do is getting us set up for the translunar injection burn. And so it's getting these burns, it's all converging down to what we call TLI. So we got to get the Eclipse system checked out. We got to make sure we have a redundancy. We got to make sure these burns go off where they should go off, and get Orion and the SM configured exactly where it needs to be.
All right. So I have a super chat that I'd like to respond to. So Steve Dixon says, after watching your recent interview with Elika, I have decided that I will use the fact that my father was born in Shahabad, Islamabad Gharb, to immigrate to Iran as soon as his royal Shah returns. That's amazing. Oh my gosh. Whoa, look at that. We have like a second generation Iranian. You will be more than welcome. Yeah, come home. Come home. Or, even like temporarily. But yeah, like we're going to see like the largest re-immigration of Iranians, first generation, second generation, third generation. Not necessarily because we don't like the countries that we're currently living in, but because we just have this like, let me put it this way. We're one of the most ancient civilizations in the world. We're the Persian civilization. We've been around for 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. Some people say 7,000 years. So like, this isn't like a bragging or anything like that. It's just history. So because the Persian civilization has been around for so long, it's literally in our blood. So even people who might not necessarily have been born in Iran or grown up in Iran, it's still in your blood, right? So there's still this like, there's this calling. There's this calling to like go home, right? It's like, and for a lot of Iranians who have been born outside of Iran and who've never lived in Iran, it's like you have this longing for a home that you've never experienced. And I think that's exactly what Steve is experiencing here. He's feeling, he's experiencing that ancestral memory. So yeah, absolutely, Steve. Even if, it's going to be a huge culture shock if you've never been there, but definitely come back, visit, stay as long as you want. And, oh, there you go. So you're like, I'm not Iranian. My grandfather worked for a bank there. My father was Iranian by birth. Whatever. We'll take you. We'll take you. All good. We'll take you. Yeah, come visit. Come live. Right? If you guys are tired of like the Durka, jihad, whatever, nonsense, yeah. One of us. Come stay with us. Anyways, that's very kind of you to say. Okay, let's go back to the press conference. I mean, I can't comment too much on the press conference except for like, you know, just the ongoing Pluto civil war. You know, make Pluto's going to remain loyal to Yah. And then we have, you know, some people are like mad about Pluto. All good. I will let you guys sort out the Pluto civil war, but let's go back to NASA. And don't forget, guys, President Trump is making a very, very important announcement at 9 p.m., which is why I'm here. So yeah, but in the meantime, I will let you guys figure out the Pluto civil war.
So when it comes around and it's time for the translunar injection burn, off we go. And that takes us really, that puts us outbound to the moon. That's a real big commit point. And so you'll be hearing more about that tomorrow.
I might mention it not only sends us outbound to the moon, but it also sets us up for the gravity assist that brings us back. So we are set all the way.
Yes.
Once we make that burn.
Go right back here.
Wait, I have a question. Why is like so this person asks like a question, and then this guy's like trying to explain like a physics sciencey thing, but then he's like, I will keep you posted and I'll tell you more tomorrow. Like, isn't all of this stuff like figured out anyway? Like from a mathematical perspective, like from a physics perspective, like so like they already know the oh my god. CNN says Pluto is winning. Oh no. Live or die, Pluto. I can't even ask my question because okay. Anyways, so like someone's asking like a question about like the trajectory or whatever. And like, guys, everything is already figured out, right? Like literally everything is figured out like through physics and like whatever. But it's, I feel like he's like trying to be like, I don't know, like Pete Hegseth or maybe like a military commander. Cause he's just like, well, you know, this is, you know, he's like, basically he's like, I'll tell you more tomorrow. As if like everything hasn't already been mapped out by like, you know, physicists and stuff. So I don't know. I just thought that was kind of funny.
We got to make sure we have a redundancy. We got to make sure these burns go off where they should
go
off.
The burns.
And get Orion and the SM configured exactly where it needs to be. So when it comes around and it's time for the translunar injection burn, off we go. And that takes us really, that puts us outbound to the moon. That's a real big commit point. And so you'll be hearing more about that tomorrow.
I might mention it not only sends us outbound to the moon, but it also sets us up for the gravity assist that brings us back. So we are set all the way.
The slingshot.
Once we make that burn.
Oh no, so Oman's gonna be the negotiator. I don't know, man. I'm seeing some people, they're like Pluto will never win. Pluto didn't hang his, oh man, he blew up. Oh man. Oh no. Okay. Pluto is a Palestinian state. Oh my god. Oh no, guys. This is too much. Okay. Let's continue.
Go right back here.
I'll be back. I'm going to find the President Trump feed and I'll be back.
TJ Mosquera with the Epoch Times. Thank you all so much. Something that hasn't been really talked about. Is that
we
the space
appreciate
launch
you.
system predates the Artemis program. We got going all the way back to 2011. So 15 years really invested in this. And just how does it feel to finally see it, launch with the human crew on board?
Yeah, I mean, right now, like I said, we're focused on the next 10 days. But I mean, I'll tell you, I'm incredibly proud of the folks that worked on this machine for as long as they did. And one thing we didn't talk about earlier was, one of the big objectives is getting the organization and getting our qualification standards and getting our certification rigor up to the standard for crewed flight. That's
Wait.
a big, even though the mission.
This guy looks Iranian. Wait, what's this guy's name? He looks Iranian. What's this guy's name? Does he look Iranian to you? No, he looks Iranian, guys. Listen, there's a lot of Iranians in NASA. No. Listen, one of the most famous NASA astronauts is an Iranian woman. No. He's not Mushtaba. He's an actual he's like one of those he's Iranian. I guarantee you. Is he Indian? Guys, because one of the most famous American astronauts is an Iranian woman, right? Someone find out what he is. I'm only asking because we actually have, guys, we have Iranian astronauts in NASA. So this is her. We love her. Her name is Jasmine Moghbeli. She's actually been to space, right? She is she's one of our heroes. We love her. She's an American citizen now, but she's Iranian American, and we love her so much. So that's the only reason I was asking, because I know that there's a lot of Iranians who are in NASA. Guys, I'm telling you, Iranians are so smart. Listen, if my sister was American, she would be in NASA. Oh, he's Indian, American, amazing. Okay, nice. Okay, I was just curious, man. Indians are also very, very smart people. I mean, we already know that, right? But nice, good for him. Sorry, I just didn't know.
Right now, like I said, we're focused on the next 10 days. But I mean, I'll tell you, I'm incredibly proud of the folks that worked on this machine for as long as they did.
Honestly, he could pass for Iranian. He could pass for Iranian. All right, Indians, you get this one.
And one thing we didn't talk about earlier was, one of the big objectives is getting the organization and getting our qualification standards and getting our certification rigor up to the standard for crewed flight. That's a big, even though the mission is a complicated mission, moving the entire organization to a mindset of thinking about risk in the right way to fly crew is a big deal, and making sure that the way we've gotten the machine configured to fly crew with the resilience and the reliability we care about is also a big deal. So it takes time. I memean, we got a lot.
Okay, so the person to the person who said he sounds 100% American, yeah, probably because he was he grew up in the United States. It's the reason why I sound 100% Canadian, right? I don't speak English with an Iranian accent because I was raised in Canada, but I was still born in Iran, and I'm ethnically Iranian. So, and I can switch to Persian, right? If I was going to speak Persian right now, I could be I don't know. الان دارم زبان فارسی صحبت میکنم و آره درسته که وقتی که مثلا انگلیسی صحبت میکنم هیچ لهجه‌ای هم ندارم، چون که خب از بچگی تو کانادا بزرگ شدم. ولی خب وقتی که زبان انگلیسی صحبت میکنم دیگه لهجه ندارم. ولی خب میدونی به زبان فارسی که صحبت میکنم یه کمی لهجه دارم. ولی خب مثلا اگه میخواستم الان رو تلفن صحبت بکنم به زبان انگلیسی کسی نمیتونه بفهمه که مثلا ایرانیم یا انگلیسیم, right? So like I was saying, if I was gonna if you guys didn't know, listen, I mean, just think about it, right? If you guys didn't know what I looked like and you're just listening to me speak, no one would be like, oh, she sounds Iranian. No, I actually don't sound Iranian. I sound Canadian because, I grew up in Canada. So that's all. So you could never oh no. Okay, you know what? All right. This is it. He's plutonic. Guys, he's Plutonian. There we go. Okay, so he's
Fun for
Plutonian.
us, but I mean, it's for the guys that were out there. You know, there's a big celebration in launch control for the rocket guys. The rocket guys can go out and play now, but the spacecraft guys got a lot of homework, so they're going to go work on that. But yeah, for them, I can see it on their faces.
Jeff.
Oh no.
Jeff Faust, Space News. During the countdown, we heard controllers working through a few issues, one with the flight termination system, one with the launch abort system battery, and it sounded like there was a brief telemetry dropout. Wonder if you could provide a little bit more details about those issues and how you resolved them relatively quickly.
Yeah, so Jeff, the FTS issue was we were doing an end-to-end test. We typically have to confirm that we can get a signal from the range to the machine and then back. We weren't able to close that entire end-to-end loop, but the guys at the range, they were really quick on their feet. They swapped to a different range receiver, which is a slightly different heritage, but has the same fundamental algorithms on it, and they were able to switch over to that and able to confirm a good end-to-end signal, which is really clever. We had thought about getting a receive-only box that we had in the VAB and shipping that over to Patrick quickly so they could do it, but they were able to fix it on the fly over there, so that was good. And once we knew we could confirm the end-to-end loop of that command, then we didn't need that receive. We don't need to do that test more than once. We just need to verify the commands get on board. And so once we confirmed that command was there, then we met all of our public safety risk. For the launch abort system, we had a battery, so 2 batteries, several temperature sensors on both batteries. We had one poke out of family. We want to make sure all of them are tracking within certain limits, but we could confirm, given the locations of the temperature sensors, where they are on the battery itself, that the reading was instrumentation, because there wasn't a credible physics-based explanation for why that sensor would be that far high. It was an order of magnitude off scale high from the rest, and so we were able to quickly vote that sensor out. So that was two of the major issues. But again, the team, this is what the training is for. This is what the practice is for, is to go into those things and knock them out quickly. So they did it really well.
We'll go right over here.
I noticed there was a lack of public address announcing outside, and there was a lot of going back and forth when we realized there were some issues, and we had to go back inside to find out.
Wait, sorry, I have a question here. Someone's saying فارسی بلد بخونه گلسا. نه متاسفانه من بلد نیستم فارسی بخونم. عذرخواهی میکنم از اتون. فارسیش something ولی لهجه داره. آره دیگه. خب مشکلم اینه که من اصلا بلد نیستم زبان فارسی صحبت بکنم، بلد نیستم زبان فارسی بخونم. من از 1 سالگی کانادا بودم و تو کانادا بزرگ شدم و اصلا بلد نیستم بخونم. بعد داری میگه خوندی که نه، اتفاقا نخوندم. من نخوندم. داری خواب میبینی. این یه رویاه و من اتفاقا اصلا مسیجاتو اصلا متوجه نمیشم دارین چی میگین. عذرخواهی میکنم و شما پوزش میخوام. بلد نیستم فارسی بخونم. عذرخواهی میکنم.
Or we had to have our phones. Why was there no public address system available with loudspeakers outside?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. We're not sure what issue you're talking about the public address. Okay.
Make blue, guys. We're never gonna get through this. No problem. You are great. Thank you very much. سپاسگزارم. نه بلدم فارسی بخونم. آره.
So thank you for that information.
ببخشید. حالا برای دوستانی که جدید اومدند، آره یه کمی با لهجه صحبت میکنم چون که من از 1 سالگی کانادا بودم و تو کانادا بزرگ شدم. خب به خاطر این زبان فارسی می کمی لهجه داره و خب راحت ترم که به زبان انگلیسی صحبت بکنم. ولی آره بله فارسی میتونم بخونم و متوجه میشم، ولی خب برای من انگلیسی صحبت کردن راحت تره و دلیلی که این کانال رو به زبان انگلیسی هم میذارم اینه که خب یه صدایی باشیم برای مردم ایران به زبان انگلیسی. And so welcome to the English channel of Iran Revolution Live. And thank you all for your support. Love you all. All right, let's continue this.
That's new, and we'll definitely look into it.
We'll go right back here.
And don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on President Trump. I'll be right back.
Thomas Moore, Sky News. Administrator Isaacman, as a fellow astronaut, what were your feelings watching your crew rising above Pad 39B? And do you feel that extra sense of responsibility for the crew as they head further into space?
I certainly felt that it would be, just from, I guess, my perspective in it, that, I don't know, it is far less stressful to be strapped into the rocket than to be responsible for it here on Earth. So I definitely had those feelings quite a bit. But, you know, you derive a lot of confidence from the process that leads up to this moment. I mean, literally the army of people that came together across NASA, all our contractors, all our partners to prepare for this, every step that leads up to it. This is what I, you know, was really honestly going through my mind through it, is all the testing that goes into it, the integrated testing, the flight readiness review, everything that goes into a flight readiness review. Not to mention you have a truly exceptional crew up there that have been training for years on this. That gives you the confidence to undertake this mission, especially knowing the implications that it is part of a much bigger program. This is America and our partners' return to the moon, and we're trying to do it this time to stay. So, incredibly important mission. Certainly felt the pressure of it, but it was relieved, you know, based on the confidence we have in the team here at NASA and everyone who contributes to it. Thank you for the question.
We'll come right up here.
Frederic Castel with France 24. First, of course, congratulations to NASA for the grand return to the moon. Mr. Administrator, I have this question that they ask me constantly in Europe and in the States. In the 60s, NASA was using just the slide rule to go to the moon, and they could launch almost every 3 months. Of course, they had more money probably, but what happened in 50 years? Why is it so difficult to make it again? What has changed? Thank you.
Well, for sure, we knew. Look, it's a very fair question. I know a lot of people ask it, not just in your country, but here in the United States. Certainly, financial resources are part of the equation. NASA's budget, if I recall, was somewhere between 4 and 4.5% of the discretionary budget during the space race. About a quarter percentage of that today. And I mean, to be very honest with you, I think competition is a factor in this as well. You know, it's a great way to, you know, mobilize the resources of a nation and concentrate on something extremely challenging. And that's what we did in the 1960s. And I think with absent some competition, we focused a lot on partnerships and all that we could do collectively with respect to science and discovery. But competition can be a good thing. And we certainly have competition now. I think that's why you're seeing us start to concentrate our resources back to the objective, and do it with a great coalition across the NASA workforce, our contractors, all our partners that have come together, our stakeholders in Congress and the administration who came here to witness this launch, is because they know we have competition, and this one's going to be close. And I think as a result, you're going to see a lot more progress, more so than you have in the, you know, since when this was originally conceived under Constellation. We're going to get back into the business of launching rockets on a regular cadence, and we're going to bring the world along with us. So.
We're going to take a couple of phone bridge questions for just a moment. Reminder that you can join by pressing *1 to get into the queue. We're going to start with Will Robinson Smith from Spaceflight Now.
Hi, thank you, Bethany, and congratulations everyone on a good mission so far. Question about the upcoming TLI burn tomorrow. At what point during the day will the team conduct a poll on readiness to proceed into the TLI, and what are the main criteria that you'll be assessing to make that final determination? Thank you.
Okay, well, the TLI burn actually happens about the time that launch happens. So it's 1 day into the mission. So tomorrow, Eastern time would be about 6:35-ish. Obviously, those burn times can change. So check that before tomorrow. But what are the teams looking for before TLI? We're looking to make sure that the life support systems work, that the vehicle's healthy, the life support systems have been checked out, they're ready to go. We assure that those are functional because once we commit to TLI, they have to function. And so we want to make sure. So that's why we spend a day checking out the systems. Ascent is, you shake, rattle, and roll a little bit, the vehicle. You saw that today. And you can imagine what that does to the systems. The systems, though, are performing very well. We anticipate that they continue to, but we want to get some track record on them before we do that. We also want to make sure we have redundancy in the system for comm, for environmental life support, propulsion, those type things before we embark on that TLI mission. So that's what the mission control team in Houston will be doing tomorrow. Jeff Radigan and his team, as the lead flight director, will be well into that. The teams are well versed on it. They have trained for it. They work very closely in conjunction with the engineering team, the mission evaluation room in Houston, where the engineers that have the intricate knowledge of Orion come together with the operations team, and together they work with the crew to make sure that the vehicle, is doing what we want to and accomplishing the mission objectives that we need to. But it always comes down to crew safety, vehicle safety, and mission objectives in that order.
I might also mention, as those teams are checking out all of those systems, there will also be a meeting of the mission management team that's led by John Honeycutt, whom I think many of you have seen before, and they'll be meeting tomorrow afternoon to hear all of the results from what's happened over the last day, in preparation to make the decision on whether or not we proceed with the TLI burn.
We will next go right back here to Manuel.
Thank you so much. Manuel Masante with Exploración Espacial. I understand that the CubeSats are going to be deployed like 5 hours into the flight. Is there any chance we're going to see live images of the deployment? And then
Why does he sound like he was the guy that was singing the We Like the Moon song? Is it just me or is his accent? He sounds like the Mexican hamster. He sounds like the Mexican hamster singing the moon song. We like the moon. Anyways, I just wanted to point that out.
Is the crew, I know they're super busy right now, but when are they going to start using the flywheel machine on its way to the moon when everything is more like...
The second question was to do when they start doing the manual as far as...
Flywheel machine.
Oh, the flywheel machine. Sorry, thank you. The exercise machine.
I guess after the TLI.
I'll do this. Yeah, I'll hand that to you, but I can answer the CubeSats. So the CubeSats are installed in the Orion stage adapter, which is actually a part of the upper stage piece, right? So once Orion separates from the upper stage, we'll do the ProxOps demonstration, right? And then once Orion has cleared and we're away, then they will be deployed. So Orion won't be there to take images of them. And once they are...
Oh, wait, someone told me to stop talking? All right, I'll just ban you. There you go. Now you can stop talking. All right. I hope you enjoy your stop talking. You've been banned to Pluto.
Deployed, they each of them have their own plans for being able to communicate back.
I'm keeping an eye on the White House channel, by the way.
Ground stations, they have their own communication plans, so we'll start to get information back from those individual CubeSats. So that's kind of the plan and the path forward on the CubeSat deployment and what you can expect.
We're going to take one more question from the phone bridge from Christopher Mick of the Hudson Star Observer.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to all the teams thus far. I had a question from an earlier media availability with Jeremy Hansen. He made mention of if the mission launched on April 1st, they would be experiencing a lunar eclipse. And I just want to follow up on that, if that's where that would be happening in the mission timeline, and if there would be any video perchance of that happening, or is that just going to be on the astronauts' photography at the time?
So you may have to answer the question on whether or not there'll be the availability of the what kind of real time. I'm not sure what we'll have there, but the crew will get to observe the eclipse. This is pretty unique. It's kind of interesting. It actually doesn't happen when they're out of comm, so they will be having communication during that eclipse time. But during the eclipse, the moon will be blocking the sun. They will be able to see the sun's current.
Oh wow, guys! During the eclipse, During the eclipse, the moon will be blocking the sun. Look at that. During the eclipse, the moon will be blocking the sun. Thank you. I didn't realize that that's how eclipses work, but thank you guys. All right. Since everyone is like saying Trump, 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 I already had the live stream for Trump ready to go, but since everyone was like, just bring it up. So here, I will bring it up. He hasn't started yet. Guys, this is why I was playing the NASA channel, because President Trump hasn't started yet. But if you guys just want to be here on a screen where we're just going to wait for President Trump, I mean, I can do that. That's fine. No worries. And we can just wait here. And you guys can just battle it out about Pluto in the live chat. Up to you guys. But yeah. Like, he's never going to start it. I mean, he might. Who knows? Given that this is like a huge announcement, and I mean, I've heard that all of the I heard that the TV channels are all tuning in to this. I don't know if it's true or not. I mean, I can check some of the TV channels and see what's going on. Here, let me see. Let me see what the TV channels are doing. Where's the view? Okay. Let's see what the TV channels are doing. Okay. Okay, you know what? Why don't we go to, you know what? Let's do this instead. Even better.
NATO, by the way. Our own Peter Ducey, he's live. He's outside the White House.
Sean Hannity. There we go. This is
in
good.
about,
This is good.
70 seconds.
We
from
like
now.
Sean Hannity.
Yes, so I'll be really quick. No ceasefire, Sean, until the Strait of Hormuz is open. And the challenge for President Trump is going to be reassuring Americans that Epic Fury is winding down in the next 2 or 3 weeks, at which point gas prices will come down, he says, while also not really giving away too much to the Iranians about what remaining American assets in the region are doing. There is still the issue of uranium that could be collected. There are, but he is going to tell us about how wiped out the Iranian army and navy and ballistic missile facilities are at the moment after a month plus of this operation. So expect to see him walk out right on time. Sean.
You know, I'd expect to the nature of the threat. How close were they potentially to having nuclear?
Pluto's, I don't know. I don't know if Pluto supports the Islamic regime or the Iranian people.
And also the issue of NATO. All right, now let's take you inside the White House. We expect the president is going to make.
Wait, he started. Okay, so he came out before Fox. So let's go to this. Wait, he just started.
Thank you very much.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you very much. My fellow Americans, good evening. Let me begin by congratulating the team at NASA and our brave astronauts on the successful launch of Artemis 2. It was quite something. It will be traveling further than any manned rocket has ever flown and will very substantially pass the moon, go around it, and come back home from a distance that has never been done before. It's amazing. They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those 4 unbelievable astronauts. As we speak this evening, it's been just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them, terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. Before discussing this current situation, I also want to thank our troops for the masterful job they did in taking the country of Venezuela in a matter of minutes. That hit was quick, lethal, violent, and respected by everyone all over the world. After rebuilding our military during my first term, we have by far the strongest military anywhere in the world. And now we're working along with Venezuela and are, in a true sense, joint venture partners. We're getting along incredibly well in the production and sale of massive amounts of oil and gas, the second largest reserves on earth after the United States of America. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help our allies. Tonight, I want to provide an update on the tremendous progress our warriors have made in Iran and discuss why Operation Epic Fury is necessary for the safety of America and the security of the free world. From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. This fanatical regime has been chanting death to America, death to Israel for 47 years. Their proxies were behind the murder of 241 Americans in the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the slaughter of hundreds of our service members with roadside bombs. They were involved in the attack on the USS Cole, and they carried out the countless other heinous acts, including the just horrible, bloody atrocities of October 7th in Israel, something that most people have never seen anything like it. This murderous regime also recently killed 45,000 of their own people who were protesting in Iran. 45,000 dead. For these terrorists to have nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat. The most violent and thuggish regime on earth would be free to carry out their campaigns of terror, coercion, conquest, and mass murder from behind a nuclear shield. I will never let that happen, and neither should any of our past presidents. This situation has been going on for 47 years and should have been handled long before I arrived in office. I did many things during my 2 terms in office to stop the quest for nuclear weapons by Iran first, and perhaps most importantly, I killed General Qasem Soleimani in my first term. He was an evil genius, brilliant person, a horrible human being, however, the father of the roadside bomb, and he lived just horrible what he did. Iran would have been perhaps in far better, stronger position. Had he lived, we would have had probably a different conversation tonight. But you know what? We'd still be winning and winning big. And then very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, a disaster. Obama gave them $1.7 billion in cash, green cash, took it out of banks from Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, all the cash they had. Flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran, and they would have had them years ago, and they would have used them. Would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East and no Israel right now, in my opinion, the opinion of a lot of great experts, had I not terminated that terrible deal. And I was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning. Essentially, I did what no other president was willing to do. They made mistakes, and I am correcting them. My first preference was always the path of diplomacy, yet the regime continued their relentless quest for nuclear weapons and rejected every attempt at an agreement. For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons. They were also rapidly building a vast stockpile of conventional ballistic missiles and would soon have had missiles that could reach the American homeland, Europe, and virtually any other place on Earth. Iran's strategy was so obvious. They wanted to produce as many missiles as possible, and they did, with the longest range possible. And they had some weapons that nobody believed they had. We just learned that out. We took them out. We took them all out so that no one would really dare stop them. And their race for a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon like nobody's ever seen before. They were right at the doorstep. For years, everyone has said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons, but in the end, those are just words if you're not willing to take action when the time comes. As I stated in my announcement of Operation Epic Fury, our objectives are very simple and clear. We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their borders. That means eliminating Iran's Navy, which is now absolutely destroyed, hurting their Air Force and their missile program at levels never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it, and tonight I'm pleased to say that these core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight to prevent our children from ever having to face a nuclear Iran. Twice this past month, I've traveled to Dover Air Force Base, and it's been something. I wanted to be with those heroes as they return to American soil, and I was with them and their families, their parents, their wives, their husbands. We salute them, and now we must honor them by completing the mission for which they gave their lives. And every single one of the people, their loved ones said, "Please, sir, please finish the job." Every one of them. And we are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. They've been great, and we will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form. Many Americans have been concerned to see the recent rise in gasoline prices here at home. This short-term increase has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers in neighboring countries that have nothing to do with the conflict. This is yet more proof that Iran can never be trusted with nuclear weapons. They will use them, and they will use them quickly. It would lead to decades of extortion, economic pain, and instability worse than we can ever imagine. The United States has never been better prepared economically to confront this threat. You all know that. We built the strongest economy in history. We're going through it right now, the strongest in history. In 1 year, we've taken a dead and crippled country. I hate to say that, but we were a dead and crippled country after the last administration and made it the hottest country anywhere in the world by far, with no inflation, record-setting investments coming into the United States, over $18 trillion, and the highest stock market ever, with 53 all-time record highs in just 1 year. It all positioned us to get rid of a cancer that has long simmered. It's known as the nuclear Iran, and they didn't know what was coming. They've never imagined it. Remember, because of our drill baby drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet, without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Think of that, Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. And that number will soon be substantially higher than that. There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated, both militarily and economically and in every other way. And the countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. #1, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much. And #2, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the Strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy. And in any event, when this conflict is over, the Strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing, and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up. They haven't come down very much, frankly. They came down a little bit, but they've had some very good days over the last couple of days. We've done actually much better than I thought, but we had to take that little journey to Iran to get rid of this horrible threat. With our historic tax cuts, where people are just now talking about receiving larger refunds than they ever thought possible. They are getting so much more money than they thought. That's from the great big beautiful bill. Our economy is strong and improving by the day, and it will soon be roaring back like never before. It will top the levels that it was a month ago. I've made clear from the beginning of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust, and we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again. We have all the cards, they have none. It's very important that we keep this conflict in perspective. American involvement in World War I lasted 1 year, 7 months, and 5 days. World War II lasted for 3 years, 8 months, and 25 days. The Korean War lasted for 3 years, 1 month, and 2 days. The Vietnam War lasted for 19 years, 5 months, and 29 days. Iraq went on for 8 years, 8 months, and 28 days. We are in this military operation, so powerful, so brilliant, against one of the most powerful countries for 32 days. And the country has been eviscerated and essentially is really no longer a threat. They were the bully of the Middle East, but they're the bully no longer. This is a true investment in your children and your grandchildren's future. The whole world is watching, and they can't leave the power, strength, and brilliance. They just can't believe what they're seeing. They leave it to your imagination, but they can't believe what they're seeing, the brilliance of the United States military. Tonight, every American can look forward to a day when we are finally free from the wickedness of Iranian aggression and the specter of nuclear blackmail. Because of the actions we have taken, we are on the cusp of ending Iran's sinister threat to America and the world. And I'll tell you, the world is watching. And when we do, when it's all over, the United States will be safer, stronger, more prosperous, and greater than it has ever been before. May God bless the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, and good night.
That was perfect. That was perfect. President Trump basically just, okay, let me give you the entire summary of what President Trump said in 2 words, okay? His entire speech was basically Bepish. Bepish. That's basically what President Trump, he's just saying push on, push forward. We're at the end, but we're not done. I told you guys, there is no ceasefire. I told you. Someone wants me to go to the part where he said Iran is our ally. Let's go to that part again.
Thank you very much. My fellow Americans, good evening. Let me begin by congratulating my fellow Americans. Good evening. Let me begin by congratulating the team at NASA and our brave astronauts on the successful launch of Artemis 2. It was quite something. It will be traveling further than any manned rocket has ever flown and will very substantially pass the moon, go around it, and come back home from a distance that has never been done before. It's amazing. They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those 4 unbelievable astronauts. As we speak this evening, it's been just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen. Victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them, terrorist regime they led, are now dead. They're command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary.
I love how he says dead. He's just like, they're dead. I love that. I love how I will never get tired of hearing President Trump say dead. It's just, I love it. I love it. I love it. Like, whenever I need therapy, I just go and listen to President Trump saying that IRGC people are dead, or Khamenei is dead, or they're all dead.
People have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them, terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolution.
First of all, thank you, President Trump, for calling it the terrorist regime. And thank you for pointing out that it's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Because let me tell you something. Our garbage politicians in Canada, even the Conservative Party, and fuck you guys, you know who you are, even our garbage conservative politicians in Canada are too afraid. They're too afraid of calling it the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Even the conservative politicians in Canada don't call it the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps because they're afraid of Islamophobia. Yeah, you know what? Fuck you guys. Because they call it the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. Have some balls. Have the courage, have the decency, have the humanity to call it what it is. And if you're afraid of being labeled Islamophobic for literally saying the name of the terrorist organization that has murdered us Iranians for the past 47 years, fuck you. That's all I'm saying. Sorry, I shouldn't swear, but I'm so pissed off at like the spineless, neutered Canadian politicians right now who don't even have the courage to call the IRGC what it is. They just say Iran, Iran, Iran. Khafishin bisharafa. Garbage people. At least President Trump has the strength and the courage and the dignity and the humanity to call the organization and call it out for what it is.
Never been done before. It's amazing. They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those 4 unbelievable astronauts. As we speak this evening, it's been just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them, terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. Before discussing this current situation, I also want to thank our troops for the masterful job they did in taking the country of Venezuela in a matter of minutes. That hit was quick, lethal, violent, and respected by everyone all over the world. After rebuilding our military during my first term, we have by far the strongest military anywhere in the world. And now we're working along with Venezuela and are, in a true sense, joint venture partners. We're getting along incredibly well in the production and sale of massive amounts of oil and gas, the second largest reserves on earth after the United States of America. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help our allies. Tonight, I want to provide an update on the tremendous progress our warriors have made in Iran and discuss why Operation Epic Fury is necessary for the safety of America and the security of the free world. From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. This fanatical regime has been chanting death to America, death to Israel for 47 years. Their proxies were behind the murder of 241 Americans in the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the slaughter of hundreds of our service members with roadside bombs. They were involved in the attack on the USS Cole, and they carried out the countless other heinous acts, including the blood just...
You know what? Can I just go to this comment here? So someone is saying, you know, I really thought Trump was going to call an end of Epic Fury tonight. I was wrong. Not your fault. Guys, I told you. President Trump is not stopping. President Trump is not going to stop until the Islamic regime is completely decimated. Decimated, right? President Trump has made it very, very clear. Unconditional surrender or boom boom. Those are the only two options. Unconditional surrender or boom boom. And I have been saying this, guys, from day one. I'm like, guys, trust the process. Stop doubting President Trump. Do not listen to mainstream media. Do not listen to the analysts. Do not listen to whatever, right? Trust in President Trump. Because this speech right now, this speech was basically, oh my gosh, to the person who's like, wait, the person's like, I so hope you're right. I don't understand. How much more right do I have to be? President Trump literally said that he's going to continue the operation until they're decimated. Like, I don't understand how much more I need to explain here. Like, what else does President Trump need to do or say to convince all of the world that he wants to obliterate the Islamic regime and that everything that he's saying and doing is basically just there to confuse the Islamic regime? I mean, I don't understand. I don't understand what else needs to happen here. Like, what else does President Trump need to do? Right? I don't know. I don't know. Like, what else does he need to do? And President Trump literally said, we're not done. President Trump said in his speech, we are going to continue. We are going to intensify. President Trump is literally saying, میخوایم حمله هامون رو بیشتر بکنیم. خب President Trump داره میگه آره ما میخوایم حمله هامون رو بیشتر بکنیم. So what does that mean? What does that mean? I don't know what to say. I don't know what else to say. Like, this is everything that he said is exactly what we needed to hear. And this is exactly going to result in regime change. This is going to result in regime change. And look, guys, in this speech, remember, before President Trump was saying 40,000 killed, now he's saying 45,000 killed, right? Because President Trump knows the number is much, much higher than that. But he also understands that the media and the, you know, garbage podcasters have been putting out fake news and fake information, right? And so he has to like slowly prepare the American public, because when we actually announce the actual number of people slaughtered by the Islamic regime in the last 2 months, it's going to be very, very hard to digest, because no person who's lived in like a normal country, can fathom how evil the Islamic regime truly is, which is why, like Armin and myself and Elika and others, we've been trying to explain, because these people are pure evil. But you heard him. He said 45,000. And I guarantee you that number is going to go up. That number is going to go up because we know what the number is. Okay.
Horrible, bloody atrocities of October 7th in Israel, something that most people have never seen anything like it. This murderous regime also recently killed 45,000 of their own people.
Yeah, there's other thing as well. So this person is saying, this is very true, and we'll get to this. So Iran GR is saying, guys, remember when he said the Strait of Hormuz will be freed naturally? That means the new regime will open it. He's saying the regime is going to change. Exactly. Like you have to pay attention to the Easter eggs, right? So in what scenario would the Strait of Hormuz open naturally? Well, in a scenario where Iran is, not under occupation by a brutal Muslim Nazi dictatorship, and Iran is being controlled by a normal, functioning, democratic society that does not want to exterminate and destroy the entire world, right? So you're absolutely right. You have to listen to these Easter eggs.
Who were protesting in Iran. 45,
listen to this.
Just horrible,
He says
bloody
45,000.
atrocities of October 7th in Israel, something that most people have never seen anything like it. This murderous regime also recently killed 45,000 of their own people who were protesting in Iran. 45,000 dead. For these terrorists to have nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat. The most violent and thuggish regime on earth would be free to carry out their campaigns of terror, coercion, conquest, and mass murder from behind a nuclear shield. I will never let that happen, and neither should any of our past presidents. This situation has been going on for 47 years and should have been handled long before I arrived in office. I did many things during my 2 terms in office to stop the quest for nuclear weapons by Iran first, and perhaps most importantly, I killed General Qasem Soleimani in my first term. He was an evil genius, brilliant person, a horrible human being, however, the father of the roadside bomb, and he lived just horrible what he did. Iran would have been perhaps in far better, stronger position. Had he lived, we would have had probably a different conversation tonight. But you know what? We'd still be winning and winning big. And then very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, a disaster. Obama gave them $1.7 billion in cash, green cash, took it out of banks from Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, all the cash they had, flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran, and they would have had them years ago, and they would have used them. It would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East and no Israel right now, in my opinion, the opinion of a lot of great experts, had I not terminated that terrible deal. And I was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning. Essentially, I did what no other president was willing to do. They made mistakes, and I am correcting them. My first preference was always the path of diplomacy, yet the regime continued their relentless quest for nuclear weapons and rejected every attempt at an agreement. For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons. They were also rapidly building a vast stockpile of conventional ballistic missiles and would soon have had missiles that could reach the American homeland, Europe, and virtually any other place on Earth. Iran's strategy was so obvious. They wanted to produce as many missiles as possible, and they did, with the longest range possible. And they had some weapons that nobody believed they had. We just learned that out. We took them out. We took them all out so that no one would really dare stop them. And they're raced for a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon like nobody's ever seen before.
You know what's crazy? Like, this is why I'm getting sick and tired of going on Piers Morgan, because, like, President Trump is basically confirming everything that we've been saying, and then I have to go on Piers Morgan and waste like an hour of my life listening to like garbage people with like, you know, no degrees, no education, nothing, and they're just like spouting like Islamic jihadi anti-Semitic propaganda, and I'm just sitting there and I'm like, what is happening right now? Like, how do I even respond to this garbage nonsense when President Trump is literally giving the information that we need, and yet those like idiotic inbred garbage jihadi podcasters think that they know more than President Trump? Like, it's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling to me. Yeah, I think I might just like stop going on Piers Morgan. Like, I just like, today was terrible. Like, I'm sick of it. We'll send Armin. We'll send Armin instead. Like, I can't deal with the low IQ garbage anymore.
They were right at the doorstep. For years, everyone has said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons, but in the end, those are just words if you're not willing to take action when the time comes. As I stated in my announcement of Operation Epic Fury, our objectives are very simple and clear. We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their borders. That means eliminating Iran's Navy, which is now absolutely destroyed, hurting their Air Force and their missile program at levels.
Oh, wait, I have a question from someone in Armin's channel. So someone is saying, چرا ترامپ دیگه از قیام مردم صحبت نمی‌کرد؟ مثل روز اول چون که هنوز موقعش نشده. So okay, so this person is asking, why is President Trump not speaking about Iranian people rising up to take over the country? So I'm going to say this in Persian and then I'll say it in English really quick. چون که هنوز موقعش نیست. این سخنرانی پرزیدنت ترامپ داره میگه که آره مثلا شاید حرف مذاکره کردیم ولی ما نمیخوایم مثلا مذاکره بکنیم و ما ادامه میدیم تا اینا رو نابود بکنیم. ما اینا رو نابود کردیم و همینجوری هم ادامه میدیم تا نابودشون بکنیم. ولی هنوز موقع بلند شدن نیست. یعنی هنوز موقعش نیست که مردم بیان و قیام بکنن و مهم اینه که همونجوری که شاهزاده رضا پهلوی هم گفت، خب ما منتظر پیام شاهزاده رضا پهلوی هستیم. یعنی ببین این تصمیم ترامپ نیست که مثلا، یعنی ببین it's not Trump's responsibility to say to the Iranian people rise up. It's King Reza Pahlavi. It's his role, right? بعد ببین شک نکنین که اینا دارن پشت صحنه دارن با هم کار میکنن. شک نکنین. ولی خب مهم اینه که President Trump is America first و King Reza Pahlavi is Iran first. اوکی، یعنی این خیلی مهمه. ولی خب دارن با هم کار میکنن، دارن با هم هماهنگی میکنن. اوکی، پس دلیلی که President Trump راجع به قیام مردم ایران صحبت نکرد چون که هنوز موقعش نیست و وظیفه President Trump نیست که اینو بگه. اوکی، ما باید به رهبر خودمون گوش بدیم. So that's what it is. ولی چیزی که President Trump داره اینجا میگه اینه که داره این کار رو ادامه میده و اصلا تموم نمیکنه.
Never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies and...
Oh, someone is saying worried about the Stone Ages. Don't worry about that. He's basically just saying that he's going to send the 7th century Islamic jihadi mullahs back to the Stone Ages. That's fine. You know what? I know. It's always concerning when you hear, Iran being conflated with the Islamic regime. That's why I'm a stickler. That's why I'm like, make a difference. But President Trump is not speaking about Iran. He's speaking about the Islamic regime. Baby, وقتی که میگه he's going to send them back to the Stone Ages, basically داره میگه که میخواد خار مادرشون رو whatever. دیگه خودتون میتونین اون جمله رو تموم بکنین. هیچ ربطی به ایران نداره. پرزیدنت ترامپ میدونه که ایران و ایرانیا با رژیم فرق میکنن و به خاطر همینه که پرزیدنت ترامپ داره میگه که ما ادامه داریم. در واقع پرزیدنت ترامپ داره میگه ما ادامه داریم تا آخر. اصلا نگران نباشین.
Deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it. And tonight, I'm pleased to say that these core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we...
می‌بینی این خیلی مهمه. داره میگه our objectives are nearing completion. یعنی دوستان داره میگه داریم به هدفمون نزدیک میشیم ولی به هدفمون هنوز نرسیدیم. اوکی؟ این خیلی مهمه دوستان. He's saying we are close to our objectives but we have not reached our objectives yet.
Military crush their ability to support terrorist proxies and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been...
Oh, guys, look at this really sweet comment from an Iranian. So this person is saying, Zinde bad Trump shirdel, which means long live Trump the Lionheart. So there you go. Long live Trump the Lionheart. There you go.
Extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it. And tonight, I'm pleased to say that these core strategic objectives are nearing completion.
Can we just take a moment to appreciate President Trump's expression and the way he's talking? Because you can tell he is so pleased with himself, as he should be, by the way. He is just enjoying this so much. Like, this is one of those goals that President Trump has had. And the fact that he's there and he's speaking about it and, he's trying to be very serious and solemn, but you can tell the way he says, like it, that's where like it kind of comes out, right? Like that's where you can tell that he's like holding it back, right? I love that.
Air Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability.
Oh, wait, guys. Oh my gosh. Oh no, guys. We have like this random like jihadi Durka person in the chat. Who is this? Wait. Oh no, guys. Pack it up. Guys, pack it up. Some random Durka person. Where are you from, by the way? Where are you from? Wait, let's look at your profile. Ew. Like, look, it's literally like some like Muslim jihadi person. Like, look at this person. What sort of picture is this? Ew. That's not even your real profile photo. You're using like some like jihadi photo. Where are you from? West Asia. Look at you, like a Durka. Look at all these like weird flags. Like, which country are you from? I don't even know which country you're from, but apparently this like random like non-Iranian, ew, what is your gross profile? So anyways, this person thinks that they're an expert and then they're coming into like the chat and they're like, no regime change for Iran, blah blah blah. Right, okay, buddy. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that like you're retarded. Like, I'm sorry that, your family tree is like a family circle, right? Like, I mean, I'm not, but like, I feel bad for you that like, your father and mother are probably siblings because, you know, that like inbred garbage stuff runs in your family. So yeah, but I mean, thank you for your expert geopolitical analysis. Please, like, go share your expert geopolitical analysis with like Ana Kasparian, because I'm sure she's probably going to think that you're like a geopolitical expert, right? So you know, go share your like jihadi geopolitical expert with her, because like you know, like inbred, like the logic from like people that are inbred, only like other inbred people appreciate your logic. So there you go. Anyways, but guys, I just want like this is just like the stupidity. This is like the stupidity that we have to do. Oh no, I blocked him. I blocked the guy. But you know, sometimes it's fun to just call people out, because you guys just have to know like the stupidity that we deal with as Iranians, right? Like, ugh, it's so stupid. So stupid. Anyways, so you know, to that person, thank you for your expert and in-depth geopolitical analysis, right? Thank you. Thank you for that. I hope that you can break the cycle. Break the cycle of your family tree being a family circle, right? We don't want family circles, guys. We want family trees. Guys, inbreeding is wrong. Do not marry your sisters or brothers. Do not marry your cousins. Do not even marry your second cousins. Don't do it. Inbreeding is bad. Marry someone you're not related to. Yeah. This is right. Magbar circles. I mean, it should be Magbar family circles, but there you go. Magbar family circles. Javid family trees. Javid family trees. Magbar family circles. No inbreeding, guys, please, because you end up looking weird, and you don't have like a proper IQ. But I mean, it's so, guys, it's so easy to make fun of them. Anyways, let's continue.
To support terrorist proxies and deny them arrest and never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it. And tonight, I'm pleased to say that these core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight to prevent our children from ever having to face a nuclear Iran. Twice this past month, I've traveled to Dover Air Force Base, and it's been something. I wanted to be with those heroes as they return to American soil, and I was with them and their families, their parents, their wives, their husbands. We salute them, and now we must honor them by completing the mission for which they gave their lives. And every single one of the people, their loved ones said, please, sir, please finish the job, every one of them. And we are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. They've been great, and we will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form. Many Americans have been concerned to see the recent rise in gasoline prices here at home. This short-term increase has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers in neighboring countries that have nothing to do with the conflict. This is yet more proof that Iran can never be trusted with nuclear weapons. They will use them, and they will use them quickly. It would lead to decades of extortion, economic pain, and instability worse than we can ever imagine. The United States has never been better prepared economically to confront this threat. You all know that. We built the strongest economy in history, We're going through it right now, the strongest in history. In 1 year, we've taken a dead and crippled country. I hate to say that, but we were a dead and crippled country after the last administration and made it the hottest country anywhere in the world by far, with no inflation, record-setting investments coming into the United States, over $18 trillion, and the highest stock market ever, with 53 all-time record highs in just 1 year. It all positioned us to get rid of a cancer that has long simmered. It's known as the nuclear Iran, and they didn't know what was coming. They've never imagined it. Remember, because of our drill baby drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we're #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet, without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Think of that, Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. And that number will soon be substantially higher than that. There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated, both militarily and economically and in every other way. And the countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. #1, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much. And #2, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the Strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy. And in any event, when this conflict is over, the Strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil.
Guys, I love that part. He's like, when the conflict is over, it'll open up. It'll just open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They'll want to sell oil, right? It'll just naturally open up, and Iran is just going to naturally want to sell oil to the rest of the world. Do I need to say anything else, or is it clear? Do I need to say anything else, or is it crystal clear what he's talking about? The Strait of Hormuz will just naturally open up.
Courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the Strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated.
Also, for all those people who are attacking Trump and trying to cause a division between President Trump and Americans and Iranians, right? Like, there were people out there who were trying to cause tension between Iranians and Americans by claiming, like, oh, President Trump's going to go in, he's going to take the Strait of Hormuz, he's going to rename it the Strait of Trump, like, he's going to take away the territorial integrity of Iran, right? Because, guys, for us Iranians, our territorial integrity is very important, right? Like, that's one of the core foundational principles of our revolution is respect for the territorial integrity of Iran. So we don't joke around about that. However, there were many non-Iranian accounts who were trying to put words into President Trump's mouth, right? And they were like, oh, Trump's going to go in, he's going to take the land, he's going to occupy the land, right? Because they knew that if they do that, that's going to trigger Iranians. Unfortunately, some Iranians were triggered, but remember, Armin and I were like, guys, don't buy into this. Like, this is trolling, this is fake news. It doesn't mean anything. Don't buy into this. Don't buy into this false narrative that the United States is going to go in and, mess with Iran's territorial integrity. President Trump from the very beginning said that he's not looking for land. He's not looking, guys, it doesn't even make sense for President Trump to claim Iranian land, because Iran and the United States don't even share a border. It doesn't even make sense for that, right? Like, it literally makes no sense. And now, and we've been saying that all this time, but now President Trump is confirming it, because he's basically saying when all this is done, the strait will naturally open up. How will it naturally open up? Well, it will naturally open up because when Iran is free, the normal democratic secular government of Iran is going to maintain the Strait of Hormuz, and they're not going to, we're not going to be a bunch of like jihadi terrorists, right? So this again, like, just anyways, now you know. If you didn't know, now you know. And of course, Goldie is always right. Never forget, Goldie is always right, because I've been saying this from like months.
And number two, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy. And in any event, when this conflict is over, the strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing, and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up. They haven't come down very much, frankly. They came down a little bit, but they've had some very good days over the last couple of days. We've done actually much better than I thought, but we had to take that little journey to Iran to get rid of this horrible threat. With our historic tax cuts, where people are just now talking about receiving larger refunds than they ever thought possible. They are getting so much more money than they thought. That's from the great big beautiful bill. Our economy is strong and improving by the day, and it will soon be roaring back like never before. It will top the levels that it was a month ago. I've made clear from the beginning of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved.
We will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. Guys, President Trump is never going to make his objective, public, but President Trump's objective is to annihilate the Islamic regime. He wants them gone. He wants them all dead. Dead, 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 dead. Right? So President Trump's objective is Islamic regime dead. And he will not stop until they're gone. And he's saying it. He's literally saying it right here. I don't know how much clearer he can get.
Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly.
Shortly, very shortly.
We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks.
There you go. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2. Guys, President Trump is saying we're not backing down. President Trump is saying we're increasing. We're increasing the attacks. We're going forward. President Trump is basically saying, guys, we're bapishing. We're taking our bapish level from here to here, right? Like, I don't know how anyone can hear this and think that President Trump is like backing down. Like, this is an epic speech.
Of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was
دوستان بریم به زمان انگلیسی. گفت که میخواد رژیم رو برگردونه توی قرن هفتم. میخواد رژیم رو برگردونه قرن هفتم که همونجا جاشونه. I love that. I love that. هرچی آخوند و بسیج و سپاه و هرچی میخواد برگردونش ببرتشون قرن هفتم. Oh my god. Okay, I'll play it again because some of you guys missed it.
We are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal.
Guys, I love this. So listen. In the same sentence, guys, this is how President Trump is trolling them. This is why, guys. This is why the regime, the Islamic regime, is confused. The mainstream media is confused. The woke lefties are confused. The Durka jihadis are confused. Piers Morgan is confused, right? Like, they're all confused because literally in the same sentence, President Trump says, we're going to bomb them back to the Stone Ages. Oh, but in the meantime, we're also negotiating with them, right? Like, oh yeah, we'll continue talking to them while we bomb them back to hell. That's basically what he's saying, guys. He's saying, sure. You know what? We'll talk to these inbred Muslim Nazi savages. Sure, why not? We'll talk to them. But at the same time, we're also bombing them back to hell. Like, am I wrong? Like, if I'm wrong in this translation, let me know, because like I would. If I'm wrong, let me know, but I don't know how else to interpret that.
The levels that it was a month ago. I've made clear from the beginning of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead.
They're all dead.
The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously.
Guys, keep in mind that the only deal that, well, did he say that? Okay, so someone is saying that President Trump say his goal is not regime change? Absolutely, because it's not up to Americans to do regime change in Iran. It's up to Iranians to do regime change in Iran. So President Trump is making it very clear that it's not, like, regime change is not an American goal. Regime change is an Iranian goal, right? So he is respecting the Iranian right to self-determination. Wait, what? So he's saying that regime change has occurred. He's saying that to mess with the Islamic regime. He's saying it to mess with the Islamic regime. He wants them to like point fingers at one another and be confused about what's going on. So that's what he's doing. It's literally mind games. But in terms of the deal, so President Trump's deal is unconditional surrender or boom boom. Okay, so he says, like he's always said from the beginning, the only deal he's interested in negotiating is unconditional surrender or boom boom. And either one of those terms will result in natural regime change by the Iranian people, right? So that's all I'm saying. Guys, President Trump is basically taking out the garbage. You know what? I saw that. Yeah, this is a very good point here. This comment. President Trump and the United States military, God bless you all, and of course Israel and the IDF, God bless you all, they're basically taking out the garbage. They're clearing the path because they know that once the path is clear, Iranians know what to do. But Iranians can't do what they need to do right now because the path is full of garbage, right? And the garbage are like the jihadis, the Durkas, the terrorists, all that. So President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu are clearing out the garbage. And once the job is done, then Iranians can do regime change. Right? And that's why President Trump in this speech right now, he's saying we've almost accomplished our objectives, but we're not there yet. And then in the same speech, he says we're going to increase our attacks in the next 2 to 3 weeks, right? So he's basically saying we're gonna attack them even harder. There's no retreat. We're going to attack them even harder. That's really important.
We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it.
Yeah.
They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust. And we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again. We have all the cards, they have none. It's very important that we keep this conflict in perspective. American involvement in World War I lasted 1 year, 7 months, and 5 days. World War II lasted for 3 years, 8 months, and 25 days. The Korean War lasted for 3 years, 1 month, and 2 days. The Vietnam War lasted for 19 years, 5 months, and 29 days. Iraq went on for 8 years, 8 months, and 28 days. We are in this military operation, so powerful, so brilliant, against one of the most powerful countries for 32 days. And the country has been eviscerated and essentially is really no longer a threat. They were the bully of the Middle East, but they're the bully no longer. This is a true investment in your children and your grandchildren's future. The whole world is watching, and they can't leave the power, strength, and brilliance. They just can't believe what they're seeing. They leave it to your imagination, but they can't believe what they're seeing, the brilliance of the United States military. Tonight, every American can look forward to a day when we are finally free from the wickedness of Iranian aggression and the specter of nuclear blackmail. Because of the actions we have taken, we are on the cusp of ending Iran's sinister threat to America and the world. And I'll tell you, the world is watching. And when we do, when it's all over, the United States will be safer, stronger, more prosperous, and greater than it has ever been before. May God bless the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, and good night.
That was epic. Armin is going to have a field day with that speech tomorrow. Armin is going to have a field day. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh!
See if that bubble comes back.
Wait, are these the astronauts?
Landing, or just the camera or the vehicle fluctuating? Are you guys seeing that, Houston? Are you seeing the bobble in the docking cam video?
These are the astronauts in space.
Okay, copy. Had a little bit of a lateral oscillation there.
Houston, authority DAP checkout complete, ready for step 12.
Copy, go to continue, and also, once you get there, you are go for forward target approach to 10 meters.
Integrity.
That's kind of cool. It's AI.
Copy.
Okay, why does this kind of look like a weird potato smiley face? Like, do you see like the two eyes and then like the mouth?
It's showing course. 16 in, starting now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No, this is not AI.
14, 15, 16 ins.
Houston approach was initiated from approximately 2.
Okay, I mean, guys, I could.
All right, I'm gonna give it 1
Copy,
down.
2.7.
If this is live, can we hang here for 10? I mean,
3 degrees wide.
I could just keep on live streaming this for a little bit. I was gonna like shut down the
Give it
channel
1 down. It doesn't seem to be tracking down.
because this is playing live on NASA. Well, you want me to keep this going for a little bit?
Responding to that one, gonna give it 1 left in course as well.
No, you guys have to go to the NASA channel. Like I can't. I gotta go.
This view live inside Orion.
I know it's actually kind of cool though.
Field of view, do you need any lighting adjustments in the cabin?
Cab camera looks good to us. Thanks.
TAC will be at
Kinda
0.5
cool.
degrees wide. Stand by. TAC 3.5 degrees wide at 1823.
Godspeed, heroes.
Received the go to move in towards 10 meters away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Godspeed, heroes. Okay, guys, I'm gonna head out. Okay, I do have a few extra songs that I want to play before I play the closing songs because you know, a few things happened. So the first song that I'm gonna play is in honor of everyone who is celebrating Passover. So what is it? Chag Pesach Samach. Chag Pesach Samach. Chag Pesach Samach.
אתה נראה כמו סוס יאור, יש לך שכל של ציפור, עדיף שתישאר בבור כי בקרוב אתה תמות. אתה פשוט אידיוט גמור עם שיגעון גדלות חמור, אתה שטן או בקיצור אתה חלאת האנושות. גם אם תזרוק עלינו טילים או תאיים על הגלילים, החברים שלך מסוריה ואיראן. גם אם תפיל כאן עוד קטיושות, תדע שאין כאן שום ירושות, ביחד נתגבר על הצרה. יאללה יא נסראללה, נדפוק אותך אינשאללה, נחזיר אותך לאללה עם כל החיזבאללה. יאללה יא נסראללה, תלך מפה יא זבאללה, נגזר כבר מלמעלה שזה הסוף שלך. אתה עלוב, אתה קטן, אתה מזכיר אורנגוטנג, יש לך קינים על הזקן ובקרוב תעוף מכאן. אתה ג'וק מת, אתה בואש, אתה מתחיל להתייאש, צהל אותך רק מבקש כדי לשרוף אותך באש. גם אם תזרוק עלינו טילים או תאיים על הגלילים, החברים שלך מסוריה ואיראן. גם אם תפיל כאן עוד קטיושות, תדע שאין כאן שום ירושות, ביחד נתגבר על הצרה. יאללה יא נסראללה, נדפוק אותך אינשאללה, נחזיר אותך לאללה עם כל החיזבאללה. יאללה יא נסראללה, תלך מפה יא זבאללה, נגזר כבר מלמעלה שזה הסוף שלך. יאללה יא נסראללה, נדפוק אותך אינשאללה, נחזיר אותך לאללה עם כל החיזבאללה. שזה הסוף שלך.
Okay, sorry guys. I know that 2C was live an hour ago. So let me just play 2C TV's live really quickly, and then I'll shut down and then we'll go to some music and I'll shut down the live stream. But here is 2C TV's live for you guys. So this is what he streamed like an hour ago.
باسم اینترنت پرسرعت و وایفای پایدار، این یک اعلامیه بسیار مهم، بسیار جدی و کمی هم مضحک است. لطفاً توجه فرمایید. این جانب سخنگوی کاملاً غیر رسمی اداره کل میم و شوخی پس از بررسی دقیق گزارش‌ها، منشن‌ها و پیام‌های صوتی بیش از حد طولانی، بیانیه زیر را صادر می‌نمایم. طبق اطلاعات واصله، واحد قدس طنز، نسخه‌ای کاملا طنزآمیز از نیروهای شناخته شده با همکاری آرمین سخنگوی گلدی در حال مدیریت بحران خنده در فضای مجازی می باشند. لازم به ذکر است آرمین به عنوان عامل دو جانبه در داخل برنامه گلدی فعالیت می نماید، به طور همزمان گزارش ارسال می کند و شوخی ها را نیز تایید می نماید. بسیار حرفه‌ای. در خصوص خانم گلدی گماری به دلیل تولید بیش از حد محتوای خنده‌دار و ایجاد اختلال در تمرکز عمومی فتوای زیر صادر می گردد. اول، 3 روز مرخصی اجباری از توییتر /X. دوم، تماشای متوالی برنامه‌های دهه 90 میلادی صدا و سیما تا بازگشت تمرکز. سوم، تأمین اینترنت رایگان برای جبران خنده‌های بی‌رویه ملت. چهارم، هر گونه شوخی جدید تنها با مجوز رسمی اداره کل میم و شوخی مجاز می باشد. در صورت تخلف فرد خاطی موظف است در تمامی گروه‌های خانوادگی پیام سلام خوبی ارسال نماید بدون دریافت پاسخ. این حکم قطعی لازم الاجرا و کاملا طنزآمیز می باشد. ما هستیم 2C TV و من الله توفیق. خدا نگهدار و خداوند مدل موی مرا حفظ کن.
Guys, AI is getting so scary. AI is getting so scary. So this was thanks to a couple of people in my Discord channel. It was Project Vendetta who did the main video, and then of course Navajo Nature also helped with the script. Yeah, guys, this was the April Fool's prank that we pranked 2C with. So دوستان نه این ویدیو واقعی نیست. این ویدیو با هوش مصنوعی درست شده. داریم 2C رو به خاطر April اول که مثلا like everyone like puts pranks داریم مسخرش میکنیم. Guys, this is AI. It's not. You know what? The fact that there were some people in the chat who actually thought this was real, that's scary. That's scary. That just shows how good AI has become. His response, yeah, so here's his response. Like, I sent it to him. I sent the response, like I sent the video to him, and then he responded. Here you go. Let me find it for you. It was pretty funny. Let me find his response. But this was like my my revenge for him pranking me yesterday, because yesterday he said on his channel that like there's an IRGC announcement, and then the IRGC has announced that, Goldie has teamed up with Chunky Yogurt, right? So yeah, so that was yesterday. So this was my response to him claiming that I've teamed up with Chunky Yogurt. Anyway, so his response was, ceasefire between 2C TV and Goldie Gamari has now been broken. The prank wars resume despite Goldie announcing surrender yesterday. Expect retaliation. This is war. And I was like, you wanted a good April Fool's joke. Be careful what you wish for. And then I was like, ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. So I've claimed ceasefire. I've claimed ceasefire. And then he said ceasefire accepted. But I don't know, man. I don't know. He's probably going to come back with something. But honestly, I don't know who's going to top this. Yeah, you know what, guys? Carl, you're absolutely right. Like, listen, I started this because I sent him a super chat where, you know, I called, you know, I was like Toothy TV, then I said Tissue TV, and then I rickrolled him. So when I rickrolled him, that was when he came back with that video accusing me of, you know, being with like chunky yogurt. But then you guys are amazing. So yeah, like this video is so good. Okay, I'll play it one more time. Guys, the video is so good. Like some people saw it and they actually thought it was legitimate, right? But this is so good. Look at this. Look at this.
باسم اینترنت پرسرعت و وایفای پایدار، این یک اعلامیه بسیار مهم، بسیار جدی و کمی هم مضحک است. لطفاً توجه فرمایید. این جانب سخنگوی کاملا غیر رسمی اداره کل میم و شوخی پس از بررسی دقیق گزارش‌ها، منشن‌ها و پیام‌های صوتی بیش از حد طولانی، بیانیه زیر را صادر می‌نمایم. طبق اطلاعات واصله، واحد قدس طنز، نسخه‌ای کاملا طنزآمیز از نیروهای شناخته شده با همکاری آرمین سخنگوی گلدی در حال مدیریت بحران خنده در فضای مجازی می باشند. لازم به ذکر است آرمین به عنوان عامل دو جانبه در داخل برنامه گلدی فعالیت می نماید، به طور همزمان گزارش ارسال می کند و شوخی ها را نیز تایید می نماید. بسیار حرفه‌ای. در خصوص خانم گلدی گماری به دلیل تولید بیش از حد محتوای خنده‌دار و ایجاد اختلال در تمرکز عمومی فتوای زیر صادر می گردد. اول، 3 روز مرخصی اجباری از توییتر /X. دوم، تماشای متوالی برنامه‌های دهه 90 میلادی صدا و سیما تا بازگشت تمرکز. سوم، تأمین اینترنت رایگان برای جبران خنده‌های بی‌رویه ملت. چهارم، هر گونه شوخی جدید تنها با مجوز رسمی اداره کل میم و شوخی مجاز می باشد. در صورت تخلف فرد خاطی موظف است در تمامی گروه‌های خانوادگی پیام سلام خوبی ارسال نماید بدون دریافت پاسخ. این حکم قطعی لازم الاجرا و کاملا طنزآمیز می باشد. ما هستیم توسی تیوی و من الله توفیق. خدا نگهدار و خداوند مدل موی مرا حفظ کند.
So good, so good, so good. All right, okay guys. I really have to like end the live stream because it has been a long day. So I will play all the music for you guys that I haven't played earlier today. So I know we haven't heard Bapish yet. I will play Bapish, so stick around, enjoy the dance party, and here we go. We'll start with one of the new classic fan favorites, and then just enjoy the rest of the dance music. Oh, such a good song. Such a good song. But you know what? If Ana Kasparian or some of Chunky Yoga were here, they'd be like, "You're disgusting. You're disgusting. Why are you dancing? Why are you dancing to Khamenei being dead? Because I'm glad. I'm glad that he's dead and I'm gonna dance. What are you gonna do about it? You're not Iranian. I'm gonna dance and I'm gonna sing because Khamenei is." And she'll be like, "You're disgusting. Oh, this is Israel, baby," right? Like, it's just, the jihadi nonsense. Someone should send this song to her so that she can lose her mind. We'll just be like, yeah, we literally have songs about dancing on Khamenei's grave. What are you gonna do about it? Anyways, all right, let's continue with the songs in the dance party. Have a good night, everyone. See you guys tomorrow for day 96 of Iran Revolution Live.
Shadows cut from the light, sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net. They're not our will, not our regret. Now hear us say, without any apology, America, send your angels of liberty. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is
my hair. Wait, guys, I just have to share something with you guys really quickly. Oh, wait, my hair is in a bun. Right, let me fix my hair. Okay. Okay, guys, I found the part where Ana, I know, new hairstyle. I found the part where like garbage Ana is like, she's attacking me for speaking about Iran. Guys, listen to this. Just watch this. Watch how like idiotic this comment is. Like, I don't even know how to respond to this. I'm gonna have to make make a clip of this or something. But look at this. Look at this. Who were specifically involved in the October 7 attacks. So this is basically a law that's only for that particular incident. With respect to internal Israeli politics, I mean, I don't really comment on internal politics. Not really my thing. I mean, I do for Iran. So yeah, because I'm Iranian. So do you see, like, guys, this is how retarded. Let's use Armin's word. This is how retarded Ana is. So Piers Morgan is asking me about like internal Israeli politics, and I'm like, it's not really my place to comment on the internal politics of like another country. And then she's like, oh, you comment on Iran, and I'm like, yeah, because I'm Iranian, you idiot. With respect to internal Israeli politics, I mean, I don't really comment on internal politics. Not really my thing. I mean, I do for Iran. So yeah, because I'm Iranian. Of course, I comment on Iran. I'm Iranian. Why
okay, well, you're not American. What so why are you trying to drag America into wars that you want?
I literally say, I'm like, what an idiotic comment to make. Of course, I comment on Iran. Internal Israeli politics. I mean, I don't really comment on internal politics. Not really my thing. I mean, I do for Iran. So yeah, because I'm Iranian. Of course, I comment on Iran. I'm Iranian. Why okay, well, you're not American. What an so why are you trying to drag America into wars that you want America to fight? Why are you commenting on Iran? You're not Iranian.
Okay, then how about you leave America out of it? You want to comment on Iran, that's fine, but demanding that American soldiers die on behalf of your little agenda is a little disrespectful, isn't it?
I think it's absolutely insane that you think that I have anything to do with President Trump's decision to go in and destroy the Islamic regime. I think you're absolutely insane.
I mean, he takes counsel from the likes of Laura Loomer, so you never know. You never know.
I have nothing else.
I'd actually like to go back to someone who has things of substance to say.
Anna,
real
we'll
quick.
come to you about this issue, but I just want to finish one point with Goldie. It's not true that this only applies to Palestinians who were involved in October.
Did you see that? Like she's basically accusing me, like, not only did she accuse Elika of somehow convincing President Trump to like start the conflict against the Islamic regime, but now she's literally accusing me. Yeah, you know what? It's like hair in a bun time, guys. Sorry. It's hair in a bun time. Like, she's also accusing me. Like, she's literally accusing me of somehow like influencing President Trump as if I had anything to do with President Trump's decision. What? How crazy, like, how insane are you? Like, look at this. Look at this interaction. She's like, why are you commenting on Iran? Yeah, because I'm Iranian, you idiot. Why else would I comment on Iran? That's literally the purpose of being an Iranian human rights activist, is I comment on Iran because people inside of occupied Iran cannot comment on Iran. This is why, like, I don't know if I'm gonna go back on Piers Morgan, because I don't, how do you even deal with something like that? Palestinians and Hamas terrorists who were specifically involved in the October 7 attacks. So this is basically a law that's only for that particular incident. With respect to internal Israeli politics. I mean, I don't really comment on internal politics. Not really my thing. I mean, I would. I
You do
haven't
for
seen the
Iran.
video, so yeah, because I'm Iranian. Of course, I'd comment on Iran. That I'm Iranian. Why
Okay,
wouldn't
well, you're
I?
not American,
What an
so why are you
idiotic
trying to drag
comment to
America
make.
into
Of course, I
wars
comment
that
on
you want
Iran. Why
America
wouldn't
to fight?
Why are you commenting on Iran? You're not Iranian.
Okay, then how about you leave America out of it? You want to comment on Iran, that's fine, but demanding
about
that
you leave
American
Iran out of
soldiers
it then?
die on behalf of your little agenda is a little.
Read so like she's saying like, oh, you're demanding that American soldiers die on behalf of your little agenda. Like, what kind like I'm literally staring at her. I'm like, where am I right now? Like, what life choices did I make that I have to sit here and listen to like this insane person be like, why are you commenting on Iran? Like she doesn't even know what to say. She's basically just like vomiting. She's just vomiting sound bites. She's just vomiting sound bites. With respect to internal Israeli politics, I mean, I don't really comment on internal politics. Not really my thing. I mean, I would. I
You do
haven't
for
seen the
Iran.
video, so yeah, because I'm Iranian. Of course, I'd comment on Iran. That I'm Iranian. Why
Okay,
wouldn't
well, you're
I?
not American,
What an
so why are you
idiotic
trying to drag
comment
America
make.
into
Of course, I
wars
comment
that
on
you want
Iran. Why
America
wouldn't
to
I?
fight?
Why are you commenting on Iran? You're not Iranian.
Okay, then how about you leave America out of it? You want to comment on Iran, that's fine, but demanding
about you
that
leave
American
Iran out
soldiers
of it then?
die on behalf of your little agenda is a little disrespectful, isn't it?
I think it's absolutely
It's not-
insane that you
not
think that
very
I
good.
have anything to do with President Trump's decision to go in and destroy the Islamic regime. I think you're absolutely
I
insane.
mean, he takes
And I have nothing
counsel
else
from
to
the
say to
likes
you.
of
I have
Laura
nothing else to
Loomer,
say
so
to
you never know. You know.
So I'm like, I'm pretty sure President Trump doesn't listen to me. And then Ana Kasparian is like, well, he takes counsel from Laura Loomer, so President Trump probably takes counsel from you as well. Guys, Ana Kasparian is accusing me of having President Trump on speed dial. Apparently, President Trump and I are BFFs, and I'm texting President Trump every night. And I'm like, Donald, do this. Donald, do that. How do you respond to that? How do you even respond to something like that? So I'm Mossad, I'm an Israeli agent, I'm now apparently American, I'm CIA. President Trump is texting me every night for like military advice. Do you see how insane and unhinged she is? Like, she's literally insane. She's insane. She's accusing me on Piers Morgan's accusing me of speaking to President Trump. No, first of all, that's not even a bad thing, right? Like, that's not even like a bad thing. But I'm just sitting there and I'm like, how insane are you? I'm looking at her. I'm like, you belong in a mental institution. You literally belong in a mental institution. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. She literally doesn't even know what to attack me for. So she attacks me for somehow influencing President Trump. So apparently I'm responsible for President Trump deciding to go and, destroy the Islamic regime. Oh, can I call President Trump and ask him to get on you? Yeah, sure. You know what? I will I'll send a text to President Trump. Guys, I'm actually in a WhatsApp group chat with President Trump, Marco Rubio, JD Vance, Pete Hegseth, Mark Levin, Sean Hannity. Yeah, like we're in a group chat. I'm in a group chat with all of them, guys. And guys, Ana Kasparian exposed me. She exposed me. I am President Trump's closest advisor. I'm his number one advisor, according to Ana Kasparian. But do you see how crazy and unhinged these people are? Like, it's wild. It's like, how do we even respond to that? I don't really comment on internal politics. Not really my thing. I mean, I would.
You do for Iran.
Video, so yeah, because I'm Iranian. Of course, I comment on Iran. That I'm Iranian. Why
Okay,
wouldn't
well, you're
I?
not American,
What an
so why are you
idiotic
trying to drag
comment
America
make.
into
Of course, I
wars
comment
that
on
you want
Iran. Why
America to
wouldn't I?
fight?
Why are you commenting on Iran? You're not Iranian.
Okay, then how about you leave America out of it? You want to comment on Iran, that's fine, but demanding
about
that
you leave
American
Iran out of
soldiers
it?
die on behalf of your little agenda is a little disrespectful, isn't it?
I think it's absolutely
It's
insane that you think that I have anything to do with President Trump's decision to go in and destroy the Islamic regime. I think you're absolutely insane.
I mean, he takes
And I have nothing
counsel
else
from
to
the
say to
likes
you.
of
I have
Laura
nothing else
Loomer,
to
so
say to
you never know. You never know.
I have nothing else to
I'd
say to
actually
you.
like to go back to someone who has
Anna,
things
I
of
will
substance to say
Anna, I
real
will
quick.
come to you about this.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. So I'm like, I think you're absolutely insane, and I have nothing else to say to you. There you go. Yeah. Guys, Armin's going to have a field day with that tomorrow. Armin is going to have a field day with that one tomorrow. So there you go. All right. Let's go to the rest of the music, and then we are going to call it a night for sure because it's been a late night. But I promised you music, but I caught this part, and I just had to share that because, yeah, apparently, guys, listen, I'm not just the Secretary of Iranian Affairs. I'm also the real Secretary of War, Secretary of Homeland Security. Like, guys, basically, so essentially, according to Ana Kasparian, I run America. Okay, so I'm the person who is controlling President Trump, right? So all I need to do is I just have to send President Trump a text, and President Trump will do what I do. Like that's basically the insane argument she's making. Right? Like, guys, I'm basically the president of the United States at this point. Like, I'm basically the commander in chief, according to Ana Kasparian. Yeah. It's wild. It's wild. It's wild. Okay, let's go back to music, and then I will see you guys tomorrow.
Free. I am here to guarantee a transition to secular democratic future.
As always, guys, I'm Israel Chai, God bless America, Payanda Iran, and Javid Shah. And don't forget, I'm your new commander-in-chief. I'm the real president of the United States of America. You guys just don't know it yet. But Ana Kasparian knows. Ana Kasparian, she knows that I'm the real president of the United States. Never forget that. I'm the real president.
Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead.
شما نتونستید بچه ها.
حضرت امام خامنه ای ملکوت اعلا پیوست.
شما پیروز نشدید. انا لله.
عالی بدید میکشیمتون بالا 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 تر عالی میشه. ماشین پر میاد خالی میری. جانی دیگه ساقی کی همه چی که داره قاطی میشه. خشبامون داره خالی میشه. جنازه بو قاضی میده بله بلی میزنیم با زمین یکی بشی جای لاستیکا روت بری به درک میمیری در تو جعب تلی بری نمیدونی جای ما رو میکشیم زامنا رو میزنیم رو زمین قاسما رو آماده ایم میچکونیم ماشا رو روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا هی کار میریم همه بالا شله آقا زاده شده خودت کسله تو کجه مجه زمینای شهر پر سوسه داره آتیش بگیره حوزه موزه انگا همه کنکوری رشته تناب ملت تو رو دوره کنه مال مای شب لگت بزنیم باشه درا زیرت میزنیم که بری هوا چشات سیاه میرن چشم پوشی کن لباس عزا میبینی دیر نیست ببینی میریم و تیغ میغ میگیریم میکنیم تیز میز میشینیم میکنیم ریز ریز میمیریم روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میره سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میره سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا چقدر سر حالم از من تک شما همه با هم کت تا چقدر تر تا زن جمع ما جمع همه پاین صف میکنیم تنوارم رفیقاتم همه پک و پارن فواره کرد رگ پارد برو خونیمونی نشه پاچه میکنیم شب و صفا میگیرین شب و عزا میریزه سر تو بلا ملا بدنا میشه از سر و سوا دوا موا چیه عدا مدا مپا ساس فتا متا باجا ماجا ناجا ماجا بسیجی و برادرم میرن همه هوا روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میره سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میره سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میره سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میره سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا روی جنازت میرقصم روی جنازت میرقصم روی جنازت میرقصم
Iran's former supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. Iran's former supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. Iran's former supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. Is dead. Is dead. Is dead. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. Is dead. Is dead. Is dead.
ایران غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سینه گر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در پا. بگذار هر دم بغرند تا در لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از غرب بالین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران نه کاسلیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. ما با شرافت میهنی بسازیم بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردم بیایی داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق